Chapter 101 Pure gold, that can prolong life. Chapter 101 Pure gold, that can prolong life. Kaka. Rumbling rumbling. The entire sky was full of black clouds, and the black and red thunderbolts lit up the scene, flickering. The Overlord's color and momentum are still colliding constantly, forming a gust of wind that constantly lifts Chaos's golden hair and golden earrings, and behind him, the golden goose feather coat and the crane's justice lieutenant's coat are also dancing wildly. Chaos's eyes were domineering and contemptuous, and Crane's eyes were also very sharp and cold. Almost without warning, a shock wave turned into an invisible halo and pushed in all directions, and all those who were close to Canis and Stuffy were pushed out horizontally. But they kept their eyes fixed on the very center. Where the elbows of Chaos and Crane collided, the ground beneath the two of them continued to rise and burst. The entire Mangrove 45 area is starting to quake, and the area continues to spread in other directions. As soon as the two of them came up, they were full of firepower, and it could be seen from the taut body of the Crane and the slight steam that floated up. She also entered the return of life. Boom! The place exploded and turned into a pothole, and the two appeared in the sky 50 meters away. As the two fists collided, it turned into a burst of air pressure, and the lush mangroves around them were broken and razed to the ground in an instant. Get out of here. Damn. The impact of the collision is so far away and so powerful. That old woman really isn't easy to mess with. The Golden Emperor has refreshed my horizons. Artilda. Golden Emperor is so handsome, I really want to marry him. That's the real man. There are men who are envious, jealous, and hateful, and there are women who are full of love. But many people still looked at the showdown with heavy expressions, and many pirates rushed over from other mangrove areas. It is no secret that the Golden Emperor appeared in the Chambord Islands, and the most important thing is that he had a conflict with Vice Admiral Crane. Big news, really big news. In the place closest to the battle, a fat humanoid bird in a dress and a top hat, like an albatross guy, was taking pictures with a camera at the moment, and the flash was almost blinding. And there are two video phone bugs on both shoulders, which are taking pictures. Big news. Morgans, president of the World Economic Agency, one of the kings of the future underground world. Fauna, bird fruit, albatross form ability. It has remained in a human beast form for many years, so few people have seen the human state. It may not be one of the underground kings yet, but it already has a lot of power in the underground world. It only takes a few more years of development to become one of the underground kings. Brother Prospero and Brother Cricket are really the Golden Emperor. A pair of teams came from a distance, and when they saw the battle between Chaos and the Crane, their faces were full of joy. The man at the head wore a top hat, was slender, had a long nose and tongue, and held a candy cane in his hand. It was Charlotte Prospero, the eldest son of Big Mom Charlotte Lingaling. Next to him was a tall man wearing a helmet decorated with tan manes, a pointed and long beard, holding a sword, wearing a cape, and carrying a large biscuit shield on his back. This is Charlotte Cricket, one of the 4 stars of the future dessert, but it is just a biscuit warrior created with the power of a devil fruit, and the real body is in the biscuit warrior. There are also the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th sons of Big Mom. One is tall and fat, all with short legs and thick arms. From this, you can tell that he is a melee player. As for the famous Charlotte category did not appear. Not only the other pirates wanted to control the Golden Emperor, but Big Mom also wanted to be in control, so Prospero was dispatched to lead the team. There have been 2 fluttering, this time I have seen the Golden Emperor. 5 rudder masters, are we going to act now? On the right side of the Prospero camp, a group of people also appeared to watch the battle. The man at the head was wearing white light glasses and a black suit, But his appearance was not flattering, and he was extremely snarky. But when some people around saw this man, their eyes were full of fear, and they kept their distance away and did not dare to get too close. This situation is not weaker than the reputation of the Big Mom pirates. Indeed it is. The color-changing king, Nero Dahl, the fifth helmsman of the explosive pirates, with a reward of 813 million, those with the abilities of the animal system and the insect species. They returned from the New World under the order of the bomb pirates captain, the bomb king Gotti, whose primary purpose was to confirm one thing, and incidentally capture the Golden Emperor. When it comes to the explosion pirates, in the New World it is the giant pirates. Like the Big Mom pirates, the Beasts pirates, the Whitebeard pirates, and the Flying Sky pirates, they are all overlords, and there have been battles with each other. During this period, there were many people who could compete with the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates, and the Explosion pirates was one of them. Its captain, the monarch of the explosion, Gotti, offered a reward of 3.482 billion, the superhuman type with the ability to explode the fruit, who fought with the Beast Kaido a few months ago, and finally prevailed. Imagine how powerful it is. It is also full of talents. The most famous are the five helmsmen. After the lead voice of the first rudder, Kinsey, the superhuman type with the ability of the sonic fruit, offers a reward of 1.53 billion. The second rudder master, the Mantis King Subic, is a long-handed family, with a fauna, an insect species, and a mantis form, with a reward of 1.236 billion. The three rudder master Barbarian King Haken, animal type, ancient species, Ankylosaurus form, with a reward of 1.18 billion. The four helmsmen Battle Princess Bettina, the superhuman type, spear fruit ability, offers a reward of 926 million. 5 Rudder Master Chameleon King Nero Dahl, fauna, insect species, chameleon form, offering a reward of 813 million. In addition to these 5 famous helmsmen, there are other powerful subordinates, which can be said to be strong like clouds. This era is the most cruel, and there are too many cows, ghosts, snakes and gods. Now the color-changing King Nero Dahl has confirmed the first thing, the news leaked from the world government, that the pure gold that can prolong life is real, and there are already clues. I was about to go back to the New World to report to the exploding monarch, but I didn't expect the Golden Emperor to appear at this time. At the same time, it was not only these people who observed the battle between Chaos and the Crane. There were also many strong people who observed with knowledge in other areas of the Chambord archipelago. Boom! The violent shock wave rolled up the ground, and the two figures in the sky collided powerfully. Chaos flew out and flipped back and forth in the air one after another. With the constantly rising crust under his feet, he finally left 2 footprints to relieve his strength. The golden goose feather coat danced wildly behind him. The opposite crane also smashed to the ground, retreating one after another, leaving footprints one after another, with a heroic expression on his face. The two initially collided with a few tricks, and no one took advantage. Chaos looked around, and he could feel a strong aura from the sights and sounds he released around the clock. It seems that some preparations have to be made. Crack! With the crisp snap of his fingers, pieces of gold powder began to pour down thousands of meters above the sky, covering the entire Chambord archipelago like rain. Old way. But very useful. What's the matter? It's raining. It's gold dust. Golden rain. No, hurry up and avoid the golden rain. Damn Golden Emperor. What's the matter? This is gold dust, why isn't anyone collecting it? Do you want to die? Haven't you heard of the Post Island incident? As long as you get these golden rains, you will be controlled by the Golden Emperor. What? The entire Chambord archipelago is in chaos. The Post Island incident has only passed 10 days, and some of the abilities of the Golden Emperor have spread within a certain range. That's why some pirates will yell at them, or even avoid them. X. Chapter 102 In terms of arrogance, he will fight for the first place. Chapter 102 In terms of arrogance, he will fight for the first place. Be careful. Don't get the golden rain. The three of Domir told the sailors who came to support them, covering their bodies with armed colors to resist the falling golden rain, and looked at the two people who were facing each other in the distant field with a heavy expression. The sailors who came, either found a bunker or held their coats on their heads, but even so, a lot of gold dust entered the bodies of a small number of sailors. The golden rain lasted longer than expected, like a golden drizzle. You want to use the post-island trick again. The crane's body rose with mist, and the golden rain falling from the sky couldn't get close to him at all. At this moment, he looked at chaos with a dazzling gaze. In the sense of seeing and hearing, many sailors came to support him, and perhaps some sailors had already been drenched. Don't you think it's very useful? Chaos smiled insidiously. He stretched out his hand and raised his hair to reveal his smooth forehead. His expression was very annoying. Just as Crane was about to move on, the voice of a phone bug came from his sleeve. But Crane has no intention of taking it. After all, it's in battle now. You pick it up, I'm a man of martial arts. Chaos folded his hands on his shoulders, as if a gentleman would not take advantage of others' dangers. Crane stared at Chaos without speaking, and finally took out the phone bug. Here is the crane. Crane's eyes never left Chaos. The Tianlong people are going to the Chambord Islands to participate in the auction. The time should be coming soon. Your first task is to protect them. The Warring States period is also on its way. Sora's serious voice came. Those guys in the Holy Land said that they would go to the Chambord Islands, but they were ahead of schedule. Completely disregarding their work. You could hear Sora being a little annoyed in his voice. What? Crane's face sank all of a sudden. Do those guys know the current situation in the Chambord Islands? I know it's sudden, but you know what those guys are like. Sora sighed, feeling a little stuck in his heart. But I'm arresting the Golden Emperor, and the current situation in the Chambord Islands is a little troublesome. With the characters of those guys, they will definitely cause trouble. Crane's face became more and more ugly. I know, the news just came that the Whitebeard pirates may also go to the Chambord Islands, and the Flying Sky pirates have not ruled out that possibility. If that's the case, then they should be prevented from coming. The crane's voice was raised a little. The Whitebeard pirates and the Air pirates may also come to the Chambord Islands. In the event of a conflict with the Tianlong people, these ruthless people will kill you on the spot regardless of whether you are a Tianlong person or a Tianma person, without the slightest hesitation. Sengoku and her alone might not be able to protect him. She couldn't be more clear about the urine nature of the group of Tianlong people in the Holy Land. It's too late. After a moment of silence, Sora spoke, and continued, I will call them in person, so that they don't act too recklessly. You can stop them when necessary, and you don't have to listen to their orders, just say it's my order. I see. Crane hangs up the phone bug after regaining his calm. Looks like you have a new mission. Chaos fiddled with the gold earrings, and the conversation between Crane and Sora could be heard clearly. After all, it's so close, plus seeing and hearing, you can't even hear it. The Tianlong people are coming to the Chambord Islands to participate in the auction. The Warring States period is on the way, and the Whitebeard and the Golden Lion may also come to the Chambord Islands. Things are going to be big. There should be a lot of good things that can attract Tianlong people to participate in the auction. What about Whitebeard and the Golden Lion? It's impossible to come to the auction too. Also came to the Chambord Islands specifically? Or for yourself? I'll let you go today. Crane's face was cold and stern, and he no longer planned to fight chaos. I don't like to hear your words. What do you mean by letting me go today? You have to figure out whether you want to continue or not, but whether I want to continue. My Golden Emperor is such an easygoing person. You can come and leave if you want, don't you take me too seriously. Chaos' golden pupils were already dangerous, and the goose feather coat and vertical hair on his back began to dance wildly. Perhaps he sensed Chaos' anger. He was indeed a little angry, because the crane did not give him face at all. Also a little arrogant. I can't bear this tone. Come out and mix, all you want is face. In terms of arrogance, he will fight for the first place. No one is more arrogant than him. He has repeatedly stressed that this is a matter of principle and there is no room for negotiation. Whoa! The golden rain, which was still falling, began to condense from all directions, and began to merge into one from head to toe in the eyes of everyone. The sacred and delicate face, the 3,000 gold silk and the ribbons of the palace skirt fluttered, and the whole scene became completely dark. With the huge golden halo turning behind, the goddess of God stood above chaos behind the sky, with a height of 100 meters. Most of the Chambord archipelago raised their heads and stared at the goddess who was standing under the thunder and lightning. Subversive, visual, and impactful, the audience can hear the needle drop. This is Perospero, Cricket, King Naroda, and even the dragon all showed shocking expressions. Compared with the 60 meters of Post Island, the goddess of God has soared to 100 meters in just over 10 days. The crowd looked up at how huge it was. The reason why the goddess of God soared to 100 meters was because of good luck of chaos. He sensed a gold mine on an island in the windless belt, but unfortunately half of it was mined, because the current height of 100 meters for the goddess of God is the limit of his control, and no matter how big it is, there will be a burden. It will also affect the battle. Clang. The palace skirt on the goddess of God began to transform into a battle armor. If it was dignified and beautiful before, then as the palace skirt was transformed into a battle armor, it was a heroic and dashing female warrior. Also murderous and icy cold. The golden ribbon on the wrist turned into a sharp and huge spear, which was even more shocking. But it's not the scariest. As the huge golden light wheel behind the goddess of God lifted into the sky and stood on the top of her head and began to differentiate into hundreds of 18 weapons, the entire sky was covered. An overwhelming pressure rushed towards the crane. The faces of the sailors who were far away behind them suddenly turned pale. Even the pirates in that range were all evacuated in horror, which is really scary. Crane's face also changed completely. She didn't expect the Golden Emperor to have such a big reaction. Seeing this posture is a sign that you are going to die. Is this man neurotic? How do you want it? Crane is a normal person, very calm and rational, and his thinking direction is completely different from that of Chaos, otherwise he will not become the General Staff of the Navy in the future. Generally, it is people like Cranes who live to the end. This is called wisdom. If it weren't for other things, she would definitely be tough. After all, no matter how you look at the situation of the Golden Emperor, he is on the edge of a cliff, and there are a lot of people around him. She only needs to injure the Golden Emperor to make the other party unable to eat and go, so she will never suffer in the end of the battle. For this reason, if Chaos is more aggressive, Crane doesn't mind continuing to press the Golden Emperor to death here. That is, now, if you try it 10 years in advance, who has no temper when he is young? X. Chapter 103 _ this time B, very feeling. Chapter 103 _ this time B, very feeling. 1 minute. Chaos's eyes were sharp, and he stretched out a finger extremely arrogantly. Within 1 minute, life and death are fate and wealth is in the sky. The body temperature inside the majestic golden armor was constantly rising, and the strands of white steam became more and more, making Chaos look extremely strong and powerful. The winner will be decided within a minute, and no matter what happens, it will be abandoned after a minute. I want you to go all out and show the ferocity of whether you die or I live. My golden emperor is to die, but also to die in battle. 1 minute and I'll let it go no matter the outcome. With a big wave of Chaos's hand, the aura of dominance spread to the audience. All he pursued was a hearty battle. Many pirates outside the venue were short of breath, and the words of the Golden Emperor inexplicably made them go up. This is the real man. Especially those women, who are short of breath and want to integrate Chaos into their bodies. Handsome. Wild. Full. Ideal man. He squinted his eyes slightly. The brain circuit of the man in front of him was indeed different from that of ordinary people. However. Humph. 1 minute is enough. He ripped off the cloak. He loosened his tie, and the temperature around the body began to rise. I don't know if it was an illusion, and I felt that his face became a little evil. Most importantly, she took off the gloves. Those hands did not leave the slightest trace of time, not only smooth and white, but even exuding a washing fragrance. Are you going to use the power of the devil fruit? Chaos maintained the contempt of the king on the surface, but he was always vigilant in his heart. He didn't forget that the other party was still a devil fruit person. Superman washing fruits. The ability is to wash any item, including objects such as people or weapons. The washed items and people will also lose their original shape and become like freshly dried clothes. And the washed life loses its strength and cannot move freely. It is said that those who are washed and dried by this power will have their hearts slightly washed, and their evil hearts will become cleaner. This ability is really too powerful, not to mention that the person who is recruited will lose their strength and cannot move, and even the mind can be washed a little. This is simply a bug. Boom. The ground beneath the crane's feet exploded, forming a huge pit that swept away sand and rocks. At almost the same time, Chaos pressed down with his right hand, and the entire sky was densely packed with swords, guns, swords, and halberds. The entire No. 45 mangrove area was bombarded wildly, and the 18 weapons over 5 meters were all shot to the ground like missiles, with deafening power. The goddess who stood out of thin air, her golden fine eyes were full of coldness, her right hand clenched the golden spear like a pillar of the sky, and stabbed at the afterimage in the flying sand and stone in one fell swoop. Swish! The afterimage rose from the ground, and the crane showed his right hand and touched the spear tip of the oncoming spear. He used the ability to wash the fruit, and it could be seen that the spear tip began to soften at the moment of contact. Whether it is a living body or an object, it will be washed away and lose its original shape. You're not just dealing with my goddess. The arrogant voice came, and he looked up at the man who appeared in front of him expressionlessly, and he could only passively defend with his arms covered. And Chaos rolled over and kicked out. The landslide swept the air. It was just a stalemate for a moment. The crane turned into a streamer and fell down. A mushroom cloud of dust began to rise, and the annular shock wave peeled off the ground and pushed mountains and seas horizontally, disappearing directly in a radius of thousands of meters, revealing the soil and mangroves that have not seen the sun for many years. Rhizome. Before the mushroom cloud diffused and disappeared, the sound of a huge metal collision came from the center. The golden knee pads of Chaos and Crane's knees collided together and punched each other at the same time. SHHHHHH. The swords, spears, swords and halberds that were stuck on the ground began to shoot at the crane from all directions, frantically interfering with the crane's movements. Chaos took this opportunity to kick out a chain of feet. The crane could only passively defend, turned into a long rainbow and flew out. Before the landing, The light became dark, and the goddess of God held a spear as a stick and smashed it down. The terrifying storm soared into the sky, and the surrounding crust was lifted up to form hills, which were then destroyed by the hurricane. The crane rushed out of the dense dust, and before he could breathe, chaos appeared in the sky. His eyes were squinting and he kicked down proudly. The crane stopped on his head with one hand and fell rapidly. As the big pit under his feet continued to expand, the corners of his mouth overflowed. A trace of blood. See types of profound truth, Emperor Spear. The billowing air surged, and chaos appeared on the crane's side, with his hands in the shape of calyxes facing the crane, and the sky and the earth shattered in one fell swoop. Crane was very calm, perhaps already aware of chaos' attack trajectory. The aroma of the right hand became more and more intense. The chest bulged and covered with solid armed color and grabbed towards Chaos's head. At the same time, the indented middle fingers of the left hand came together to form a finger gun, which was indestructible and stabbed towards the heart of Chaos. This stance turned out to be an attempt to forcibly resist Chaos's attack, so as to fight back. Time slowed down at this moment, and Chaos's face changed slightly, but he was still unstoppable and hit the blow. At the same time, the golden armor on his body quickly wriggled to protect his head, and his physique was also golden, covered with armed colors. Injury for injury, he is not cowardly. At that moment, the world seemed to lose its voice. A ring of air pressure swooped down with the two of them at the center. The huge air hissed up to the ground, the hills stood up and began to collapse. All kinds of soil and gravel formed bullets that shot through all directions, and the thunderous clouds above their heads were also torn apart. The billowing smoke and dust blocked all vision, and the outside world could not see the most central situation at all. Jingle bell. The goddess of God exploded, forming a chain of skylocks that shot straight on the ground, and finally the ends were connected together to form a bird cage, which was covered with armed colors and quickly closed. But it stopped when the range was only 30 meters. Then came a slightly nervous and regretful voice from the dust. "It's a pity that 1 minute has come." The strong wind pushed the dust to reveal the situation in the bird cage. Chaos and the crane stood opposite each other. The golden goose feather coat was dancing wildly, but there were many cracks in the golden armor. At the same time, Chaos' entire head was wrapped in the gold. Blood hangs from the corners of his mouth as he retreats. The golden armor on his chest was also shattered, and blood was trickling out. The opposite crane had a sharp face, and there was blood on the corners of his mouth. Obviously, neither of them took much advantage in the fight. As Chaos waved his hand, the birdcage formed by the swords, halberds and the locks of the sky on the ground all flew into the air and merged into one again to become the goddess of the gods. His golden halo turned. The previously murderous cold feeling suddenly returned to a sacred state. Immediately after liftoff, it turned into a black spot and disappeared. As expected of Lieutenant General Crane, I am looking forward to the next battle with you. Chaos fluttered the blonde hair in front of his forehead, which was changing back to black, looking a little narcissistic and arrogant. Clang. Without waiting for the crane to reply, Chaos turned and walked in the direction of Crocodile and Stuthy. As he walked, the golden armor on his body began to fall off and turn into parts one by one. How to assemble it at the beginning, how to solve it now open. Playing handsome must have a beginning and an end. This time be very feeling. X. Chapter 104_ugly, guilty. Chapter 104_ugly, guilty. Chaos is gone. It went very well, and it was very light. The back has such a trace of arrogance and a trace of stalwart. Crane also withdrew his life and returned, frowning as he watched Chaos leave, and did not intend to continue. This guy's temper is weird and cunning, and he can't figure it out. But what is certain is that this man has a little credit, saying one is one. The battle just now was really no more than 1 second, no less than 1 second. 1 minute was 1 minute, and the crane had already sensed the danger when he was bound by the bird cage. But the guy stopped. "Lieutenant General, are you all right?" Domir and the Navy behind him caught up, watching the somewhat embarrassed Crane's look at Chaos, who was leaving. "It's okay, go back to the station first, the Tianlong people may be arriving." Crane didn't waste time, turned around and walked towards the station. "Be sure to catch the Golden Emperor next time, boss." On the other side, Crocodile and Stuffy stepped forward, not expressing or commenting on this snarky battle. "It's cool to sweat when you are active, go to the hot springs and massage first." Chaos took out a cigar, rubbed his 2 fingers together and lit the smoke ring he was enjoying. Although the battle was not over yet, he was warmed up. "You are the boss, you have the final say." Crocodile pouted, and Stuffy smiled with a small handbag, exuding a ladylike temperament inside and out. But when he glanced at it inadvertently, Stuss's light smile gradually stiffened. In the far corner of the ruins, there are 5 people wearing strange clothes, and if you don't pay attention, you really can't find it. The man with the octopus mask in the lead gestured to Stuffy, which was very strange. Stuffy quickly withdrew his gaze and returned to normal without leaving a trace, as if the glance just now was an illusion. I don't know if Chaos has noticed. He held a cigar and flicked the ash, and his eyes flashed away in the smoke ring he spit out. On the other side, the direction of the explosion pirates. The 5 rudder masters are the Kpo. With a threeks in hand, Gantz looked at the 5 Kpos who disappeared from the corner of the ruins. They were being hunted all the time. Damn it, it came so quickly. The color-changing King Neroda looked gloomy. They got the news of pure gold from the world government. They were discovered afterward, and the Tianlong people sent Kpo to solve them. The 2 sides have already fought. 5 rudder masters, do you want to grab the Golden Emperor now and return to the New World? Lhasa, who has steel claw weapons in both hands, has fierce eyes. These 2 are the right-hand men of the color-changing King Nero Dal, and the rewards are all over 100 million. No, in this situation we can't catch the Golden Emperor alone, the danger is too great. Although the color-changing King, Nero Dal, is quirky, he still has the ick he should have. It is not only them who are staring at the Golden Emperor, not to mention the Kpo sent by the Tianlong people in secret. If the news of pure gold that can prolong life spreads to the sea, then the Golden Emperor will stand back, and no amount of wealth will have the temptation of immortality and eternal youth. At that time, the sea will be bloody and bloody. At that time, when they exploded the pirates, they lost the opportunity. Notify the monarch now. I didn't expect the Kpo to come so soon. It is estimated that our pirate ship is being monitored. These guys are waiting for us to throw ourselves into the net. The color-changing King Nero Dal had to notify the exploding monarch. He thought he could complete this mission and even capture the Golden Emperor, but now it seems that he can't. Yes. Hearing the title of monarch, Gantz and Lhasa looked with respect. The entire explosive pirates adored that man. Blue. The phone worm rang, a little hurriedly. A new world, a prosperous island in a certain sea area. In a castle halfway up the mountain. The soft sunshine is pouring. On the shore of the backyard swimming pool, there is a man lying on a sun lounger under a sun umbrella, wearing beach shorts and showing 10-pack abs, with short white hair and closed eyes like during the lunch break. I can feel the charm of an elegant and peaceful mature man. This is a very handsome uncle. Da-da-da. There was a rhythmic sound of high-heeled shoes stepping on the ground, and a woman wearing purpled underwear, ultra shorts, a scar on her abdomen, fluttering green shoulder-length hair, and orange pupils filled with fierce light appeared in the corridor in the distance. At a glance, you know that it is not easy to provoke. the fourth helmsman of the bomb pirates, Battle Princess Bettina, besides being a fighter, is also the intelligence officer of the bomb pirates. Sovereign, there is news from Nero Dahl, the news of pure gold that can prolong life is true. He is now besieged in the Chambord Islands by the Kpa sent by the Tianlong people, and the Golden Emperor is also in the Chambord Islands. Standing beside the reclining chair, Battle Princess Bettina was resolute, and she didn't care whether the man was resting or not. As soon as the Battle Princess finished speaking, the handsome man on the reclining chair stretched out, and his red vertical pupils opened, like the eyes of a snake, which looked inexplicably terrifying. It is reported that the monarch of the explosion, Gotti, has the blood of the snakehead family, but I don't know if it is true or not. Let Cones and Subic go to the Chambord Islands. Standing up from the reclining chair, the height of the exploding monarch is 370 centimeters, and with that perfect figure, it always spreads the damn charm of a mature man. Grabbing the black coat on the back of the chair with one hand, the exploding sovereign lifted into the air, looking in the direction of the Chambord archipelago. His feet exploded hugely, and disappeared at the speed of breaking the sound barrier. Bettina watched the flames of gunpowder spreading in the air, took out the phone bug and walked back, and started to notify the first helmsman, Queen Quincy, and the second helmsman, Mantis King Subic. The monarch takes the shot himself. Whether it is pure gold or the Golden Emperor will be in the bag. The screen returns to the Chambord Islands. Chaos, who was about to go to the hot springs, massage, and clean the instrument with a pillow on his knees, was blocked by a group of people. This made him very uncomfortable. Boom! The sky, which had been restored to tranquility, was once again enveloped by dark clouds, and thunder and lightning flashed. Overlord's color is like a dam that has broken its dike, and it is strong and unscrupulous without showing any affection. A disagreement is a tyrannical greeting. At the same time, there was a sound of heavy objects hitting the ground around, and after splashing a lot of flying sand and rocks, the figure was revealed. It was 18 golden warriors holding 18 golden weapons. Now the group of people blocking the road is surrounded by the center, cold and murderous. Prospero's strange smile gradually disappeared, and he felt the arrogant overlord color, and the golden warriors who were all around him, looking at Chaos with dangerous eyes. That's right, it was Charlotte Prospero, Cricket, Canty and others who stopped Chaos. They haven't spoken yet, and as a result, the Golden Emperor is in such a big battle. The other party is too arrogant, and they don't take them seriously at all. Golden Emperor. Next, Prospero was even more angry. His words were forcibly interrupted and humiliated. Ugly, guilty. Wang Zhi looked at Prospero with contempt, not wanting to talk nonsense at all. The other party made it clear that he was looking for trouble, and that too much nonsense would affect his mood. Kill them. Chaos waved his hand gently, and the 18 golden warriors flew out, and they really did it directly. Didn't even say a word at the scene. You are courting death. As a member of the Charlotte family, when have you been so despised and humiliated? If you want to do it, just say it directly, and even humiliate them for being ugly. Deceiving too much. Starting point, deep buckle, the king's attitude, 5,000 starting coins, passing by to sign in soy sauce, 1,000 starting coins, thundering wren, Rhine from nowhere, 500 starting coins, descendants of Jesus, 250 starting coins, Wzier, 180 starting point coins, Watermelangua, 20180529124228551, Wang Big Eye Bags, Bright Unknown Starry Sky, Dao Wuya, ZZ Yongxi, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 105 _ a chapter on fair and square water. Chapter 105 _ a chapter on fair and square water. Desert Sword. Crocodile rushed out first, faster than the Golden Warrior. His face was full of excitement and cruelty. He couldn't stand it any longer. Going forward is extremely arrogant, as if Prospero and others are just scum that can be pinched to death. Alas! Stuffy covered her forehead. She knew it wouldn't end so easily. Sure enough, if there is a disagreement, it will be a bully, and if it is not in agreement, it will cause trouble and death. I'm afraid there will be a fight next. Using shaving and disappearing in place, Stussy appeared in front of Big Mom's fifth daughter, Charlotte Eiffel, a long-legged woman with a lady's cigarette, a red rounded hat and a red jacket with a curly blue head. The long hair was hammered to the ground. Facing the attack of Stussy, he pulled out a long knife to block in front of him, and the storm formed by the collision was mighty. Cookie Warrior. The most powerful cracker in the entire crowd can only be said to be one of the four generals in the future, a very ordinary superhuman type biscuit fruit, but has developed a powerful ability to defeat 100. The biscuit was created out of thin air with the slap of both hands, and finally formed the Biscuit Warrior Strong and the Golden Warrior to collide, and the strength can eliminate 60 to 70% of the people in the sea. Chaos was smoking a cigar, focusing on the cracker. Only this young man could attract his attention at the moment, as Prospero was at war with Crocodile. The creation department in the superhuman department is really eye-catching. Watching the crackers keep making biscuits out of thin air, Chaos said it was fake if he wasn't greedy. It is generally known that devil fruits are divided into animal, superhuman and natural types. The fauna is further divided into common species, ancient species, and phantom beast species. Common species are existing animals, ancient species are animals from ancient times, and phantom species are animals or characters in myths or legends. Phantom species and ancient species are both rare fruits, and phantom species are even rarer than natural ones. The devil fruit of the zoology department can transform people into animals, and there are 3 transformation abilities of human, beast, and beast. Human form is normal form. The beast type, that is, the ability person is completely transformed into an animal, and has all the characteristics of an animal, so the animal type should be the strongest in melee combat. The human beast type means that the body retains the human-shaped appearance and becomes a beast, and parts of the body can also be turned into a beast, after becoming a human beast type. The physical ability of those who are capable will be improved, and the animal-specific horns, teeth, claws, body hair, and tail. Parts of the body such as bar will be strengthened. The ferocity of carnivorous and herbivorous in the fauna will also increase. Since the animal type has the characteristics of life, it can also allow the dead to obtain the fruit ability. Like devil fruit weapons, like the elephant sword Van Gufrade in Spandam, Owl of Justice. And the superhuman series is countless and varied. It is carefully divided into 5 categories: superpower, superhuman body, creation, local power, and domination. Superpower, such as the fruit of shock and the fruit of surgery, it has real superpower. Superhuman body, such as rubber fruit and spring fruit, it can turn its body into a special substance or object, which can also be divided into active and passive. Creation, such as what fruit and biscuit fruit, objects or substances can be created through the body. Local abilities, such as flesh ball fruit and swallowing fruit, a certain part of the body is endowed with abilities. Domination, like a stone fruit, it can control specified substances at will. The golden fruit of chaos is strictly a dominant type, that is, it can manipulate gold. As for the goldenization of chaos's body, it is only a short-term goldenization to increase the defense, and it is not like the superhuman body that completely converts the body into gold. It can be said that it is an application of the golden fruit, like overriding armament colors to increase defense. In addition, Local abilities can also be regarded as superhuman bodies, and domination can also be superpowers. Why is it said that the Superman series has the highest potential and the most tricks among the devil fruits? That's because there are too many directions for the development of the superhuman department. It is not like the animal department and the natural department. The development direction is limited to a framework. If this framework is the size of a fist, then the superhuman framework has a house size. This comparison shows who has more potential. At present, the golden fruit developed by Chaos is only control, and the premise is that the gold that he touches can be manipulated. Let's boldly imagine that if Chaos develops the brute force and finally turns his physique into gold, the shit he pulls out may be gold shit, or he develops so much that he doesn't need to eat human food, as long as he eats metal. Can maintain body energy. In that case, Chaos may have developed to the point of creation. Just like the biscuit fruit of the cracker, you can make biscuits out of thin air at will. If Chaos could make gold out of thin air, it would be no different from a hen that lays golden eggs. In this way, the talent is strong enough, the brain hole is big enough, and it is not impossible to have superpower, superhuman body, creation, local power, and domination at the same time. After all, this world cannot be viewed with common sense, let alone devil fruits. The most important thing is that there is also a pseudo-natural department in the superhuman department, also called the special superhuman department. Such as poisonous fruit, based fruit, waxy fruit. After talking about the animal system and the superhuman system with the strongest plasticity, there is only the most recognized devil fruit in the early stage, the natural system. The biggest feature of the natural system is that it can make the body elemental, so that physical attacks are invalid. In addition to the special restraint that can hit some nature entities, only the armed color domineering, sea tower stone can hit nature entities, and there are relative nature entities, such as burnt fruit and frozen fruit, rockberry fruit. Natural fruits are restrained because of different elements. Of course, the nemesis of all devil fruits is the sea. Everyone knows this, no need to say more. It is worth mentioning that there are different divisions among many devil fruits, that is, the ability to defy the sky, the ability to comprehensively, and the ability to natural disasters. Heaven-defying abilities, such as slow fruit, ghost fruit, childlike fruit. As long as this kind of fruit is hit, no matter how strong it is, it has to kneel. Of course, there may be accidents, for example, a man like Usopp is the nemesis of the ghost fruit. Or have a super-armed color. In pirates, that ability is a panacea, and that is the armed color. In addition, these sky-defying abilities often have huge flaws, such as specific gestures, the need to touch creatures, etc. Just like Chaos needs to touch gold in advance, which is a medium or a prerequisite. All-round abilities include meatball fruit and lucky fruit. The meatball fruit can bounce off things including solids, liquids, gas, fatigue, pain, injury, heat, slashing waves, shock waves, etc. including all substances or energy. This is DAD, no dead ends. It is a pity that it is a local ability, and the hands are the key. If the meatball ability is developed to the whole body, it is really no solution. Not to mention the lucky fruit, that is bug, the father of the father belongs to the grandfather. There are also natural disaster abilities, such as shaking fruit, fluttering fruit, rockberry fruit, and frozen fruit. These capabilities are like missile swarms that can carpet bomb a large area, causing earthquakes and tsunamis to turn into natural disasters. But no matter what, all devil fruit abilities are based on physical strength, and how far they can go depends on basic skills. A chapter on fair water, add nutrition. X. Chapter 106 _ Learn from the beauty of our team. Chapter 106 Learn from the beauty of our team. Crack. Chaos snapped his fingers again, and the golden figures in the sky with thunder and lightning flashed through the clouds and fell to the ground. Army. Cracker himself was among the biscuit warriors, clapping his hands constantly, and cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The other Charlotte members are also not calm. The golden warriors made by the Golden Emperor are obviously stronger than the biscuit warriors of the cradle, and the number of them is so large that one person can form an army. Thanks to the ability of the Cracker, at least most of the pressure was taken down, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Many people watching from a distance were stunned. Watching the sky with thunder and lightning keep falling golden warriors, just like dumplings. With more and more golden warriors and biscuit warriors, the combat range began to spread to the surrounding area. Chaos fell back in a calm manner, a golden tributary formed a golden throne, and sitting on it was like an outsider watching all this leisurely. This posture is a bit arrogant, and the big guy's temperament is vividly displayed. It seems that Cricket and the others are not even qualified to let him do it in person. Nearly 10 minutes passed, and Chaos yawned with a lazy look on his face, and snapped his fingers again. You can't do it without fighting. The entire goddess of God, the golden ribbon, and the light wheel have all become golden warriors. He can't be made out of thin air like a cradle, and he will definitely not have an advantage if he continues to drag it down. SHHHHHH. All the golden warriors suddenly rose from the ground and formed several square formations to stand in the air. Then they all exploded and turned into swords, spears, swords and halberds. Gudong. Many people in the crowd watching the play swallowed their saliva and looked up at the dim sky, their faces full of horror and stunned. The next moment, the sound of breaking the sky was as deafening as a swarm of bees. The treasure of Wangzhai turned into a golden river and blasted out. The entire scene was bombarded wildly, and all kinds of soil and gravel splashed. In the earthquake. A full 5 minutes of bombing. After everything stopped, countless eyes stared at the center, and the dust slowly began to dissipate. It can be seen that a large number of potholes appear, golden weapons are inserted all over the ground, and a large number of biscuit warriors form a barrier, which is firmly protecting everyone in the middle. Cracker's real body also appeared from Cookie Warrior. He has purple hair, 3 tufts of hair on the back of his head, 2 tufts of hair on the left and right with sparks, only a piece of armor on his right shoulder and a pink cape on his upper body, and he is wearing white breeches and brown boots. At this moment, his chest was heaving and panting heavily, and there was a wound on his shoulder. The members of Charlotte behind him were all embarrassed, but they were all right. Boss, are you murdering? Crocodile and Stuffy flew in and stared at Chaos. There was no difference in the attack just now, even the 2 of them were included, but the impact was very small, and it was easy to avoid it. Calm down. Chaos snapped his fingers, all the golden weapons stuck on the ground hung in the air, and the cloud cover was again aimed at Cricket and the others. It only took Chaos to wave his hand to attack again. The 2 sides looked at each other, and Chaos exhaled a smoke ring showing the contempt of the king. It's boring. With a swipe of his right hand in front of him, all the fallen swords, spears, swords and halberds began to disappear through the sky with lightning and thunder, and finally merged into one at a height of several thousand meters to become the goddess of God. The overlord color also receded like a tide. This action of Chaos made Cricket and others frown, as well as Crocodile. Is this not going to continue? Is it going to be so fast? Wasn't it a man's death penalty before, ugly, and sin +1 stance? How is it the same as those days for women? This is too sloppy. Boss? Crocodile had a question in his eyes, completely understanding what Chaos meant. Why is it a snake head and tail again? Too weak, no interest. Chaos smacked his cigar, directly ignoring Cricket and the others, stood up from the golden throne, and walked towards other areas. No one dared to stop him this time. "Boss, you are not interested in me." Crocodile was just getting excited, and it ended suddenly, and it was too uncomfortable. It's like communicating about the origin of mankind. It just rose up, and it was about to enter the door, but it suddenly leaked. That kind of pain only men understand. "Lao Sha, you are still too young." Chaos tilted his head to look at Crocodile and sighed, his eyes full of a loving father looking at his son who hates iron. Now the Chambord archipelago is killing countless bulls, ghosts, snakes, and gods. They have just fought with cranes. Is it really not exhausting? If you fight with Caligia and others again, even if you win in the end, you will fall into a period of weakness. At that time, your life will be in the hands of others, and it will always maintain its heyday, and it will be smoother to escape. As far as the arrogant death of Chaos is concerned, if he does not move his mind beforehand, he will definitely not live long. Looks like you still don't understand. Stussy taught him a lesson. Chaos tilted his head to look at Stussy. Although his eyes were the same as before, Stussy could detect a subtle change. She didn't know why, but the woman intuitively told her that this man had a crush on her. Attitude is different. Holding on to the illusion in his heart, Stussy smiled lightly. "Our situation is a bit bad now, we must maintain enough physical strength." The battle between the boss and the Lieutenant Crane should consume a lot of physical strength. At this time, the Big Mom pirates jumped out, so the boss attacked with thunder, but I didn't think about the real. It's just killing the chickens to warn the monkeys and using the Big Mom pirates to warn others that we're not easy to mess with, that's about it. Boss, am I right? Stussy gave Crocodile his brain in a simple and clear way, and then looked at Chaos with a smile. "Lao Sha, learn from the good looks of our team in the future." Chaos shrugged and did not deny it. Immediately, he sighed as if to himself, smart people are generally easy to make mistakes, and if you make some mistakes once, you won't have a chance. Without waiting for the two of them to finish speaking, Chaos took a step that he did not recognize. The golden goose feather coat fluttered left and right, the gold trousers began to change into beach pants, and the shoes also turned into flip-flops, all engraved with fancy patterns, very leisurely. Arrogant dress-up. Boss, what does the last sentence mean? Crocodile automatically ignored the first sentence. How could he possibly learn from a woman? He is Crocodile, and in terms of handsomeness, he is a well-deserved beauty. And he is very smart. Just too lazy to think. In addition, he always felt that the last sentence meant something, as if it was addressed to Stussy. In the face of Crocodile's question, Stutchy's elegant smile disappeared for some time. Crocodile could hear it, how could she not? But, what are you two doing? Hurry up and follow. Come on. As the three of Chaos left Area 45, many eyes followed. Brother Prospero, is that enough? Charlotte Gao was very angry, the Golden Emperor was too arrogant. Do you want to fight? Don't fight, don't fight. They didn't pay attention at all. Abominable. Cricket, are you sure? Prospero looked gloomily at the direction Chaos had left, and he was asking about the Cracker. In terms of combat power, he is no match for the Cracker. 5-5. Cracker has re-entered the Biscuit Warriors, no emotion can be heard. It's not just us who are eyeing the Golden Emperor. To be safe, let Mummy know. Let Category come to the Chambord Islands. Prospero mused after thinking. Starting point, deep buckle passing by and signing in with soy sauce, 500 starting coins, shaganlang, cow leather rope, 20180529124228551, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 107 _ It's almost soaked. Chapter 107 _ It's almost soaked. 65. The Naval Station. Port. A luxurious and huge boat docked, and 3 warships escorted it. Crane had already adjusted his instrument a little, and waited with Domir and a group of sailors. A pair of guards in black suits disembarked from the boat, standing on both sides with their chests raised and their faces serious. "It's finally here!" An arrogant voice engraved in his bones came, and 2 figures came down from the boat lift. 1 man and 1 woman wore bubble hoods and luxurious clothes similar to aviation suits, sitting on the backs of 2 tall slaves. "Have seen St. Roswald, Palace of Idon Riaz." Crane stepped forward with gloves on his hands and the coat of justice, and simply gave a military salute. The honorable title is too lazy to call. For example, add the word adult after the name. The male Tianlong has a light orange scallion hairstyle and wears sunglasses. It is the old Tianlong who brought his snot son and daughter to the Chambord Islands more than 20 years later and was finally beaten by Luffy. The current Roswald's sound is clearly 20 years younger. The female celestial dragon next to her is St. Roswald's wife, Idon Riaz Palace. She also wears a bubble mask. She has long black hair and a veil. She is a very mature and beautiful woman. It is no wonder that the female Tianlong person's Alulia Palace, who will debut for the first time in the future, is a beautiful embryo, and her daring is hereditary. Lieutenant General Crane. Idon Riaz Palace is very polite, nodding lightly to the Crane, not as domineering and arrogant as St. Roswald, like a well-educated high society. The current situation in the Chambord Islands is a bit bad. The warring States General is also on his way. The station has already packed up the accommodation for the 2 of them. I will be in charge of the warring States General before he arrives. Crane gave a brief and clear report. It's troublesome. Idon Riaz Palace smiled. Just when the Crane was entertaining the 2 Tianlong people, the 3 of Chaos had already come to the mangrove area of No. 75 and found a most luxurious hotel. No. 70 to 79 is basically a hotel street. After 2 battles just now, Chaos was a little tired. So find the hotel as soon as possible and take a bath. I don't know how many people are staring at the hotel. Although there are no attacks at present, this situation will not last long. There are pirates landing in the Chambord Islands every minute and every second, and many of them are specially rushed back from the New World. The owner of the hotel can't care about anything else. Now he is counting the gold coins with the head of the Golden Emperor, and there are many waiters who are grinning to the bottom of their ears. Now on the top floor, more than a dozen waiters, several technicians and geishas are waiting. The Golden Emperor is very generous. At this moment, in the bath, Chaos leaned against the wall of the bath, smoking a cigar in his mouth, quietly watching Stussy, who had only his head and collarbone left in the bath, and Crocodile on the left, also smoking a cigar and looking at Stuart. Stussy. So, why are you here too? Chaos blew out smoke rings and looked at Stussy with a strange look. He knew that Stussy was wearing a swimsuit, but was this mixed bathing really good? I don't have such a big bath in my room. Stu's eyefing was light and cloudless, not embarrassed at all, and slowly washed his collarbone with water. Humph. Crocodile snorted coldly and looked at Stussy without the slightest desire in his eyes, only disgust and disdain. It seems that the shadow of the Post Island has not been eliminated. Such a big beauty is bathing in front of her, and she doesn't even move. As expected of our team's face value and sexy responsibility. Stussy is not embarrassed, and Chaos is even less embarrassed. His eyes are straight and staring at Stuthy's snow-white skin, but there is no desire in his eyes, and some are just calm. He has always been indifferent to the kidneys and not the heart. There are too many beauties in the pirate world, not to mention that what he pursues is not female, and the rabbit does not eat the grass. Chaos has no idea about Stucci from the beginning. Thanks for the compliment. Stucci accepted the praise of Chaos as a matter of course, and was obviously very confident in his beauty and figure. No thanks. The soaking is almost done. Are you still going to continue? Chaos stood up from the bath, wearing a pair of sultry panties. The bath session is over, it's time for another one. Almost. Crocodile also stood up, not shy about the presence of women. Then let's play next time. Chaos took a puff of his cigar and walked towards the outside room, with Crocodile following behind. Stuffy kept looking at the backs of the two of them, frowning and wondering what he was thinking. Almost 3 minutes later, Stuffy also walked out of the bath in a blue swimsuit, and came to the room outside to find Chaos and Crocodile lying on the bed, and several technicians were massaging. There are also geishas playing music, peeling grapes, pouring red wine, etc. Would you like a massage? Their skills are not bad. After Stuffy came out, he sat directly on the chair next to him, wiping his hair with his legs stacked and tilting his head. The two murder weapons were constantly beating. Chaos and Crocodile were not seen as men at all. No need. Stuffy smiled intellectually. Since you don't massage, then go out and inquire about the auction. Even the Tianlong people are here, there must be something good. Chaos gave the geisha a look next to him, and the latter took out a cigar and started lighting it for Chaos. Events are getting more interesting. The Flying Sky Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates might come to the Chambord Islands. Judging from the communication between Crane and Sora, it is possible that Whitebeard and Golden Lion came in person. Okay. Stuffy didn't refuse, got up and went into another room to change clothes. After dressing up, Stuffy stepped on high heels, said hello to Chaos, and went out with a water snake. Chaos turned his head sideways and kept looking at the sexy back of Stucci's departure. His eyes were full of coldness. The gold earring in his left ear floated and eventually turned into a miniature golden warrior. He picked up a phone bug on the bed cabinet and flew out of the room. Chaos motioned the geisha to open the other phone bug, and then a video screen appeared in front of everyone. It's a surveillance phone bug. The function is similar to that of a camera, and it also has a recording. Boss? Crocodile was stunned by Chaos's action, because Stussy appeared under the influence of the projection. It's so secretive. Boss is spying on Stucci? You all go out. Chaos did not answer Crocodile, but just waved all the geishas away. In the picture, Stew's eye turned around and gradually left the mangrove area of No. 75, and was very vigilant along the way. No. 30 mangrove area, mainly Soap Bubble Park, etc. Stuffy came to a dense forest in the park, where no one was waiting. Almost 3 minutes later, 5 kpos in fancy clothes flashed in front of Stucci. Stussy. At the head was that kpo wearing the octopus mask, who had apparently been waiting for Stussy. Is there any order? Stuffy looks serious. Chaos had just finished fighting the crane before, and these 5 kpos had appeared and gave Stuffy a gesture. So Stussy came here following the signal they left. Have you really betrayed the world government? Octopus kpo's voice is indifferent, without the slightest emotion. X. Chapter 108 _ Underworld Bosses. Chapter 108 _ Underworld Bosses. If I betrayed the world government, I wouldn't come here. I have gold powder left by the Golden Emperor in my body, so I can only lurk beside the Golden Emperor temporarily. Stuffy was calm and didn't mean respect. In terms of status, she doesn't have a low kpo in front of her. The 5 old stars have an order: let us help you catch the Golden Emperor first, and then clean up the 5 helmsmen of the explosive pirates, the color-changing King Nero Dahl and his group. The octopus stared at Stuchy. And Stuffy looked at him with no guilt. She knew that the above was already suspicious of her betrayal. These people obviously had other tasks. Now they have received an order to temporarily decide to help her solve the Golden Emperor. Then go to another task. This is a trial. Stuffy was not angry. If she really betrayed, I am afraid that these 5 people will attack her at the first time. Clean up the 5 rudder masters of the explosive pirates. Stussy quietly changed the subject. She knows the explosion pirates, one of the New World overlords. Pure gold that can prolong life leaked. The octopus didn't hide it either, because Stuchy was aware of the pure gold news. Stuthy's intelligence capabilities are not weak. Although the scale of the red light district is not as large as in the future, it is now one of the best in the underground world. This kind of place is the easiest to get news. It can be said that the red light district forces of Stuthy are also one of the sources of intelligence for the world government. So the world government knows many secrets Stussy. If Stuthy has really betrayed the world government, then these 5 Kpos will kill Stuthy on the spot. And if they fail, the world government will send more powerful forces. Only dead people can keep secrets. I see. Stuffy looked solemn. She thought, pure gold, was just a legend, but she didn't expect it to be true. And there is already news. When will you act, so we can assist you? All 5 pairs of eyes stared at Stuchy, like a cold killing machine. Tonight, 7 o'clock. Stuart's face is expressionless. Good. Leaving a word coldly, the 5 Kpos quickly disappeared in front of Stuchy. At this moment, in the hotel, Chaos was sitting on a chair, with his legs crossed and smoking rings. But his mind was all on pure gold. Those almost forgotten memories also began to appear. He remembered a theatrical version called Heart of Gold, which was about a scientist 200 years ago who smelted a kind of pure gold that could prolong life as long as creatures wore it. The scientist and her daughter inside have not changed for 200 years, and they are no different from immortality. Chaos knew very well that pure gold was not pure gold without any impurities, but was extracted through science. Maybe there was carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, genetically modified and other messy chemistry and technology in it. I don't understand. It was a pleasant surprise. According to the time of the theatrical version, it seems that after defeating Doflamingo, Wang Luffy offered a reward of 500 million Bailey at the time. This Golden Heart theatrical version was actually to create momentum for the Golden City. Let us not talk about the time difference first, since we know the news and don't get the pure gold, it will definitely be struck by thunder. You know that is something that prolongs life and keeps you young. However, the world government and the explosive pirates seem to be eyeing their own things, which is worth it. He has always robbed other people's things, when will it be someone else's turn to rob him? It's like giving him eye drops. Can't bear it. Crocodile on the bed was silent. Glancing at Chaos from the image in front of him, he swore. The temperature in the room became a lot colder because the man's face was constantly changing. But how did this man notice that he knew that Stussy would betray? It's like knowing that Stussy is going out with those connectors. On the other hand, Stussy went to the red light district of the Chambord Islands and inquired about the auction. Obviously, the red light district of the Chambord Islands also had Stuchy's influence. On the way to the hotel, Stussy was tangled with a small bag. Are you really going to shoot at that man? But Stussy remembered the previous man's attitude towards her. Although it was only a slight change, she was sensitive to it. Especially the sentence, smart people are generally easy to make mistakes, and some mistakes are made once and there is no chance. The more Stussy thought about it, the more wrong it became. No matter how she thought about it, this sentence was said to her. With that man's scheming. He must be beating her. Did the man notice it long ago? With an uneasy mood, Stuffy looked at the hotel in front of him, took a deep breath and walked in. Many pirates around looked at Stuffy, but didn't make a move. Obviously worrying about something. "I'm back." The door was not locked, and Stuffy pushed it open and entered the hall, watching Chaos and Crocodile on the sofa as usual. "Sit. What news have you heard?" Chaos crossed Lang's legs, glanced at Stuffy, and then continued to pick his nails with golden nail clippers, while Crocodile read the news without looking at Stuffy. "Tomorrow, there will be a large auction in the one area. I heard that there will be an auction of mermaids and devil fruits. It's the force of Sea King Amit." Stuffy stacked her white legs and poured herself a cup of tea. "Tell me about this Sea King." Chaos was still slowly picking his nails. "Underworld boss knows." "Of course. At present, there are many forces in the underground world, among which the Ocean King is one of them. The main business is the ocean transportation industry, and the forces are very strong. Tell me about the rest." After listening to the information of the Sea King, Chaos motioned for Stuffy to continue. "Besides the Ocean King, the rest is the tobacconist, Thatch, who is in the tobacco business and monopolizes almost 60% of the world's share. Boss, the cigar you smoke is made and sold by this guy. And the enslavement king, Kalidastro, the largest slave hunting group in the underground world, with the Tianlong people behind it. Finally, there is the charming woman, Medusa, who is engaged in the business of drugs and medicines, and occupies 40% of the world's share. The power is extremely large, and it is implicated in various forces." Stussy paused and took a sip of water. "There's more. Except for the Sea King Chaos who has heard of it, it is the first time that the Tobacco Man, the Slave King, and the Immorous Woman have heard of it. It seems that the future underground kings in this period have not fully risen. Like an arrogant man who was born to be a king. The next thing in power is the funeral home magnate Drago Bikello, who is in the business of dead people and organs. And warehousing boss, Hyder Gibson, king of usury, Duffield. Big news, Morgans, and my red light district." Chaos had heard of the people that Stuffy said next, and they were all future underground kings. "What else?" Chaos motioned for Stuffy to continue. "That's about it, nothing else is enough." Stuffy shook his head, a trace of disdain could be heard in his words. "Think about anything else." Chaos blew his nails and looked at Stussy lazily. X. Chapter 109 B keeps pretending, will lose that sense of hierarchy. Chapter 109 B keeps pretending, will lose that sense of hierarchy. No, the current situation in the underground world is like this. Stuffy thought for a moment and found that nothing was missing. Think again. Chaos smiled gently, as if waiting for something. Stuffy met Chaos' smiling black eyes, and for some reason his heart suddenly burst. But she still calmed down. "No more. Think again, you may have missed something." Chaos was very patient, took out a cigar and set it on fire. "I haven't missed anything." Stuffy already felt that the atmosphere was wrong, and now she has reacted. What this man asked was not whether there were other forces in the underground world, but something else. Is it? Facing the face that was gradually getting colder, Stuffy's heart sank. "Call out." Chaos stretched out his hand and grabbed Stussy, who flew directly in front of him uncontrollably, and his smooth and white neck was directly pinched by Chaos. Stuffy suffocated for the first time, and the chill so close at hand made her hair stand. "Given you so many opportunities, you are still pretending to be stupid. What I hate most is traitors." As if looking at a dead man, Chaos gradually increased the strength of his right hand. Stuffy truly felt the death, and his face gradually turned red and purple. This man is really going to kill her. The so-called Liang Xiangxu is just whimsical. I didn't betray you. Stuffy shouted with almost all her strength. She had already seen the gate of hell, and her desire to survive at the time of death made her cry out her last cry, which almost became a swan song. Chaos's eyes were sharp, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Fortunately, the strength loosened up a bit. 10 breaths in the blink of an eye can be like years for Stussy. Boom. He let go of his hand and Stussy knelt directly on the ground, coughing loudly and breathing desperately, and the 5 fingerprints could be clearly seen on the white jade neck. The air was so sweet to Stussy at this moment. It took about a minute for Stussy to come back to normal, looking up at Chaos, who was sitting on the sofa again, and said, "Although there is an order for me to catch you, I won't do it. I will bring in those 5 Kpos. If you still don't trust me, I can kill them myself." If Stussy hadn't been exposed yet, she would not have become the well-known queen of joy in the underground world, Stussy. A woman who is too stupid will die miserably, and a woman who is too smart will die even more miserably. You only have this choice. Chaos seemed to be speaking to Stussy, but also to Crocodile, who was beside him. I know. Stussy returned to that elegant Stussy again, very calm. He didn't seem to be panicking at all. Crocodile pouted, but Chaos really wanted to kill Stussy, which he did not expect. He could really feel it. If it wasn't for Stutsy's last voice, even if it was a second slower, it would have turned into a corpse now. Get up. Chaos' face returned to normal, and when Rui couldn't see the ferocity and ruthlessness just now, and he was not embarrassed at all. Stussy got up from the ground and sat down on the sofa again in silence. Tell me about pure gold. Chaos is now intrigued by the pure gold that prolongs life. More than 100 years ago, a scientist named Mischina Asi studied metal smelting technology on the island of alchemy, and finally synthesized and refined a kind of pure gold, by some means. Things, shining like the sun in the dark, can delay the passage of life. Its great value is rumored to be able to buy the whole world. After investigation by the Kpo agency, it was found that the island of alchemy was swallowed by a large sea king lanternfish. Some people found traces in the New World. It is said that this lanternfish likes gold the most. The most important thing is that the daughter of a suspected scientist has appeared. Even if it has been more than 100 years, she still maintains her childhood appearance. Stussy made known information plainly. Really or not? Can you prolong your lifespan? Can you still look like a child for more than 100 years? Crocodile next to him was dumbfounded. He felt that Stuart was bragging. Chaos was smoking a cigar, thoughtfully. If the time of the theatrical version corresponds, it should happen more than 20 years later. 20 years later, as the protagonist of the theatrical version, Messina Olga, also known as the daughter of the scientist Stussy said, lived to be 206 years old, but her appearance remained the same as when she was a child. Not the slightest change. This is no different from eternal youth. Could it be that Olga came out of the belly of the lanternfish ahead of time? It's not impossible, after all. It may have appeared several times in the past 200 years. In addition, if Chaos remembers correctly, the lanternfish is a large sea king. It has 3 stomachs, and each stomach has a small island. You can imagine how huge this guy is. The most important thing is the lantern sarcoma on the head of this lanternfish, which seems to be full of gold. As for whether it is pure gold that can prolong life, it is hard to say. It may be ordinary gold. But judging from the size of the lanternfish, even if the lantern sarcoma is full of gold, it is estimated to be the size of a small island. I have to be nice. The world is truly incredible. Even if it wasn't for pure gold, Chaos had to get hold of the island-sized gold. Boss, it can't be true. Seeing that Chaos was thoughtful, Crocodile was completely uneasy. It's true. The legendary island of alchemy is in the third stomach of the lanternfish. This sea king has 3 stomachs, and each stomach has an island. Chaos breathed a smoke ring and nodded. 3 stomachs? All with an island? Boss, how do you know? Stuffy was also stunned. She felt that this man knew more information than she did. Lanternfish has 3 stomachs, and she doesn't know that there are 3 islands in it. I can predict the future. Chaos looked at Stussy with a low expression. His eyes swallowed everything like a black hole, filled with nothingness and mystery. Stuffy was stunned again, even Crocodile. The two were taken aback by Chaos' serious expression. Because Chaos doesn't look like a joke. Boss, don't make trouble. Some of the suffocating atmosphere was interrupted by a wave of Crocodile's hand, obviously not convinced. Losha, time will tell. Chaos looked unpredictable, with a smoke ring from his mouth floating in front of him, which added a touch of mystery to that expression. Boss, you can really predict the future? Crocodile was a little stumped, because Chaos's expression was too realistic. Huh? Chaos didn't answer directly, just lightly. Stuffy stared at Chaos, as if trying to tell the truth, and the 2 eyebrows were almost drawn together. Looking at the expressions of the 2, Chaos was satisfied. He also came up with a sense of mystery on a whim, and the results were not bad. As long as they are sure that they can predict the future, it is estimated that these guys will feel a lot more peaceful and fear him a lot. It will be a lot easier to lead a team in the future. It's really not easy to be the master of the house and make the team bigger and stronger. You have to convince everyone in terms of strength, aura, mystery, and appearance. Introduce me to the explosive pirates. B. Just install it. If you keep wearing it, you will lose that sense of hierarchy. So Chaos changed the subject. Yes. Stuffy came back to his senses and began to introduce the explosive pirates to Chaos, but he kept thinking about the future in his mind. X. Chapter 110b, Wear a Dress Day and Night. Chapter 110b, Wear a Dress Day and Night. Night falls. A crescent moon began to climb up the sky, releasing white moonlight. The starry sky tonight is extraordinarily bright, and there are many people peeping at the hotel. All of them are younger brothers sent by various forces or pirates. The floor-tossling windows on the highest floor of the hotel. Chaos looked out the window with red wine. The lights were dim and it was still so lively. Boss, it's almost time. Stuffy changed into an orange short dress, stepped on high heels and looked at Chaos's back. Crocodile was smoking in the living room. Then let's get started. After draining the red wine in the glass, Chaos turned to look at Stussy, then walked to the living room sofa and sat down. Yes. Stussy didn't know where to get a phone bug, and after dialing it, he said the word action. It's already 7 o'clock in the evening. Almost 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Chaos and Crocodile looked at each other, then closed their eyes and slumped on the sofa. It was time to act. Stuffy got up from the sofa, stepped on high heels to open the door, and it turned out to be 5 octopus pose. How are things? 5 people filed out, all vigilant. I temporarily stunned the Golden Emperor and the Desert King with the medicine. Stuffy lied without blinking, and led the 5 people into the living room, just in time to see Chaos and Crocodile lying on the sofa. The 2 are breathing evenly now, and at a glance they know they are fast asleep. Stussy, you are doing well. I didn't expect it to be caught so easily. One of the thin octopus sneered. What bullshit, Golden Emperor, they haven't caught it yet. As expected of you, no man can escape your palm. The headed octopus took a closer look, and after finding that there was no problem, he turned to Stuffy. Don't talk nonsense, there are many people who are eyeing the Golden Emperor. We must fight quickly. I don't know how long the medicine can make this guy unconscious. Stuffy walked to the sofa, coldly and unceremoniously, standing in the middle of Chaos and Crocodile. "Bring the Golden Emperor and the Desert King." The octopus Kpo didn't waste any time, and immediately took pose. One fat and one thin, went to catch Chaos and Crocodile. Boom! The accident came in vain. The whole room exploded, and the surrounding walls fell off to reveal the lock of the sky inside. There was no dead angle in all directions to form a birdcage, and it was dyed with weapons and turned into black and gold, and it quickly gathered and began to compress the space. On the heads of everyone, a large piece of gold powder fell in shock. Not good. Sneak attack. Fucked. Stussy, how dare you betray us? The 5 Kpos were furious, and the other party was obviously ready, waiting for them to come to the door automatically. Damn. Octopus Kpo attacked at the first time, and his right hand was covered with armed color and was full of murderous intentions and grabbed towards Stuffy. Boom. Chaos on the sofa suddenly opened his eyes. His black and golden fists moved forward, and as the huge storm swept through, he grabbed Stussy and Crocodile with both hands and stepped back, standing outside the birdcage without hindrance. Don't let the gold dust touch it. The look under the octopus Kpo mask is extremely ugly. They are now catching turtles in the urn, especially the large amount of gold powder is eroding them all the time. Chaos stood outside the birdcage with a look of contempt on his face. He stretched out his right hand and held it in the air. All the gold powder in the birdcage began to rotate and merge into one. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an airtight golden ball that bound the 5 people. Only one head was left outside. What happened? She is the goddess of the Golden Emperor. Someone shot. At this moment, many people watching outside the hotel looked at the huge shadow falling from the sky, and the explosion at the top of the hotel, all of which showed that someone was shooting against the Golden Emperor. Jingle bell. The goddess of the gods stood in the night sky, the huge slender hand pointed to the foot, and the golden light wheel erected behind it all turned into thick heavenly locks, which blocked the entire hotel without dead ends. And the end of the lock of the sky was caught by the goddess of the gods, as if the entire hotel could be pulled up and taken away with a single touch. This scene is very impactful. In the dilapidated room at the moment, Chaos set down a cigar and took a sip, watching the Kpo with only his head outside in the golden ball in the bird cage. They were struggling constantly. It's a pity that when his hands and feet are bound, and only his head is left, he can't break free at all, and it is useless to break free. Crack. Chaos snapped his fingers, separated a large amount of gold powder from the lock of heaven, and forced it into the body through the nostrils and ears of the 5 people. The effect of God's control was achieved. The golden ball dissolved and turned into a tributary, and the lock of the surrounding sky became one, and then the goddess who was lifted into the sky and surrounded by the gods turned into a ribbon on the wrist again. And the huge bird cage covering the entire hotel also began to lift into the sky and turned into a golden light wheel standing behind it. Is the fight over so soon? Who the hell attacked the Golden Emperor? Many people outside looked at the goddess who disappeared in the night, and looked at the top floor of the hotel. The appearance of the goddess of God seems to have no effect, especially the lock of the sky that surrounds the entire hotel with great fanfare. No matter how you look at it, it is unnecessary. What Kos wanted was more than enough. B. Should be installed day and night. Otherwise it will be very dry. Chaos likes run. You really betrayed. In the room, the 5 Kpos knelt neatly on the ground, and the octopus Kpo-headed was the first to question Stussy. Boss. Do I need to ask anything? Stussy didn't answer the octopus Kpo, and looked at Chaos and asked. Chaos waved his hand on the sofa. These 5 Kpos are not of much value. Puff. The sound of sharp weapons piercing through flesh and blood, and the pungent smell of blood appeared in the room. Stucci shot with lightning speed and pierced the leftmost KPO head on the spot with a finger gun. Blood and brain plasma overflowed, and the body twitched and lost movement. "Stussy, you!" Puff puff. 3 voices sounded in succession. Except for the octopus KPO, all the other 4 KPOs fell to the ground, with a 2-finger-wide blood hole on their forehead, and the broken wall behind their head could be seen from the front. Blood was dripping from Stuart's red-painted fingers. The delicate face is full of calm, like pinching 4 ants to death. "This guy is still useful to me." Just as Stucci was about to take a shot at the octopus KPO, Chaos stopped him. "The situation in the Chambord Islands will be very chaotic next, so we have to continue to prepare. He has been relying on his brain to eat, and he is still cautious in his arrogance." "Yes." Stuffy withdrew, the loyalty she had already expressed. "This time there is absolutely no turning back. Even if there is, it will only be guilty and meritorious, and I am afraid that it will no longer be trusted. I don't know if this decision was right or wrong. You can't escape." The octopus spoke coldly. Stuffy knew too many things, and the world government would definitely find a way to clear it up. The next dispatch will not be their KPO, but a stronger one. In the KPO spy agency, their strength and status are the lowest. If they weren't caught by surprise this time, they would not have been without the slightest resistance. Funny. Crocodile smiled disdainfully. What they were after was excitement and heartbeat, being hunted down. They were too happy. Even if they are not hunted down, they will take the initiative to cause trouble and invite them to be hunted down. This is the purpose culture of their team. Starting point, extremely deep. Buckle T is a bit of a girl paper, 14,800 starting point coin reward, love you. X. Chapter 111 _ Let's dance to your heart's content. Chapter 111 _ Let's dance to your heart's content. The moon is hazy, the navy is stationed. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, but the entire garrison was brightly lit, and many elite marines were patrolling. SHHHHH. The 4 figures appeared out of thin air, with no intention of hiding at all. Who? The patrolling marines immediately held fire guns and looked alert. HMPH, we want to see Lord Oswald and Lord Idonria's palace. A cold and arrogant voice came from under the mask, which put a lot of pressure on several sailors. Masks, fancy clothes, who is this? Not the KPO. The sound here suddenly alerted other directions, and the leader was a colonel. KPO. Compared with the less informed sailors, the colonel obviously knew about the KPO institution. Where do Lord Oswald and Lord Idonria's palace live? Stuffy was wearing a mask. His eyes were full of indifference, and his tone was imperative. 4 lords, please come with us. The colonel did not dare to stop him, because he had seen these 4 people during the day, but there were 5 during the day, and now there are 4, still carrying suitcases. Under the leadership of the colonel, Stucci went around in 4 rounds to the heavily fortified residential area. Outside the most luxurious building, there were a large number of guards in black suits, as well as marines. Have the 2 adults rested? Stuffy looked at the captain of the guard indifferently. The 4 adults, Lord Oswald and Lord Idonria's palace, have not rested yet. I will report immediately. Come on. Yes. As the guards went in to report, Stuffy and Chaos next to him looked at each other. That's right, except for the octopus KPO, who is a genuine one, the rest are 3 fakes, Stuffy, Chaos, and Crocodile. Now the octopus KPO is controlled and can't speak at all. Lord Lieutenant General, the 5 KPOs during the day are here again. At this moment, in the top office, he, who was dealing with government affairs, also learned the news of the KPO's visit. Don't worry about it. Crane just raised his head a little and resumed his work. She really can't control what the KPO does, and if necessary, she has to obey the Kpo. When necessary, the Kpo can even command the Admiral. It is conceivable how high the power of the Kpo is. As far as she knew, the Kpo seemed to be investigating something, but she didn't know anything about it. There is no order above, all she is doing now is waiting for the Warring States period to come to the Chambord Islands, and she only needs to be responsible for the safety of the two Tianlong people during the period. On the other side, chaos entered the place where the dragon people lived without any obstacle. Lord Roswald, Lord Idonria's palace. Chaos wore a mask and looked at Roswald and Idonrias sitting on the sofa. The former was automatically ignored, but it was this female Tianlong, whose noble temperament was very attractive. A real lady. It may be because of identity, so it has unique lethality. If it were replaced by the vulgar chaos from the previous life, at this time he would have a hard idea, a sticky suggestion, a wet process, and a soft ending. It's a pity that his current pursuit has sublimated completely out of low fun. Otherwise, the love story will come at your fingertips. For example, I want to hold your dash, put my hand on your colon, stroke your period, use my exclamation mark, and leave a string of ellipses inside your parentheses. Unfortunately, everyone has to grow up. And this is life. Pull away. Is something wrong? Roswald was still wearing a bubble mask, and was a little impatient with the interruptions from Stucci and others. Because he is going to rest soon, and he has to participate in the auction tomorrow, it is said that this time the mermaid, he has been looking forward to it for a long time. We failed to capture the Golden Emperor, but we harvested a lot of pure gold. Tomorrow, the two adults are going to participate in the auction, so they brought them here on purpose. As Stuffy spoke, Crocodile opened the suitcase he was carrying, and it was full of pure gold bars, and the color of these golds could be seen to be of the highest quality. The density alone is more than 10 times that of ordinary gold. So heavy. Roswald's eyes were instantly attracted. Under the light of the suitcase opened by Crocodile, the gold bars inside seemed to be glowing, and the gold was very gorgeous and precious. Ha, you guys are doing well. Roswald left the sofa and walked to the suitcase with joy. He picked up a gold bar and found that it was very heavy. As everyone knows, at the moment Roswald picked up the gold bar, a lot of gold powder had invaded the body silently, which caused the weight of the gold bar to begin to become lighter. Excited Roswald did not find out, but God assisted and picked up 2 gold bars and handed them to Idonria's palace, who had been sitting on the sofa. Lord Roswald, Lord Idonria's palace, we will retire first. Let's go, let's go. Roswald didn't have time to take care of the studs. He picked up the gold bars in the other suitcases and began to play with them. Stupid. Crocodile's eyes are full of these 2 words. Stussy is very calm, while the octopus Kpo is very anxious, but the body control is not in his own hands. After leaving the Navy station, Chaos took off his clothes and mask, and he could just go about it. God's control has been ambushed in the bodies of 2 Tianlong people, and they can be used to threaten the Navy when necessary. What if the Warring States came? Not to be obedient and become his thug. Then he can walk sideways in the Chambord Islands. It went too smoothly. Crocodile was a little disappointed in the tumbled cigar. Boss, what's he going to do? Stuffy also returned to his original state, tidying up his short blonde wavy hair and looking at the octopus Kpo who was standing still. Chaos didn't speak, but the next moment, the octopus Kpo flew uncontrollably in midair, and its body began to expand like a balloon, and finally exploded like a fireworks. All kinds of meat and internal organs, sprayed with blood, dyed the grass red. This guy is useless. The escape route is ready, let's dance to your heart's content. Chaos opened his hands and laughed out loud. Crocodile was smoking a cigar, and his face was full of uncontrollable excitement. Stuffy looked at the two men and exhaled lightly. It seems that life will not be so boring in the future. In the New World, a warship is rapidly approaching the Red Soil continent. General Zephyr, the Red Earth continent has arrived. A major adjutant pushed aside the cabin, entered the office and looked at the man with a resolute face. It was Zephyr who was called back by air. They plan to take the elevator directly over the Red Soil continent to quickly reach the Great Route. As for the warship, it has already been prepared, and this warship will also stay in the port under the Red Soil continent. Because the Whitebeard and the Golden Lion might appear in the Chambord Islands, I asked Zephyr to come back just in case. Go get ready. Yes. At the same time, at an altitude of 1,000 meters in the New World, a black cloud with thunder and lightning flashed. On it stood a tall, muscular man with short amaranth hair, a white scarf like a flower, a pair of black gloves, wearing manion black jeans and a pair of black spiked boots. Charlotte Category, the most powerful son of Big Mom Charlotte Lingerling, is also a powerful character who has cultivated knowledge and see to predict the future. The head of the future 4 stars. The current category is very young. But he is already the most powerful person in the Charlotte family apart from Big Mom. At the same time, more and more pirates landed on the Chambord Islands. Bounties of more than 100 million Baileys abound. Chaos and his party have returned to the hotel, recuperating and preparing for tomorrow's auction. I believe there will be a lot of exciting things. In addition, Chaos is also very interested in the things that are auctioned at the auction. An occasion like an auction is simply tailor-made for him. In the middle of the night, the naval station also ushered in a big man, the Admiral of the Warring States of the Buddha. X. Chapter 112 How strong is this vanity? Chapter 112 How strong is this vanity? The next day, the sun rises. It's a rare good weather. No. One mangrove area, the largest auction house. Many pirates or wealthy businessmen and nobles are entering. I heard that there will be many good things in this auction, and even Tianlong people are here. Compared with devil fruits and rare treasures, slaves are the biggest sales items. As long as you have money, you can buy anything, and the beautiful and charming female slaves are even more popular. Look, that's Slippery Delis, who has a reward of 232 million. And her skin is as beautiful as rumored. There were quite a few reporters at the entrance of the auction. All of them were very excited as they watched the big men enter the auction house with their cameras. These materials are all achievements. It's the ghost pirates. The captain, Princess Mononoke, offered a bounty of 280 million. It is said that she is a person with superhuman abilities. She really looks like a girl of 16 or 17, but who would have thought that her real age is in her 30s? Giraffe pirates. That's the prince of the kingdom. It's the dog pirates, and the captain dog King Bugger offers a reward of 130 million. It's in the form of fauna, dog fruit, and hyena. Look, my brother pirate hunter, the elder brother Glass King Rose of Tis. The superhuman type glass fruit person, a reward of 240 million, the younger brother Agate King Harkivts, the superhuman type agate fruit, a reward of 219 million is offered. It's the Shock Pirates. Captain Shock King Temeklin offered a bounty of 731 million. Behind him are the first-ranked giant Pig El Kaka, the second-ranked playboy Rick Mai, and the third-ranked centipede Wang Mingateet. The reward is all over 400 million Baileys. It's really a grand occasion. All of them are big people. As expected of the auction held by Ocean King, the network is so wide. The flash of the camera at the entrance of the auction kept clicking, and there were many phone bugs recording images. This group of reporters seems to know everyone, making some pirates and princes and nobles like big stars, and those who don't know they think they are walking the red carpet. As time passed, more and more big names appeared, such as the Big Mom Pirates headed by Charlotte Prospero, the 8 Treasures Marines, Cone of Green Pepper and so on. The Navy is here. It's Vice Admiral Crane, that is. The Warring States of the Admiral Buddha. Rear Admiral Salino, the rookie monster in the Navy. There are also Tianlong people. As expected of a Tianlong person, he even had the Admiral escort him personally. The originally noisy auction venue suddenly quieted down, and even some pirates who were about to enter the venue stopped, all looking towards the end of the road with a solemn expression. Especially the tall man with a navy cap and a general's cape at the head. Next to the Warring States are the generals such as Crane and Salino, and behind them are the 2 celestial dragons, St. Roswald and Idonria's palace, who are riding on 2 tall slaves. If you look up, you will find that some civilians along the way are all kneeling on the ground, which is the privilege of Tianlong people. Really like the creator. Overtly and secretly, many pirates sneered or disdained, looking at this group of people and sneered. In this group of people, a figure wearing a cloak looked at the slave who was seated by St. Roswald, with a slave ring around his neck, and the tail was held in the hands of St. Roswald. Even pigs and dogs were it's better to have a numb expression, and the hope has been lost in his eyes. The Tianlong people must be overthrown. The dragon clenched his fists, firmer than ever before. Just when the audience was filled with a strange atmosphere, there was a sudden sound of breaking in the sky, which attracted all eyes at once. Everyone raised their heads, their expressions gradually becoming surprised. Bang bang bang. One after another, golden warriors with a height of 3 meters fell to the ground, all holding golden shields and long spears, and stepped out of the pit to divide into 4 camps, leaving a path in the middle, as if the soldiers in the military parade were waiting. Immediately afterwards, a large piece of golden cherry blossom petals fell, shining with golden brilliance under the sunlight. 18 miniature goddesses with a height of 1.8 meters, dressed in palace skirts, holding colorful ribbons, 3,000 blonde hair hanging down, slowly landing, all have different appearances, but all of them are surprisingly beautiful. Almost at the same time, all the golden warriors put down their shields and knelt down on one knee with their spears in their hands. All the 18 goddesses put their right hands on their left hands and clenched their fists with both hands. He bowed slightly, bowed his head and lowered his eyebrows, and bowed slightly to perform the ancient woman's blessing ceremony. This flipping action is highly neat. 2 figures fell from the sky again. They were Crocodile, who was wearing a black fur coat, with a big back and a cigar, with a look of contempt. A proper underworld boss temperament. Next to him is Stuthy, wearing high-heeled sandals and wearing only a pink mini dress. Those 2 long, slender and white legs are smooth and pink, as if they only need to go up a little to spy on the scenery of the absolute realm. The slender hand painted with pink nail polish carried a small bag, and the right hand swept the hair on the forehead to the root of the ear to hide the shame in his heart. She was a little uncomfortable with this high-profile middle school appearance. With the appearance of Crocodile and Stutchy, a luxurious throne slowly descended from the sky behind the 2. The handles on both sides were lifelike dragon heads, and the back of the chair was engraved with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers and trees. Xwaniu and sword body, and on the throne sat a man. A head of blonde hair is swaying in the wind, his face is stern and resolute. His upper body is naked, showing his 8-pack abs. He is wearing a golden goose feather coat, his lower body is a pair of golden beach pants, and his feet are wearing golden flip-flops. The image that was originally extremely luxurious and noble was just destroyed by the dress of beach pants and flip-flops. But when Chaos rested his chin with one hand and his black eyes squinted at the audience, the contradictory temperament completely changed. Noble, domineering, arrogant, boss, arrogance, contempt, etc. mixed together, making that contradictory temperament completely sublimated. It seems that any temperament can be controlled by this man. When all temperaments are mixed together, it means that you have me and I have you. The first is noble, the second is domineering, and the third is contempt. Every eye sees something different. Chaos was very satisfied with the stunned and shocked expressions of everyone in the audience, but he was still one step away. His eyes stared slightly, an arrogant will to be self-respecting and arrogant to all things, extremely domineering and radiating the audience. The sky that was originally clear sky began to roll with black clouds, and the black and red thunderbolts were like centipede scars constantly flashing in the air. That arrogant will galloped, and the wind swept people upside down wherever they went. Puff puff. One after another figure fell to the ground with their eyes turned white, and the expressions of the people who were stunned changed greatly. No one thought that the Golden Emperor would be so arrogant. Crocodile, who was standing in front of Chaos, was very calm. Holding a cigar with one hand, he puffed out the clouds in a hurry. Although Stuffy remained calm, the corners of his mouth continued to twitch slightly. The man behind him is acting like a bully again. This appearance is already arrogant and embarrassing enough, and it is still not satisfied. How strong is the vanity? X. Chapter 113 _ Do you think this is the end of B? Chapter 113 _ Do you think this is the end of B? Golden Emperor, you are courting death. Warring states frowned and took a step forward to stop the overlord from pouring out. Although the other party was not coming for them, if there was any accident from the Tianlong people, it would be a big deal. Because of such a block in the Warring States period, the Tianlong people didn't feel anything. It was just the gust of wind and the appearance of chaos, as well as the special effects of thunder and lightning, which made the two of them pale. Obviously still frightened. And the pirates who were still standing or crumbling in the audience were constantly changing their expressions. The Golden Emperor is too much. Also too arrogant. They just didn't take them seriously. Is this going to give them a slap in the face? Therefore, many people's faces are not very good looking. Now seeing the Warring States come out, all of them are watching from the sidelines. Isn't this Admiral Sengoku? You, and Lieutenant General Crane. Long time no see, Paul Salino. What do you think about my previous proposal? Become the most arrogant man in the world with me? Chaos flicked the gold maple leaf earrings, a habitual action. As if they had just discovered the Sengoku group, they smiled and waved to Paul Salino. This light-hearted look was not taken into account at all. Warring States, is he the Golden Emperor? Rovard Sant was very unhappy, and the way the other side played made him very unhappy. Stole his limelight. Can't stand it. Yes. Catch him for me, and I'll make him a slave. Roswell's eyes were full of greed, and he looked at the Golden Warrior and the small goddess who were kneeling on the ground. It was similar to the gold sent by the Kpo last night, and there was no impurities at all. Sengoku frowned slightly at the order of Saint Roswell. If the Tianlong people weren't here, he would do it, but now the situation in the Chambord Islands is very chaotic. He must devote his main energy to dealing with the two guys who are coming, and it is estimated that the time is almost the same. I'm here to keep you safe, and I'll send you back to Mary Yo when the auction is over. Warring States refused directly. He didn't want to make extra troubles now. What? St. Roswald was a little stunned, obviously not expecting that the Warring States would reject his order. The Chambord archipelago is very dangerous now. Our main task is to protect you. Please don't make it difficult for us. Crane's tone was calm and explained for the Warring States period. Dangerous? What's the danger? St. Roswald is a little angry. Who in this world dares to do something to them? especially when there is an admiral in the navy. We'll explain when it's over, but for now please follow our arrangements. For your safety. Crane's tone was a little stiff. She would rather work 3 days and 3 nights than guard this group of Tianlong people. Listen to their arrangements. Didn't you come here to participate in the auction? Just as St. Roswald continued to be angry, Idenria's palace spoke up, obviously more sensible than St. Roswald. Humph. Although St. Roswald was a little unhappy, he still obeyed the words of Idenria's palace. TSK TSK TSK. The Overlord's color receded like the tide. Chaos stood up from the throne, fluttered to the ground and looked at the Sengoku group. His contemptuous face was full of sympathy. Look, look, dignified across the sea, let countless pirates. The terrified naval admiral was so aggrieved. If I can't stand it. In the Warring States period, why don't you betray the navy and make your own way? Or how about partnering with me and becoming the most arrogant man in the world? Chaos took out a cigar, wore golden flip-flops after settling it down, and stretched out an olive branch to a few of the Warring States period while walking in a breathless pace. I don't know where the confidence and courage come from. In the face of Chaos' arrogance, Sengoku's face was stern, and then he ignored it. He directly brought the team into the auction, and did not want to talk too much with Chaos. But his heart has already decided the future for Chaos. Be sure to catch this guy next time we meet. Now his primary purpose is to protect the Tianlong people and deal with the coming 2 monsters. Compared with the danger of these 2 real monsters, the Golden Emperor is still far behind. No fun. Chaos breathed out a smoke ring with little interest, and with a wave of his right hand, all the golden warriors and the goddess of the mini-gods flew into the sky, and soon disappeared into the sky. Crocodile and Stuthy, who had been tensing up and ready to fight, breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, I was afraid that the war would start. This life is really shocking. Go in and show them what a rich man is. Chaos snorted coldly, thinking that we ended like this. No. This is just the beginning. Leaving a comatose corpse in one place, Chaos brought Crocodile and Stutty into the auction. The light was a little dim, but he would soon get used to it. The approach of Chaos was like a big light bulb in the dark night, attracting almost all eyes. It's just that there are still many vacancies in the audience, and it is estimated that many people will arrive later. Facing the eyes of these bulls, ghosts and snakes, if an ordinary person would have been paralyzed with fright, Chaos was calm, and even kept the expression of garbage on his face. Behind him, Crocodile also had a dogging expression whose eyes were higher than the top and used his nostrils to despise the audience. Very beaten. Only Stuart is normal. With Crocodile and Stutchy, Chaos walked down the red carpeted aisle, and the seats in the entire auction hall were fan-shaped, from high to low. The closer you get to the auction table, the lower the seats, just like the seats in the cinema, but with a large range. BFFT. Puff puff. As Chaos passed by, the pirates or nobles on both sides of the seats all rolled their eyes and planted on the ground, obviously stunned by the Overlord. Many pirates dared not to speak out, but just gnashed their teeth and looked at the back of Chaos. Damn. Too wild. Many pirate captains looked at their fainted subordinates, and the Golden Emperor was simply slapping them in the face. Deceiving too much. Fortunately, the Golden Emperor didn't go too far. He just stunned the people from the first row to the third row on both sides of the aisle. This means that Chaos's Overlord color can be actively controlled, instead of indiscriminately attacking or even affecting his companions like he just awakened. When I got to the first row, it was empty. Not far away is the Warring States group. A bunch of poor people. Chaos' voice spread throughout the venue, and without turning around, you could detect the blushing faces of those princes, nobles, or pirates. Crack. The snap of the fingers was crisp and loud, and the next moment the roof of the auction venue shattered, a golden throne, 2 golden chairs, and a golden table fell, smashing the first round, appearing in the eyes of the audience. "Is there anyone in charge? Order melons, fruits and red wine. Don't you know how to look at your face?" Chaos sat on the golden throne, smoking a cigar and frowning slightly. Crocodile and Stutchy were sitting on the golden chairs, and they could feel the sight of countless sharp swords, as if they were going to shoot through them. Most of the people in the venue became short of breath. Facing such a fiery and well-received gaze, both Chaos and Crocodile enjoyed it very much, only Stuffy was a little embarrassed and melancholy. Looking at the happy expressions on the faces of the 2 people in front of me, I enjoyed it very much. Sin. "Captain, I can't help it. Damn, I'm going to kill him." Too arrogant. "Calm down, the Golden Emperor will live so madly for a while. Don't be impulsive. The anger is constantly being stirred up, and even honest people can't help it now." X. Chapter 114 _ The lethality is simply a knife. 999. Chapter 114 _ The lethality is simply a knife. 999. Facing those incompetent fury, Chaos dismissed him. As the waiter in the auction brought some melons and fruits, the auction officially started after about 10 minutes. In the perception of seeing and hearing, there are many big people in the venue. "Welcome everyone to participate in this auction. I'm auctioneer Yissy." The lights of the venue began to dim, and an extremely charming mature woman walked up from the backstage. Especially the pair of murder weapons hit at least 36E, which can be said to be a bully in a wave, wearing a veil and wearing a red 3-point style inside. Even the black garter socks worn by the long legs can also be clearly seen. This is a goblin. Still a very charming fairy. The lethality to men is simply a knife. 999. Chaos could even feel that many nobles were blushing and breathing heavily. Compared to the man's gasp, the women cursed and wanted to stab ye to death with a knife. Let's not gossip, let's get started. Yes, he didn't have a long speech, just announced the start. Some play cards out of line. As soon as the words left the stage, a beautiful young waitress appeared, holding a plate in her hand, and there was a fruit with a strange pattern on it. This is the devil fruit, the secret treasure of the sea. Fauna, bear fruit, brown bear form. The starting price is 1 Bailey, and the higher bidder will win. The audience was quiet at first, and then there was discussion. A Bailey? Did they hear it right? You must know that even the most rubbish devil fruit can be auctioned for 100 million Baileys. Brown bear fruit knows what kind of fauna it is. This is an animal known for its strength. The starting price was 1 Bailey. Some nobles scoffed. In their opinion, this devil fruit is more valuable than a beautiful female slave or a strong male slave. But the pirates were excited. This is the secret treasure of the sea. As long as you eat it, you can change from an ordinary person to a strong one. 50 million Baileys. A voice was deafening. 50 million Baileys to get a devil fruit? 80 million Baileys. There are pirates with disdain. Well, 90 million berries. This is the secret treasure of the sea. I am 150 million Bailey. A pirate who looks very rich directly raised the price to 150 million, but it was surpassed before it paused for 10 seconds. 180 million. 200 million. 210 million. As it rose to 200 million Baileys, the originally boiling venue began to sparse. Many pirates sighed. Boss, do we want to auction? Crocodile was eating the cantaloupe, and looked at Chaos with a pleasant look. In his opinion, this devil fruit is rubbish. As the richest man in the world, how can there be no collectibles? Chaos took a sip of the red wine, snapped his fingers, and the ceiling that had been broken before began to tinkle. Bells and gold coins kept falling. Jingle bell. Whoa! The sound of a lot of metal collisions overwhelmed all the sounds, and they kept falling on the auction table from the air, all of which were gold coins with the head of chaos printed on them. Everyone is stupid. Look at the gold coins that keep falling on the ground. What a luxury. So rich. Are there any higher prices? Auctioneer Yessie secretly looked at Chaos, winking like silk, as if to melt Chaos into her body. Chaos smoked his cigar, as if the gold coins were just a drizzle to him. It was indeed a drizzle. Are there any higher prices? Is there a price higher than that of the Golden Emperor? Congratulations, Lord Golden Emperor, this devil fruit is yours. Yessie waved to the waiter to send the devil fruit down. Immediately afterwards, two strong men came out of the backstage and picked up the scattered gold coins. Although their professionalism kept them calm, when all the gold was packed up, their hearts trembled. That's already worth more than 1 billion Baileys. Whether it is density or material, it is first-class pure gold. Buying a zoological devil fruit with more than 1 billion Baileys gold coins can only be said to be rich. Use so much gold to auction off a common animal, idiot. Although many people cursed, their jealousy was broken. So arrogant. Hit it with gold. And it's shameless, and the gold coin has his own head printed on the front and back. Grass. The more I looked, the more I wanted to kill the Golden Emperor. Next is the second devil fruit, animal type, rat fruit, golden rat form. The starting price is still 1 Bailey. Ye didn't waste her time, and she didn't know if it was intentional. The first tyrant in the pair of 36 sea waves kept beating towards Chaos. More nasty. Chaos didn't even lift his head, and threw the brown bear fruit in his hand. After observing for a while, it was just like that. He raised his hand and threw it from the ceiling. It flew out into the air and was automatically caught by the golden warrior. Then he sent it to the goddess of God, and then put it into the body. At a height of 100 meters, he was even taller than Ultraman. As long as Chaos is willing, an inner space can be formed in the body of the goddess of God. Many people reluctantly looked away from the broken ceiling and continued to compete for the second devil fruit. 100 million. The first pirate said 100 million directly. It seemed that he wanted to pick up the leak. It's a pity. 110 million. 130 million. 150 million. This devil fruit has not been photographed by many people, and its value is far less than that of the brown bear fruit. 300 million. The extremely arrogant voice shouted, causing all eyes to turn in one direction. Even Chaos did. It's a dragon man. Are the Tianlong people going to take action? Hey! The Tianlong people seem to be provoking the Golden Emperor. At this moment, Saint Ros looked at Chaos with disdain, just like looking at a lowly beggar. Obviously, what happened outside just made him unhappy. As for why the first one was not auctioned, I don't know why. Chaos took a slow sip of the cigar, and with a casual snap of his fingers, the wonderful sound of jingle bells rang out in the air again. The rain of gold coins began to crackle down on the auction table again. This time is twice as much as last time. If the auction of brown bear fruit is 1 billion Baileys, it will be 2 billion Baileys this time. Please wait a moment, everyone, we need to proofread the gold of Lord Golden Emperor. Auctioneer Yessie showed a spring breeze, and quickly beckoned 3 strong men and an old man with glasses who looked like a scholar from the backstage. A minute later, the old scholar said something in Yessie's ear. It has just been determined that the gold coins of Lord Golden Emperor have a minimum value of 2 billion Bailey. Do you want to continue bidding, Lord Tianlong? With her sexy red lips showing, Yessie looked at Street Roswald with a wink. What? 2 billion Baileys? The audience was shocked by Ye's words. Damn it. How can so much money? That rumor is true, as long as you catch the Golden Emperor. You can become the richest person in the world. To seize the Golden Emperor is to seize the whole world. Abominable. Whether it is a pirate or a noble, his eyes are red. Even St. Roswald was stunned. One shot is 2 billion Bailey? 2.5 billion Baileys. St. Roswald was not frightened, mere 2 billion Baileys were a drizzle to him, and money was just a number to the Tianlong people. Starting point, extremely deep deduction. T is a bit of a girl paper, 20,000 starting point coin day reward. I owe you 2 updates, I will make up for it after it is on the shelves, plus the 2 cute masters have a total of 22 updates. Deep buckle, from Kihao, 1,500 starting coins, passing by to sign in soy sauce, 1,000 starting coins, Wuzheng, 300 starting coins, bright unknown starry sky, good book friends, cowhide rope, 100 starting coin. X. Chapter 115 _ It's impossible to keep a low profile. Chapter 115 _ It's impossible to keep a low profile. Jingle bell. Chaos did not speak, and gold coins rained again in the air. The price given by the Golden Emperor is 3 billion Baileys. The old man and scholar finished the count in 10 seconds, and he didn't know how to do it, but he had already ordered it anyway. This time, all eyes appeared on St. Roswald again. Damn, he only took 3 billion Baileys with him this time. 3.5 billion Baileys. St. Roswald is still very tough. Jingle bell. 5 billion Baileys. The old man and the scholar couldn't speak clearly, and kept gulping at the pile of gold coins. Grass. The eyes of everyone in the audience were split, staring at the pile of golden coins. Is this rich? Is he showing off? Just a fruit, it doesn't take so much Bailey. Just when St. Roswald wanted to continue the bidding, the Idonria's palace next to him stopped it, but the look in Chaos's eyes was a bit wrong. Humph. St. Roswald snorted coldly. He was not interested in devil fruits at all, he was interested in slaves. Anyone else bidding? Seeing that Roswald was silent, yes, he couldn't help but scan the audience. Big hair this time. Just 2 ordinary devil fruits were auctioned to 6 billion Baileys. This is something she has never encountered in this industry. Arrogant. Everyone present is scum compared to the Golden Emperor. 5 billion Baileys once. Twice. Congratulations to the Golden Emperor for obtaining this devil fruit in the form of a golden-haired mouse. Yes, charming face smiled like a chrysanthemum. As long as Chaos wanted to, she could swallow the whole Optimus Prime and bring unprecedented stimulation and service. Poor ghost. Crocodile smoked a cigar and looked at St. Roswald with disdain. The sound is also surprisingly loud, at least everyone in the audience can hear it. Immediately the entire venue fell silent. Some people even say that Tianlong people are poor ghosts. What is wild? This is it. Lao Sha, you are not authentic. These are my lines. Chaos had a dark face, and Crocodile actually put his B on, and it seemed that there was no sense of disobedience. This guy is no longer the old Sant he just met. Changed. Boss, this feeling is really cool. Crocodile swallowed the clouds, and even though he pretended to be calm, the corners of his eyes couldn't stop squinting. Obviously, the bee just now greatly satisfied his vanity. He feels a little addicted. Looking at those dazed expressions full of envy and hatred, Crocodile felt relieved. Stuthy looked at the 2 guys, rubbing his forehead with sadness in his eyes. What to do? She can't fit in at all. So embarrassing. I am a normal person with them, it is completely out of tune. Poor ghost. Although Crocodile installed the first bee, Chaos went on to install the second. He wants to pluck the wool twice. Although this kind of rich bee has become a rotten street, it also depends on the identity of the other party. Now the occasion couldn't be more appropriate. That's the Dragon Man. Descendant of God, creator, world noble who can mobilize admirals at any time. In terms of power and wealth, no one can match this group of people. But now there is. Sengoku, catch him for me. St. Roswald's anger rose up, and the other party even said that he was a poor ghost, and said it twice. Uncle can endure sister-in-law intolerable. He hated the garbage, contempt. They looked at him, and he wanted to gouge out their eyes. Golden Emperor, you'd better be honest with me. Warring States had a headache, and turned to chaos with a warning. If it wasn't for a special period, he would have already started. Oh, worthy of being an admiral, he is domineering. But it's a pity only to obey the orders of the poor. Chaos didn't pay attention to the warning of the Warring States period at all. Go to death. No matter who the opponent is, it's the right thing to do. It is impossible to be low-key, and it is impossible to be low-key in this life. In his bones, he was allowed to stir up trouble everywhere, to cause trouble and rain. This is life. Ahem. Next is the third devil fruit, the animal type, dog fruit, weasel form. Yesi on the auction platform saw that the atmosphere was getting more and more depressed, as if a surging volcano was about to erupt, so she quickly changed the topic and brought the whole back to the auction. If the Golden Emperor had a conflict with the Tianlong people, the auction would probably end so hastily. How could she pick wool from the Golden Emperor? The starting price is still a Bailey. 120 million. 130 million. The atmosphere in the venue slowly began to warm up, but Roswada Sound from the naval camp was furious, and Sengoku didn't pay much attention to it with a sullen face. Jingle bell. Gold coins rained down again in the air, and the melodious ethereal sound was the sound of wealth. The originally warmed-up venue could be heard dropping needles again. Everyone looked at the golden coins that kept falling on the stage. Master Golden Emperor bid 1 billion Bailey, is there a higher one? The old scholar still clicked quickly, as if he could figure out how much Bailey this pile of gold coins corresponds to at a glance. 1 billion Baileys once. Yes, he looked at St. Roswald expectantly. 2 billion. The other party did not disappoint her. Jingle bell. The Golden Emperor bid 3 billion Baileys. Damn it, Sengoku. Give me your hands to catch him. St. Roswald was completely insane, stood up and scolded Sengoku. He couldn't be so angry. The dignified admiral of the navy was ordered in front of the audience, and he was one of the most powerful men in the ocean, but he was ordered like this. Like a dog. Look, there is no morality at all. A poor ghost is a poor ghost, and he is angry with shame. If you can't afford the auction, you can't afford it, and if you are poor, you will be poor. The Warring States period of the dignified Buddha, the admiral of the navy, who would dare not give face in the sea, but now he is being reprimanded like a dog. I said, in the Warring States period, you listen to me and set up a new door. Isn't he good to be a marshal yourself? Paul Salino, look at the current situation of the Warring States period, and you will be the same in the future. Suffocated. A man can't take this kind of anger. Chaos continued to add fuel to the fire, not afraid of big things, but afraid of big things. All the nobles and pirates in the audience looked at Chaos, who was talking about madly dying, and their eyes kept jumping again and again. It is said that the Golden Emperor is arrogant, but now it looks more than arrogant, it is very arrogant and not afraid of death. It's stupid, but it has to be admired. Not everyone has the stupidity and courage of the Golden Emperor. Enough. Warring States had a gloomy face, and looked at Chaos with murderous eyes, as if the next moment would be violent. This guy is so annoying. However, anger returned to anger, but Sengoku remained calm. What scene has he not seen? To be honest, He didn't take the Golden Emperor seriously at all. Out of the corner of the eye, in the last row, there was a figure standing at some point, holding a black umbrella and looking at them in this direction with interest. Damn, even this guy is there. Not only did the Warring States discover it, but the Crane also discovered it. My heart sank. Because this man has killed Tianlong people. He has learned from the past. Lonely Red Baloric Redfield. Chaos also glanced from the corner of his eye. With the appearance of this man, he could clearly feel the vigilance of Sengoku and Crane. You can do whatever you want. It is expected that the war will have some scruples. You've been a little cold and violent lately. Is it because of the cold weather? This is not a good habit, and there are not many book reviews, so how should I copy it? There is not even a spray, which makes me think this book is cold. We'll be out of power. Sometimes it's okay to encourage encouragement. What about your recommendation ticket? What about your love? Please let me see you guys, okay? Had a dream I scolded and left. X. Chapter 116 Natural Devil Fruit. Chapter 116 Natural Devil Fruit. Your Excellency Saint Roswald, if you're going to auction things, play fair. Now you have to listen to me. For your safety. Sengoku confronted Saint Roswald very seriously, with a tone that could not be rejected. Warring States, how dare you resist my orders again and again? Call Sora and ask him to send other great futures to the Chambord Islands. When did Saint Roswald suffer from this kind of gas? After he made up his mind to go back to Mary Yo and put pressure on the 5 old stars, he must deprive him of his status as a general in the Warring States period, and make this guy the lowest level trash soldier. No, Marshal Kong has given me an order before coming. You don't have to obey your orders when necessary. If you don't want to continue participating in the auction, I will force you to return to Mary Yo. The Warring States stared coldly. Even if this situation caused trouble to the 5 old stars, he could retreat completely. He is a general, not a mere chief cow or a miscellaneous soldier. If Garp was here, he would probably ignore this idiot, and would even hit someone if he was in a hurry. That's why he has a good temper and takes care of the overall situation. Lieutenant General Crane, is there something wrong? Compared with the furious Saint Roswald, Idonria's palace clearly noticed something. Much calmer and smarter than Street Roswald. The Lonely Red is behind, and we have received news that the Whitebeard and Golden Lion from the New World may also come to the Chambord Islands. The situation is a bit serious now. For your safety, we cannot act rashly, and Marshal Kong has dispatched General Zephyr. After this auction, we will send you back to Marin Vando as soon as possible. Crane sat behind Idonria's palace and explained in a low voice. Compared with the arrogance of Saint Roswald, Idonria's palace can obviously hear some words. What? Lonely Red? Is it the big pirate who killed the 3 saints 3 years ago? The face of Idonria's palace was a little pale, and the death of the 3 heavenly dragons 3 years ago shocked Mary Yo. She had a fresh memory. Yes. Crane nodded seriously. Let's go back to Mary Jo now. Idonria's palace was very panicked, and when she looked back, she didn't see Lone Gajan because she didn't know her. But she had heard of the reputation of the solitary Red, White Beard, and Golden Lion. These are all fierce and cruel pirates, and even a naval admiral is difficult to deal with. As long as you want. Crane breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as these 2 are sent away, then all worries will be gone. She will pick up her favorite Golden Emperor at the first time. I am afraid that the Whitebeard and the Golden Lion came to the Chambord Islands for the Golden Emperor. What? My things haven't been auctioned yet, how can I go back? Saint Roswald directly rejected the proposal of the Palace of Idonrias, even if he knew about the arrogant Red, Whitebeard or Golden Lion. Your Excellency Saint Roswald, Since you want to continue to participate in the auction, please stop making trouble, or I will force you to return to Mario." Sengoku frowned. No wonder neither Garp nor Zephyr was willing to perform such a task, it was too troublesome. "Humph." St. Roswald glared at Sengoku, then sat on the sofa and stopped making noise. Poor ghost. Seeing that St. Roswald was not making a fuss, Chaos had a pity on his face, and then he clicked a smoke ring with disdain. This time, no one cares about Chaos anymore. It made him less interested. Start thinking about what might happen next. Those ultimate bosses who are staring at themselves are finally coming. Be sure to fight, even if you know you will lose. 3 billion times. Twice. 3 times. Congratulations to the Golden Emperor for photographing this canine fruit, weasel form. Yes, he interjected again to direct all eyes to herself. Chaos played with the weasel-shaped fruit for a while, and then he threw it and disappeared into the air. The next one is fauna, sheep fruit, antelope, and the starting price is 1 Bailey. A new young waiter came on stage with a new devil fruit in his hand. This is already the 4th devil fruit. As expected of the Sea King who is in the sea transportation business, the devil fruit that is rarely seen in ordinary times, took out 4 of them for auction in such a short time. 50 million Baileys. 80 million. 120 million. The competition begins again, but this time everyone's interest is not very high. No one knows whether the Golden Emperor will continue to shoot. St. Roswald no longer shot, he didn't want devil fruit. The reason for the previous bidding was that the Golden Emperor was unhappy. 150 million, once. Yes, he has been secretly sending good news to Chaos, this is the real boss. The flow between fingers is more than the price quoted by others. 150 million, twice. However, the other party did not answer his own eyebrows. 150 million. Just when ye felt lost, the sky rained gold coins again. That voice is so beautiful, it's like she's reaching a high orgasm. Master Golden Emperor bid 1 billion Bailey, is there a higher one? As the old man and the scholar made a clear count, yes, he scanned the audience. 1 billion, twice. Billion, 3 times. Congratulations to the Golden Emperor for photographing this devil fruit in the form of an antelope. Under the hammer of the auction hammer in his hand, Yichi's tyrant jumped for Chaos. Next is the all-round cook slave, who can make more than 500 kinds of dishes, and the starting price is 5 million Bailey. As the auctioneer clapped his hands, 2 guards stepped onto the stage pressing a bearded man with a slave ring around his neck. 6 million. 7 million. 8 million. Below, Chaos was drinking red wine, looking at the bearded man with dead eyes on the stage, unable to tell what he felt. The world is so cruel that anything, including life, will be auctioned off. Only strength is the only way out. Deal, 9 million. The final winner was a businessman who exuded the richness of Lao Tzu. The second item, a long-handed female slave, has a starting price of 8 million. 9 million. 10 million. 30 million. In the end, it was auctioned by a nobleman. As the auction continued, more and more slaves of all kinds were auctioned, men and women, strong and beautiful, but none of these Chaos was interested. So too lazy to start. Time flies, 3 hours have passed in the blink of an eye. First, there were 4 devil fruits, then almost all of them were slaves of various kinds, as well as gold and silver jewelry, etc. The atmosphere of the audience was once again guided by Yi. Because the finale auction item is about to appear. There are only the last 2 items left, I believe you won't be disappointed. Everyone knows that there are 3 major types of devil fruits. The secret treasure of the sea, superhuman, animal, and natural. Among them, the natural devil fruit is known as the most powerful type. The three major rookies of the Navy are those with natural abilities. There are two people with natural ability. Yessi looked at Paul Salino and Crocodile, then winked like a thread and continued, "The power of the natural system is recognized, so I believe everyone has guessed the next devil fruit. That's right. It is the natural type Unyan fruit, and the starting price is 1 billion Baileys." As Ye's words fell, the whole venue became noisy. It turned out to be the natural department. The most powerful natural type of devil fruit varieties. X. Chapter 117 Today, I have seen what is called arrogance. Chapter 117 Today, I have seen what is called arrogance. The atmosphere in the air has heated up, and every pirate group is bound to win, especially those pirate groups that have never been shot, as if it is for this moment. Whether it is Prospero, the color-changing king, nobles, etc., they are all tempted. The three major rookies of the Navy, the natural department, are now emerging to make trouble in the sea, and the power of the natural department is obvious to all. The same is true of the Desert King beside the Golden Emperor. 2 billion Baileys. The Navy was the first to take action, and it was 2 billion as soon as it came up. Even if Unyan fruit does not have the lethality of rockberry fruit, sparkling fruit, and frozen fruit, as long as it is developed, it will definitely be unsurpassed by many devil fruits. Are you trying to make a fourth rookie monster? 22 billion. The scene was directly exploded, and some weak pirate groups ended from the beginning. 20 billion. 3 billion. The audience was suffocated, and everyone looked in the direction of Prospero. 3 billion was exactly what he called. 3 billion is undoubtedly beyond the value. If it is a natural system with super destructive power like rock fruit, 3 billion is definitely worth the money. But the key point is that this is Unyan fruit. As soon as you hear this name, you can think of and what kind of lethality does have? A lot of people don't really have a lot of ideas. As soon as I heard the nature department, I started bidding as soon as my head became hot. Now woken up by 3 billion knocks. But Chaos, who hadn't shot for a long time, had his eyes lit up. He was a man who had experienced modern network dyeing vats. As long as Unyan fruit was well developed, his auxiliary ability would definitely be leveraged. Like bells and whistles. The simplest function is to create a heavenly palace like an empty island. At that time, the pavilions like fairyland, surrounded by clouds and mists, should not be too fairy-like. There are also red clouds, burning clouds, rainbows, etc., which are not too beautiful. Moreover, clouds are also lethal. After all, there are many types of clouds, such as rain clouds and thunder clouds. Even a little bolder, think of the weather. So this devil fruit? Chaos turned his head to look at Stuffy, who was elegantly drinking black tea. Perhaps he noticed Chaos' gaze, and Stuffy looked up with a question in his eyes. "Boss, you won't give it to me?" Who was Stuffy? He quickly understood what Chaos meant. "This devil fruit is for you." Chaos snapped his fingers, and the climax that had not been heard for a long time began to cover all the sounds. The first to get wet was Yessi. The big guy finally made his move. 5 billion. The old scholar swallowed. Master Golden Emperor bid 5 billion Baileys. Is there anyone else bidding? Yessi was not very excited, even if the value of 5 billion Bailey was far beyond the value of Unyan fruit. You must know that the golden rat devil fruit at the beginning was auctioned to 5 billion Bailey. 5 and 1 billion. Prospero of the Big Mom Pirates has increased the price again. 5 and 2 billion. Auction amounts are slowly rising again, albeit slowly. 5.21 billion. 5.38 billion. The bidding has not ended, and it seems that there are still some bigwigs hidden in the venue. However, jingle bell. The rain of gold coins kept ringing, and it was already piled into a hill on the auction table. 7 billion. The old man's voice was trembling, and he felt that his high blood pressure was coming up, and he almost didn't catch his breath. Needle drop is audible. I don't know how many eyes shot at chaos like knives. Today, they have seen what it means to be arrogant. What is rich? This is it. However, thinking of the goddess of the Golden Emperor, the faces of the pirates were deformed. The current gold coin rain is simply a drizzle. Abominable. The more you think, the more angry you are. 7 billion once. Yi took a deep breath, her round legs were slightly clamped, and her heartbeat almost jumped out of her throat. It's the highest price she's ever paid at auction, and it's a one-off. In the past, all auction items were sold out and did not exceed 5 billion Baileys. As a result, it was sold at one time today. Too suddenly. Before the parentheses, she had already orgasmed. 7 billion twice. This is the nature department. Does anyone still increase the price? Everyone present should know the strength of the nature department, which can be seen from the 3 rookie major generals in the Navy. Yi is struggling for the last time and wants to continue to stir up the price. But she wasted a lot of saliva, and no one auctioned it again, and I didn't fall for it all, with an expression like looking at Yessie and looking at a fool. Nima, this is 7 billion, not 700,000. What's more, onion fruit can be compared with rockberry fruit, sparkling fruit, frozen fruit. The Golden Emperor spends 7 billion auctions on this fruit. It is rich. Do you have to count yourself? Grass, this auctioneer is very insidious. He is still digging a hole and wants us to jump off. Come on. We're all waiting for the last finale item. 7 billion is not enough, eat shit. Seeing that Yessie was still chattering in Laoli, many people couldn't help it. Are they not wronged enough? Even sprinkling salt and stabbing with a knife is too deceiving. Yi's eyelids twitched, knowing that 7 billion was already the highest price. Tianlong and the Navy did not move either, they were really a bunch of poor ghosts. 7 billion 3 times, congratulations to the Golden Emperor. As the auction hammer fell, the deal was officially concluded. Taking onion fruit from the young waiter, Chaos looked back and forth, and then handed it to Stussy. Eat it. Stussy was stunned, took the devil fruit and frowned, and finally peeled off the skin and bit it. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Stussy's delicate face began to twist, bruise, and turn pale, and began to retching like a pregnant woman. Eat it all. You must know that he swallowed even the skin at the beginning, and there was a smell of urine. Everyone around saw Stussy eating onion fruit, and they all sighed inwardly. I thought that I would catch the Golden Emperor later, no matter whether it was the previous 4 or this natural element, it would be in the bag, but who would have thought that the Golden Emperor would directly let his subordinates eat it? In this way, the Golden Emperor has 2 natural subordinates. Seeing that Stussy closed his eyes and rested, everyone turned to Yessie. Now there is only one final finale item left. It can be ranked behind the natural devil fruit, and its value is higher than that of onion fruit. Whoa! The sound of water could be faintly heard when a piece of red cloth was covering it. Several guards struggled to lift it up on the stage. Many people below showed puzzled expressions. The sound was the sound of water. Could it be the sound of water? Many pirates lost interest all of a sudden. At first glance, this thing is liked by those nobles, and it is not of great value to these pirates who lick their blood. Even if you catch it, you will sell it for money. The last item to be auctioned, the female mermaid from Fishman Island. The red cloth was removed by Yi, and then a big fish tank appeared in everyone's eyes. Inside were 2 mermaids hugging each other. The larger one had long black hair and blue eyes, pale skin, and a blue fish tail on the lower body. The temperament is very cold, but now the pair of blue pupils are full of fear, just holding the little mermaid in his arms. The little mermaid is similar to the big mermaid, except that it has short black hair and a pair of glamorous blue pupils. According to human age, it looks about 15 or 16 years old. Now buried his head in the mermaid's arms and shivered. X. Chapter 118 looks like a bad guy. Chapter 118 looks like a bad guy. Nice. Pretty. Miracle. Nature's most ingenious and perfect creature. Chaos was a little stunned, not to mention the others. It can be said that the nobles and rich people in the entire hall have exploded. This is a pair of sharp-nosed Marco shark mermaids, which are rare even on Fishman Island, but this auction caught not only one but also two, and the most important thing was the mother and daughter. Just relying on the mother and daughter can keep the price going up. To be honest, if it's possible, Chaos wouldn't mind exploring the origin of life with that mature and cold mermaid. You must know that this is not a legend from the previous life, but a real mermaid with a tail. And her face is too delicate. If she was definitely the #1 beauty on Earth in her previous life, this will not be refuted. Please be quiet. On the high platform, Yi tapped the gavel in her hand. The noisy hall suddenly quieted down, and many people sat down excitedly, looking at the two mermaids with their faces flushed and full of greed. This is a pair of sharp-nosed Marco shark mermaids. It is also rare in the entire mermaid family. The most important thing is the mother and daughter, so the starting price is 300 million Bailey. Good guy, taller than a normal devil fruit. This is the advantage of special races. And yes, he bit the word, mother and daughter, very hard, as if to imply something. This made those aristocrats and rich people even more excited. 500 million. 650 million. 670 million. 700 million. 730 million. The whole scene became popular again, but the price increased by more than 700 million in just 1 minute. In the eyes of these nobles and rich people, the price of mermaids is higher than that of devil fruits. The price of a female mermaid in the slave market is more than 300 million. If it is auctioned, it is at least 500 million. But don't forget that this auction is not an individual mermaid, but a pair, and the most important thing is a mother and daughter. So the price didn't stop at all. 81 million. Billion. Finally, St. Roswald shot, and the shot was 1 billion, making the entire hall almost silent. But this still can't stop some people from fighting. 1 billion 30 million. 1 billion 50 million. 12 billion. With Roswald Sound's second bid, some stalled. 1.2 billion once. 12 billion times twice. 1.211 billion. A nobleman blushed and looked at the mermaid in the bathtub with red eyes. But looking at that expression, it should be the limit. 1.5 billion. St. Roswald looked at the aristocrat with disdain, exuding contempt and poor eyes from his bones, a little familiar. It was the expression that Chaos had looked at him before. Does the Golden Emperor want to make an offer? Yes, he looked at Chaos, and she ignored the others. The price of 1.5 billion is enough to kill a large piece in seconds. In addition, due to the identity of Qianlong people, the only person who can compete on the scene may only be the Golden Emperor. Just as Chaos was about to bid, he suddenly turned to look at the auction door, his face extremely heavy. Almost at the same moment, powerful figures such as Warring States, Crane, and Lonely Red all looked at the closed door of the auction. Dong dong dong. The sound of heavy and depressing footsteps came from far to near, full of rhythm like the beating of a heart. The monster is coming. Chaos muttered to himself. Lonely Red showed an evil smile. Sengoku and Crane's faces were ugly. Boom. The closed door was shattered, and the dazzling light suddenly brightened the venue. Many people closed their eyes subconsciously, and opened their eyes after they got used to it. The huge shadow is holding a juvenile knife, wearing a white gold-trimmed pirate hat, with golden wavy hair draped behind his head, a broad chest naked, and a pair of upward crescent-shaped white beards, which are too iconic. Behind him, tall or thin figures stood guard, causing a heavy aura to sweep through the entire venue. How? How is it possible? Whitebeard. And the funny Marco, Diamond Joe's, foil beaster. It's the Whitebeard Pirates. It's Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. Why is the super overlord of the New World here? The entire venue went crazy, and the rich and noble held their breaths and sat on their seats trembling, and some even fainted from fright. Kalala. Whitebeard held a juvenile knife, strode into the venue, glanced at the female mermaid on the auction table, and then turned to look at Lonely Red with a black umbrella not far away. Belloric, it's been a long time. I thought you were dead. Whitebeard was not polite at all, and there were not too many fluctuations in his words. Newgate, you have left the New World. There was a hint of surprise in the emerald red eyes of Lone Gajong, but he knew the character of this guy, and there was nothing important that would not leave the sea area he ruled, let alone come to the Great Root. Are you surprised? Don't go, wait until I'm done, have a drink, and then have a fight. Whitebeard left a sentence and walked to the auction table. Behind him, Marco, Joz and others nodded to Lonely Red as a greeting. Lonely Gajong kept a wicked smile, as if looking forward to something. Newgate. Sengoku stood up with a serious face, and protected St. Roswald behind him, fearing that Whitebeard would suddenly punch. Sengoku, you shouldn't be bound. Whitebeard glanced at St. Roswald extremely sharply, and the latter almost fell to the ground in fright. Newgate, don't make trouble. Warring States took a step forward, his eyes were sharp and his whole body tense, as if he would make a big shot in the next moment. Kalala. I didn't come to Chambord Archipelago for this group of rubbish, even if the battle is in the case that you have no worries. The coat behind Whitebeard is windlass and automatic, domineering and disdainful of taking advantage of the Warring States period. If the Sengoku is tied up in the battle, even if he wins, he will not have the slightest sense of accomplishment. After he finished speaking, he did not give Warring States a chance to reply, and looked at Yessie, who was constantly swallowing on the auction table. I have some friendship with Fishman Island. I will give you 1,000 Baileys for this mother and daughter. Is that enough? Enough is enough. Drops of cold sweat flowed from Ye's face into the gully of the white wave, and the snow-white legs were shaking non-stop. Even if the Whitebeard did not release any momentum, she couldn't stop her panic. This is Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. Even her boss, Hai Wang, was here and didn't dare to say a word. The size is not on the same level at all. Very good. Marco, put them back in the sea. Yes, Dad. Marco appeared on the auction table out of thin air, grabbed the big fish tank with one hand and disappeared in a blink of an eye. If you can see the trajectory of Marco's movement in the field, you can count it with 2 hands. Who is the Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos? One person suppressed the audience, and no one dared to say a word. But now whoever is watching silently looks at the man who is still sitting on the golden throne, slowly smoking a cigar with Lang's legs crossed. The golden throne turned automatically, bringing the two face to face. In the eyes of chaos, the Whitebeard is very tall, 666 centimeters in height, very oppressive, and unusually young. Not to mention the iconic crescent moon beard, just the long golden wavy hair on the head. Let the Whitebeard be full of domineering, arrogant temperament. It turned out that the Whitebeard at the peak of his youth looked a bit fierce and evil. At least it looks like a bad guy. X. Chapter 119b, he will fight for the first place. Chapter 119b. He will fight for the first place. Chaos exhaled smoke rings from his nostrils and stood up from the golden throne. He was only 2 meters tall and was a younger brother in front of Whitebeard, but he was not afraid. Even a little excited. Kalala. Whitebeard laughed, facing him without the slightest fear. Instead, he looked down at him arrogantly. Although he was much shorter than him, the contempt was real. Be my son. The audience was silent, all eyes were stunned, and then they all swept towards Chaos. Ha ha ha. Although Chaos expected this famous sentence, after he was really in the situation, this sentence made him a little annoyed. He will fight to be the first. Arrogant and high profile, no one is more arrogant than him. Newgate, be my subordinate and join me in becoming the most arrogant man in the world. Chaos was arrogant, holding a cigar with 2 fingers. His eyes squinting arrogantly and looking at the Whitebeard. Everything can be lost, only be and arrogance can't lose. This is his character. The hall could hear needles falling again, and everyone looked at Chaos in disbelief, including the Warring States period, Lonely Red and others. The Golden Emperor is obviously provoking Whitebeard. It's just killing it. The identity gap between the 2 sides is too wide. Kalala. I like defiant young people. However, arrogance comes at a price. Whitebeard laughed at first, then looked at Chaos with interest. He has seen many domineering and indomitable young people, but in the end there is no good end. But he likes this kind of arrogant young man. But he still underestimated the arrogance of Chaos. Boom. The will of domineering spread without warning, overwhelming and recklessly pressing towards Whitebeard. Tianzu. Behind him, Stuthy's face turned pale. Since the appearance of Whitebeard, she was terrified, not afraid of Whitebeard, but worried about Chaos's madness. This man will never rest. It's okay to find trouble. Really? What she feared still happened. After chatting for a few words, the Overlord began to smack, and the object is not a small one, but the famous white-bearded Edward Newgate. Get out first. Chaos Overlord Color only leaned towards Whitebeard alone, but the audience caused an uproar. The Golden Emperor actually took the lead. Is this courage or stupidity? Sengoku took Roswell Saint and Iden Raya's palace to leave first, and he needed to ensure the safety of the 2. There were also all the aristocrats and wealthy people scrambling to leave the venue, and those who dared to stay were some pirates who were confident in their strength. Overlord, it's a bit unexpected. Behind the Whitebeard, the coat danced wildly, and the corners of the mouth of Chaos, who was arrogant and soaring above the clouds, were outlined. Those sharp eyes glared slightly, and instantly a stronger will, swallowing the mountains and rivers, pressed towards Chaos mightily. Boom! The 2 wills collided abruptly, and an air pressure spread out with the 2 at the center, and all the tables, chairs and benches around were broken and flew out. What's the matter? Heaven, sky. The rest of the Chambord archipelago and the wealthy nobles who escaped from the venue were all pale and full of fear as they looked at the constantly rolling clouds in the dark sky. Great news. Big news. Morgan's was in the crowd, and cameras and videophone bugs were constantly running. Immediately disperse the surrounding people while the Overlord collision between the 2 has not spread. Standing outside the Warring States period, looking at the sky and the venue that looked like a volcano erupting, he quickly gave orders. Yes. Take them back to their camp first. The Warring States are ready to stay here, and the Chambord Islands are not to be missed. The location of the island is important. If Whitebeard is left alone, he is afraid that the island will be destroyed? Good. Crane nodded, and took away the frightened St. Roswald with a solemn expression. Not long after Crane left, the extremely depressed venue finally exploded. The invisible air pressure was lifted without any dead ends, And for a while, the sand and stone exploded again and again. Crocodile and Stuffy turned into sand and white clouds and appeared thousands of meters away, watching with Jaws and others. The black and red thunder in the center kept flickering, and the two domineering wills continued to rise and resist. Half of the Chambord Islands began to tremble, and the surrounding sea also began to be choppy. There are very few people who can stand still in a range of 100 meters. The lonely red pestle did not move a step with the black umbrella, watching Chaos, who was fighting against the white beard with great interest. Jingle bell. The sound of the golden leather came from the sky where the black clouds were rolling in vain, and I saw that the arm guards, chest guards, goggles, and combat boots of the golden armor fell on Chaos automatically as if they were alive, and at the same time, Chaos was assembled. The black vertical hair turned golden, like a super saiyan transformed into gold, and finally the sword eyebrows and black eyes also turned golden. With the completion of the assembly of the golden armor, a trace of white mist began to float from the gap of the armor. Chaos raised his head slightly and entered the return of life. The earrings on his ears danced wildly, and those golden eyes stared at him forever. Whitebeard stepped out. Boom. As he took a step, Chaos's aura became stronger. When the distance between him and Whitebeard was only 3 meters, the whole sky began to break up, forming an invisible collision that was tearing apart. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Chaos's mouth. It can be seen from the sky that is divided into 2 halves. Whitebeard's side is split even more, which means that Chaos lost in the Overlord collision. But even though he lost, he still persevered. Even more arrogant and domineering. Kalala. Your Overlord color is still in the heat. Looking at the strong guy in front of him, Whitebeard was a little surprised. That's why stepping stones like yours are needed. A large amount of white fog rose, and with that golden armor, Chaos was rendered like a god of war. The words spoken were extremely arrogant. He even regarded Whitebeard as a stepping stone. To my taste. Whitebeard held a juvenile saber in his right hand and took the lead. The huge blade slashed towards Chaos from bottom to top. Although it was not covered with armed colors, the power was avalanches. Boom. The shockwave of terror was overwhelming, causing all the people watching to block their hands in front of them, and some were even thrown out. How is it possible? Unbelievable. The Golden Emperor actually blocked this blow. What a joke, that's Whitebeard. The black and red thunderbolts in the center kept crackling, cracks tearing apart the surface, and storms swept away one after another. I saw that Chaos stepped on the Supreme Sword 12 Workers Kongunki, and the entire right foot of the armor had been covered with the armed color and turned black and gold. Whitebeard dared not to use the armed color, but he did not dare to use it. The air pressure continued to burst, and the goose feather coat behind Chaos danced wildly. Facing the provocative behavior of Chaos, Whitebeard laughed loudly, his armed color-covered Kongunki, and even a white air pressure mask appeared on the blade. This time, Chaos' face changed greatly. As Whitebeard exerted force, Chaos only felt that the whole earth was hitting him, and he could not resist. Crack. The black gold armor produced cracks, which spread from the soles of the feet to the thighs. Blood spurted out of Chaos' throat, and it turned into a streamer and flew out, causing a huge explosion. X. Chapter 120 How arrogant at the beginning, how embarrassed now. Chapter 120 How arrogant at the beginning, how embarrassed now. Kaka. One after another black and red thunder struck down, and the surrounding wind swept the sand and stone. At the end of a gully that tore the ground, thick mangrove trees fell on both sides, all of which were broken by the waste. Chaos lay in the soil and coughed blood continuously. The whole right foot is shaking. The power just now was as unfathomable as an abyss, and he was unstoppable. The dense dust dissipated, and Chaos got up and walked out of the pothole, looking at the Whitebeard with Kong Unki on the other side of the gully. His eyes were cold and his heart sank. Just like when he faced Garp and Sengoku, the pressure on him from Whitebeard was unprecedented. He is obviously stronger than before, but there is still a huge gap in the face of this monster. It was just a collision and he knew that he was not Whitebeard's opponent. But he will not back down. It is easier to grow up against such a strong player. Also more exciting. A pothole formed at the foot of Chaos, like a black and golden light, and he did not intend to use the goddess of the gods. It seemed that he planned to use physique to compete with Whitebeard. He wants to make physical skills and domineering go further. Ambitious. He actually dared to practice his hand with a Whitebeard. Crazy. Facing the sweeping kick of Chaos, Whitebeard simply raised his knee to block it, and with his hand Kong Unki slashed down. Chaos had a cold face, and a large amount of white steam spread all over his body. It can be said that the fire is full. Swish. Quickly disappearing and dodging Whitebeard's childish knife, Chaos reappeared with a sonic boom, and went straight to Whitebeard's chest aggressively. With the deafening collision, Whitebeard's left hand intercepted and did not take a step back, and his right hand gave up Kong Unki and directly clenched his fist. Even the white air pressure mask did not appear, so he slammed down in an armed color. Chaos moved quickly, and his left knee rose to the ground, but at the moment of the collision, a trace of pain flashed in the depths of Chaos' eyes. Unable to resist that force, Chaos slammed his entire body towards the ground, but Whitebeard kicked it sideways at this moment, and his body was like kicking a ball. Whizzed by. Along the way, the mangroves were broken, and finally turned over a few somersaults in the air, fell to the ground and kept retreating. Chaos's expression was ugly now, and he still couldn't believe that he couldn't even spit out a mouthful of blood. Even if there is a difference in strength, it is impossible to be so disparate. A black and red thunder slashed down from the sky, and Chaos disappeared again and shot in place. The surrounding surface was torn apart, and Chaos swept his legs with wind pressure, but Jang was still old and hot, and Whitebeard just stepped back and avoided it. However, Chaos' speed was also very fast, and he made a series of kicks on the spot. Bang bang bang. The huge dull sound continued to explode, and Whitebeard's sturdy arm was wrapped in a military color, so he defended it all with just one hand. See types of profound truth, Emperor Spear. Chaos's golden vertical hair danced wildly, and the black gold armor appeared in front of Whitebeard with his arms in calyx, all the strength condensed and blasted out in shock. This blow made Whitebeard frown, and a layer of white air pressure hood appeared on his left hand and slammed together with Chaos. Chaos only felt a force that moved mountains and reclaimed the sea, and the whole body seemed to fall apart. Even the last layer of armor was shaken. The blood from the mouth and nose splashed like a fountain, which looked a bit exaggerated. His hands firmly grasped the ground and moved out, all kinds of soil and gravel splashed, and when he finally stopped, Chaos's hands trembled. The sound of heavy footsteps came, and Chaos looked up at the Whitebeard who was approaching, stood up and spit out the blood from his mouth. Although he looked very embarrassed, his expression was still rampant. The grace has never disappeared. He raised his right foot and kicked it out in the air, and the crow-shaped legs that crossed instantly swooped, cutting the ground with ease as soon as he went forward. Chaos followed closely, and the figure kept flashing and approaching. Whitebeard's attack was still so unremarkable, 2 punches if he couldn't solve it with 1 punch. The childish knife Kong Unki was behind him, and he didn't plan to use it. Click. The atmosphere in front of him was cracked like a mirror, and an invisible force of vibration was like a surging river, breaking down the crow-shaped legs in one fell swoop and forcibly forcing Chaos out of his moving trajectory. But Chaos quickly adjusted his body and rushed to Whitebeard again to attack. Whitebeard was still so slow, No matter how Chaos jumped up and down to attack, he could always predict that he would block it with just his right hand. Whether it is Overlord color, Armed color or Knowledge color, or Strength and combat experience, Whitebeard is determined to kill Chaos. This battle is just like the battle with Garp and Sengoku, it is not equal. The gap is still a bit large. You must know that Whitebeard, Garp, and Warring States are all at their peak at this time. Even if Chaos talent has risen due to crossing, coupled with so many years of hard training, he still can't compare with Wang Luffy, son of Destiny. Boom. The crust around him continued to rise. Chaos put his hands on the ground, and his feet were aimed at Whitebeard's chin like cannonballs, but Whitebeard was not in a hurry. But even when he stepped back, he fought back. The left fist covering the air pressure mask is a left hook, which makes Chaos' scalp numb. He crossed his hands and stopped in front of him, and with the explosion of huge power, Chaos turned into a cannonball and flew out again. Wherever he went, the sky was turned upside down, and the dense dust covered all sides. After everything dissipated, Chaos stood up from the pit, his chest heaving and panting heavily. His proud attack and defense were shattered for nothing. Kalala. How about it, be my son? Sail freely on this sea with my name on your back. Whitebeard's oppressive body stood still and signaled again to Chaos to be my son. Tui. Chaos tilted his head and spat out the blood in his mouth. His expression was slightly pale but his eyes were extremely sharp. The arrogance in his bones did not need to be concealed. He didn't answer, but told Whitebeard directly with action. The soles of his feet disappeared in place, and when they appeared on top of Whitebeard's head, falling like a meteor. Whitebeard's pair of Xwanayu beards trembled, his left hand clenched into a fist covered with armed colors, and just like that, he collided with Chaos' big foot with a frontal punch. A large number of black and red thunders continued to spread from the collision position, and waves of air continued to sweep. Whitebeard's coat danced wildly behind him, his feet sank slightly into the ground, but he didn't take a step back. Chaos gritted his teeth, his eyes full of domineering. But at his peak, Whitebeard was too strong. Ha! As Whitebeard exerted force, Chaos flew out uncontrollably, leaving a gully on the ground. Before the soil and gravel fell to the ground, Chaos burst out of the dust and attacked Whitebeard again. Serial kicks, side kicks, spin kicks, right hooks, uppercuts, Chaos went all out with every punch and kick. But Whitebeard didn't even need to shake the fruit, so he covered all of Chaos's attacks with his right hand. I don't know how many times he was shot and flew out. Every time, Chaos quickly got up and rushed towards Whitebeard, attacking with all parts of his body like crazy. Although he vomited blood all the time, the more he fought, the more excited he became. Slowly, I don't know when it started, and's face gradually became serious. X. Chapter 121 _ He's going to make a decision for this son. Chapter 121 _ He's going to make a decision for this son. What's the matter? Isn't the Golden Emperor a devil fruit person? Why not use abilities? Some pirates looked up at the pitch-black sky with thunder and lightning. They all knew that there was the Golden Emperor's greatest support, and it was also the human-shaped Golden Mountain they were most envious of. But now the fight is weird. The Golden Emperor attacked again and was repelled, but he never used his Devil Fruit ability, which seemed stupid. Big news. Morgans is very dedicated, the flash of the camera in his hand is flashing non-stop, the super high shooting technology comes from all angles, and he has already thought about the news headlines at this moment. Fun kid. Lonely Red with a black umbrella, her green eyes are full of playfulness. This kid is actually practicing with a white beard, and I have to say that he is daring. But that's what's interesting. In fact, there are many people who can be seen, such as those in the Warring States period, Even the returning Marco could see it, so his face was gloomy and terrifying. The Golden Emperor's behavior was simply insulting his father. But why does Dad want to accompany that crazy guy? Marco could see that the father was not serious at all, otherwise the Golden Emperor would have kneeled long ago. It seems that the father really wants to treat the Golden Emperor as his son. Is this education? Boom. The two fists collided in the field, and Chaos couldn't control it and rolled to the ground, leaving traces like a ball. Finally, he got up from the pit with a dismal face, breathing quickly and blood on his face. The golden armor on his body has been cracked for many times, but it quickly recovers every time. The blonde hair that stood up was messy with sweat and dust on his face, and with that bad face, it looked even more sloppy. Standing staggeringly, Chaos stretched out his hand and pulled back his messy hair, exposing his forehead and gasping for breath. His domineering eyes never disappeared, and he still had the expression of being invincible and despising this and that. Very annoying. It's all this time, and he's still acting handsome. Stuffy, who was standing with Crocodile in the distance, was upset in his heart. Pulling like that will kill you. Should we do it? Stuffy tilted his head and looked at the man beside him, smoking a cigar slowly and calmly. Don't panic, wait for the signal. Crocodile turned his head and glanced at Stuffy, as if everything was under control. I don't know where the honey juice confidence comes from. The other party is Whitebeard. Do you know the weight represented by the Whitebeard? These two lunatics suck. In the middle of the mess, Chaos took out a crumpled cigar. His right hand trembled and ignited, and after a sharp inhalation, he showed a relaxed expression like ascending to the sky. Although his body seemed to fall apart, his demeanor was always maintained. The white mist and steam produced by the return of life, and the lines formed by the bells and whistles are also rising. Very visual. Edward Newgate, in the fist field, my Golden Emperor would like to call you the strongest. Chaos opened his mouth and flicked his cigarette sternly. He also understood so many tricks in the fight, and the other party was not serious at all. Very angry. But there is no way, the gap between the two sides is really a bit big. I'm afraid that was the case with Garp and Sengoku. Without waiting for Whitebeard to answer, Chaos continued, but that's it. As Chaos's words fell, a huge golden pair of legs slowly fell from the dark cloudy sky, surrounded by black and red thunderbolts, and finally crashed to the ground. The goddess of God appears. Kalala. Are you going to use your abilities? Whitebeard looked at the huge and enchanting goddess of God, and looked at Chaos with more and more satisfaction. This son he is going. Just so domineering. Jingle bells. The halo behind the goddess of God and the ribbon on her wrist all turned into various swords and halberds on her head. At the same time, the palace skirt was transformed into a golden armor and entered into battle mode, staring at the Whitebeard and pressing down with one finger. The sound of breaking air tore the eardrums, and hundreds of 18 weapons fell. The coat fluttered behind the Whitebeard, laughed and clenched his right fist. A layer of white air pressure cover appeared, and then smashed against the golden meteor shower from the air. Dense cracks were formed in the atmosphere in front of him, and all the swords, guns, swords and halberds that were originally flying were frozen in the air. Then it exploded into pieces. Call out. Chaos walked close to the ground, grabbed the gap between Whitebeard's move, and moved his hands together in a kili shape. As soon as you come up, use the highest attack of the out-of-body technique. See types of profound truth, Emperor Spear. All the compression force was blasted out in one fell swoop, and the air ripped close at hand and slammed into Whitebeard's abdomen. The surface of the earth was torn apart in a radius of 1,000 meters, and the huge crust was lifted up, and the billowing smoke and dust blocked everything. Now Chaos's face is ugly. His hands are aimed at Whitebeard's abdomen, but the electric light and flint are blocked by the latter's hand, and the damage caused is not as big as imagined. Didn't even vomit blood. The goddess of the gods behind her stepped, and the previously shattered weapons were all combined into one, turning into a shy-piercing spear. Whitebeard's attack is still so monotonous. A fist smashed out from the air, and the power that moved mountains and reclaimed the sea forcibly shattered the spear, and spread to the body of the goddess of God. With a huge roar, the goddess of God was blown up. However, as Chaos shook hands, all the gold turned into onomatopoeic skylocks, falling towards Whitebeard like sharp arrows. Crack clap. Whitebeard raised his right hand high and blasted out the white air pressure shield in one fell swoop, shattering the atmosphere nearly 30 meters in front of him, and finally forming an unrivaled force, and all the locks of the sky were collapsed by his strong domineering. In the face of these fancy attacks from Chaos, Whitebeard is simple and straightforward. All shattered with absolute power. It can be said that it is a breakthrough. Straightforward, monotonous, but useful. Pinga is correct. Clang. Chaos held his right hand high, and the broken gold collided to make a sound of golden leather, and finally formed a giant sword that towered into the sky. He took a step forward and raised the crust around it, and Chaos opened the sky and swung it down in one fell swoop. Slaying, great sword. Immediately, the thunderous clouds were split in half, and 99% of the people on the scene were stunned to see the blow. Compared to the precious and gorgeous soaring giant sword, the Whitebeard is extremely small. But the small body contains the power of landslides and earth fissures. Whitebeard laughed loudly, clenched his right fist sideways, and smashed out the golden giant sword in one fell swoop. In an instant, the overwhelming power was transmitted to Chaos through the golden giant sword. Puff. The golden giant sword spread out cracks and all shattered. At the same time, Chaos seemed to be hit hard, and the golden armor on his body split, revealing his golden body, but he was still unable to resist the shock. The entire chest sunk slightly, and the mouth and nose couldn't stop vomiting blood, and finally turned into a cannonball, leaving a huge ravine lying at the end. With Whitebeard's serious punch, Chaos resisted, but hit hard. This is still in the case of the thickest armor. If there is no iron, golden armor, and armed color, I am afraid that this punch can kill Chaos. The Whitebeard at his beak, not everyone can resist a serious punch. X. Chapter 122 _ The strong at the top of the pyramid gather. Chapter 122 _ The strong at the top of the pyramid gather. Wootilda. Lying in the messy gully, the white mist rising from Chaos began to disappear, which means the return of life has disappeared. Trembling tilted his head to pick up the cigar that was broken in two, and after it was ignited again, a smoke ring spewed out, adding a touch of ruddy to the extremely pale face. His stamina was about to run out. Armed colors are the same. From the beginning of the battle to the present, every time he attacked Chaos, he had used the color of his armament, and he couldn't bear the serious injuries. Just lying on the ground with all fours upside down, the Overlord's color also subsided like a tide, causing the sky with the thunder and lightning to begin to return to normal. He is defeated. Undoubtedly defeated. It is no longer necessary to continue to struggle, no matter how unwilling he is. The facts are in front of him. He couldn't hit Whitebeard hard. This is not the first time this feeling, but as always unpleasant. The first time it broke Garp, the second time it broke Sengoku, and the third time it was given to Whitebeard. There is no thrill of ascending to the sky, but it is abnormally rude. These three guys gave him a deep insight into what a strong man at the top of the pyramid is. But it is impossible to make Chaos admit defeat. One day he will trample these three under his feet. With a sip of the wrinkled cigar, Chaos slowly climbed up sideways, swaying as if he would fall to the ground at any time, blood dripping from his nose and mouth. His blonde hair, sword eyebrows, and pupils also returned to black, but his body was tattered. The rotten golden armor began to recover. At the same time, the broken pieces of the golden giant sword all collided with sparks, and finally merged into one and became the goddess of God standing behind the back, staring at Whitebeard with murderousness. "Do you want to continue?" Whitebeard put his hands on his shoulders and looked at Chaos with interest. That look is that he is determined to eat Chaos. There is no other way but to be his son. Dissatisfied? Take it away first. He believed that with just a few more loving educations, they could become a happy family. But before Chaos could answer, Whitebeard suddenly looked at the sky. Lonely red, warring states did not know when they looked in which direction. "Did you come?" At this time, the warring states looked solemn. If these monsters clashed here, the Chambord archipelago would never be preserved, and even Malinfando would be affected. Trouble. Buzz. A black dot in the sky approached from far, and in the blink of an eye, it dangled above everyone's heads. The entire Chambord archipelago was suffocated. Residents in other mangrove areas raised their heads, stunned and terrified. Island is flying in the sky. The light was covered to form a shadow, and what appeared in everyone's eyes was a small island. It was full of oppression floating on everyone's heads, and the heart seemed to be squeezed and hard to beat. "It's a big deal." Stuffy pressed down the hem of her skirt, her wavy short hair kept flying in the wind, and she was terrified when she saw the cloud-covered island. "Damn, even this kind of person is here. Brother Perospero, this situation can only be taken advantage of if my mother comes in person." "Big Mom Camp," someone swallowed and spoke. "You can only give up on capturing the Golden Emperor." Perospero's face was stern. Even if Category came here, it was useless, only the mother herself had the right to speak. Big news. The happiest person in the audience was Morgans. He did not expect so many bigwigs to gather today. It has never been so complete for many years. If there is a collision, it will be a real big deal. How do you escape? On the broken mangrove tree in the distance, the dragon withdrew his gaze from the dangling island and looked at Chaos, who was in a state of embarrassment in the center, thinking to himself that he felt troubled. These big people appear here, and everything can be guessed by a little brain. So, as the Golden Emperor at the center of the whirlpool, how should he escape? Long doesn't think he can turn things around and take away the Golden Emperor. This guy is too high profile. Are you going to give up? Long pondered, having a headache. Jai ha ha ha. Domineering laughter came from the island, covering the entire area with unscrupulousness. Newgate, he's the man I'm after. With an unceremonious voice, several figures fell from the island. The head of the man was wearing an orange and yellow coat, with blonde hair hanging down, and two long knives slung around his waist. He stood with his hands folded over his shoulders. The five figures behind them landed on the ground, overlooking the audience full of indifference and pride. The admiral of the Flying Sky Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki. The captain of the 4th Fleet with a reward of 1.58 billion, Strongman Pastor. Captain of the 5th Fleet of 1,556 million, Charming Idol Groot. Captain of the 9th Fleet of 1.26 billion, Jelly Queen Nan. Captain of the 11th Fleet of 1,193 million, Frau Jessica. And the Captain of the 15th Fleet, the Lone Wolf Spender of 710 million. One by one, the pirates turned pale and revealed the identities of the five people standing behind the Golden Lion. To them, they were all important figures. Baloric, Sengoku, meet again. The Golden Lion lit a cigar and glanced at the wickedly smiling Lonely Red and the sullen Warring States. The only people in the audience who can talk to him on an equal footing are the two plus the Whitebeard, and the rest are ignored. Humph. Facing the Golden Lion's greeting, Lone Gashing only drew the corners of his mouth, which could be regarded as a response. The Warring States period was different, with a gloomy face and a cold snort. Kalala tilde. Ski, yes already my son. Whitebeard raised his foot, and the ground around it cracked, spreading all the way to the place where the juvenile knife Kong uncut was inserted, and then the weapon flew into the air and was caught by Whitebeard in his hand. The action of grabbing the weapon is very handsome. Newgate, this kid killed my subordinate, and I am determined to gain his ability. The Golden Lion was holding a cigar, and the figure landed in the air in front of Whitebeard, and the golden mane like a lion danced and fluttered wildly. That arrogant tone is full of unquestionable. Whitebeard didn't speak, just narrowed his eyes slightly, and the smiling face of the Golden Lion gradually disappeared. Needles could be heard throughout the scene, and many pirates were drooling wildly, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The suppressed aura caused the air to stagnate. A bubble burst on their heads. Whitebeard grabbed Kong Unki with both hands, and the Golden Lion pulled out Segaraten. As the sky and the earth collided, the whole world froze. In an instant, the billowing black clouds that had dissipated in the air once again blocked the sunlight indefinitely. Boom! In the earth-shattering collision, a large number of black and red thunderbolts appeared from where the two weapons collided. At the same time, the entire Chambord archipelago began to shake. That force could not be resisted. Chaos opened his mouth and vomited blood and was thrown away. He fell to the ground in disbelief, watching only the dense black, red and thunderous collision in the center. The only people standing safe and sound within a radius of 100 meters were Lone Gashing and Warring States. As for the others, they were all thrown out. Some people died directly. Those two overlords that swallowed mountains and rivers are not comparable to the immature overlords of chaos. The weak-willed ones have already been shaken to death, and most of the people who didn't die are also fainted by bleeding. Those who can stay awake and get up from the ground are all pirates who are famous or who will do something in the future. X. Chapter 123_4 Overlord Colors Collide. Chapter 123_4 Overlord Colors Collide. Click. Hue. The dense black and red thunderbolts radiated from the very center like black snakes. The entire sky was so dark that it was suffocating, and it was completely cracked in half, just like the beginning of the morning. One after another, the annular pressure impacted, and the surface of the 10,00 wide surface began to rise and rupture, and the cracks in the spider webs were torn apart like huge centipede scars. With the No.1 mangrove as the center, all the creatures in the surrounding mangrove area fell like creeping wheat, covering most of the Chambord archipelago. The entire island was shaking, and the surrounding waters were even more turbulent, a doomsday-like scene. The two just collided, and the resulting natural scene was catastrophic. Newgate, Sky, are you two bastards trying to destroy the Chambord? Sengoku's eyes widened in anger, and he was furious as he looked at the area that was constantly collapsing. The two of them didn't care about their strength at all. The damage caused by the collision was constantly increasing. If they were allowed to go on like this, or even make a big move, the Chambord Islands would definitely not be able to keep it. He has to stop. The Warring States turned into a golden Buddha, and the angry eyes of King Kong appeared in a teleportation. Two huge Buddha palms mercilessly blasted towards the two of them in one fell swoop, and their domineering posture was no weaker than the Golden Lion and the Whitebeard. Jai ha ha. Kalala. Facing the two palms of Warring States, Golden Lion and Whitebeard laughed, as if they were deliberately forcing Warring States to end. The Golden Lion pulled out the other long knife round his waist, and the air pressure hood appeared in the left hand of the white beard. Damn. Withdraw. Quick. The characters such as Marco, Pepperospero, Cracker, and the King of Color Change, who were still awake, all of them were shocked and retreated quickly. Who would dare to watch the collision of these three people at close range? In addition to the Lonely Red, no one is qualified on the scene. Click. As if the sky and the earth collided, the whole world lost its voice, and the sky, which was divided into two halves, began to divide into three strands, representing the Golden Lion, the White Beard, and the Warring States. The silhouettes of the three have disappeared, and the center is like bathing in a sea of black and red thunder. There are only three tall shadows and their dancing coats. The islands, the atmosphere, everything is shaking. Huge ravines spread with three people at the center. Not good. At the Navy station, the Crane's hair was flying, and St. Roswald beside him, as well as the Navy of the entire base, all fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Looking up at the sky divided into three halves, and the black and red thunder that kept falling and splashing, the Crane's face changed in shock. Three overlords, and the Warring States period participated. If the Golden Lion and Whitebeard worked together to put pressure on the Warring States period, the latter would not be able to bear it. Crane didn't have time to think too much, and directly discarded the two Roswald sounds and quickly flew towards the No. 1 mangrove area. Jai ha ha, for many years, I have never been so excited. Kalala, Beloric, you still want to see the play? The Whitebeard and the Golden Lion laughed arrogantly, and at the same time turned their heads to look at the only calm man in the field, the man closest to them. As for the others, they are no longer in sight. Then I'll play with you. Lonely Red is also just around the corner. How could he be indifferent in this situation? Usually everyone is one ear known, and this is the first time this has happened. If you don't end up colliding, you will regret it for a lifetime. Swish. Boom boom boom. The Lonely Red appeared strangely, and the Whitebeard, the Golden Lion, and the Warring States period seemed to have a heart, and they all drew their hands at the same moment, and then Kong Unki, Withered Wood, Buddha Palm, and a Black Umbrella, divided into four camps and collided in shock. Clack clack. One after another, black and red thunderbolts 10 meters thick spread from the very center, and the sky that was originally divided into three halves collapsed again and underwent great changes, and finally formed four halves tilted. You three bastards. The Warring States turned into a big Buddha, his body was full of dazzling golden light, and he looked at the three guys in front of him angrily. The scene at the moment is terrifying. The four tyrants are in their own camps, and they collide with each other strongly. Now not only the entire island is shaking, but the surrounding turbulent sea is also shaking, and almost everyone on the island has been stunned. Damn. Damn. 10,000 meters away, Perospero and the others knelt on the ground on one knee, their faces pale and stubbornly holding on. Even Marco et al. No one can be normal in this situation. Boss. Stussy and Crocodile were also pale as paper, and they were considered strong-willed people without fainting, but they were too weak to stand up. If it is just one person's overlord, even the top overlord, they will not be so unbearable, at least they can stand up, even if they are shaky. But now the collision of the four supreme overlord colors, the impact is definitely not 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = 4, but equal to 5. It's also fortunate to be far away, otherwise... Old Sand, Stussy, now is the time to test you. Chaos stood in front of the two of them, turned around and showed his white teeth in embarrassment. His goose feather gold coat and vertical hair danced wildly, but those black eyes were full of excitement and madness. Not even a trace of fear. Crocodile and Stussy were a little stunned, because the man in front of him was as confident as ever, and the nervous smile was full of contagion at this moment. If you want to become stronger, You must face up to the fear and powerlessness in your heart. I know you can do it. Don't forget the purpose and culture of our team. No one can be more arrogant, freer and more arrogant than us. Even if we die, we have to fight for the first place. After Chaos finished speaking, he turned his head and took a step forward. The young overlord was as arrogant and domineering as before, and he broke into the collision of the four overlords violently and madly. Almost at the same moment, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Warring States period, and Lonely Red all looked in the direction of Chaos. Interesting. The corners of the Lonely Red mouth outlined an evil smile. Gulala, you're so daring. I like it more. Whitebeard and Golden Lion laughed one after another. Only Sengoku remained silent with a gloomy face. At this moment, in the sky that divides the world, you can see a crack appear, and gradually form 5 camps, but the camp representing Chaos is too small. Just like a young dragon, although it is very immature and weak, it still dares to rampage into the battle of 4 adult giant dragons. With this courage and madness, as long as this young dragon does not die prematurely, it will definitely be a hegemon in the future. But in the worst sense, this is self-defeating. So Chaos paid the price. With each step, the pressure on his shoulders became heavier, and drops of blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and finally splattered on Crocodile and Stucci's faces impartially. The two collapsed to the ground, looking at the moving back. For some reason there was an emotion in their hearts. This man is no worse than anyone else, and he will definitely surpass those 4 in the future. I am Crocodile. How can you be scared off? Stucci, who was emptying, was startled, and Crocodile beside him didn't know what was going on, or was stimulated. He got up with a ghastly face, and his eyes were full of blood. X. Chapter 124_Stussy, I'll just trust you. Chapter 124_Stussy, I'll just trust you. Boom. Taking a step with the right foot, you can clearly see the trembling legs, but Crocodile roared, took another step to follow Chaos's pace, and walked slowly towards the center step by step. Here's Crocodile. The proudest crocodile. The most arrogant crocodile. The wildest crocodile. How can I be scared off by the mere overlord color? Thinking back to the team's purpose culture, that is the life he pursues. As he stepped out step by step, Crocodile's belief in his heart became more and more tenacious. He looked up at the back in front of him, like a beam of light in the dark night, guiding him forward. He wants to surpass this man, surpass everyone. Behind him, Stussy wiped the blood on his face, and looked at the 2 confident backs of Honey who were advancing forward. His pale face blushed for some reason, and immediately a burst of blood rushed to the sky. Young and frivolous, why women are weaker than men, why women can't be the masters of the house, and why should my mother obey your orders? My freedom and destiny should be in my own hands. The old lady can do whatever she wants. No one is qualified to teach the old lady a lesson. The unyielding feeling that had once been in his heart rushed out at this moment, and Stussy finally remembered it. It turned out that she once also longed for freedom and longed for dreams, and the life she once wanted was not what she wanted. What ordinary women are after, she also expects extravagantly. I believe you, my mother. Biting his blood-red lips, Stussy swears and addresses his mother directly. He stood up with difficulty, and made a decision as he took a step forward. She wants to change her life now. She is tired of being a puppet that others call and go. She is going to pursue the life she wants. At this moment, she is born again. Yes, after the old sand, another lost. In this way, the 3 of them moved forward very stubbornly and tenaciously, like little carp in the surging river, trying to climb up the once-hung waterfall despite their lives against the current. Both the mental will and the body have been greatly challenged. Hey! What is the Golden Emperor doing? How dare he? And the king of the desert and the queen of joy. Almost all of the sober people present had difficulty standing up, and almost all collapsed on the ground like mud, but as Chaos, Crocodile, and Stuffy continued to move forward, they suddenly attracted the only remaining eyes. Marco was calm and looked at the three Chaos who were advancing in the black and red thunder, with a hint of admiration and fighting spirit on their expressions. "We can't shame Daddy." Joz seemed to be stimulated, and took out his short legs and resolutely stepped out towards the center. As the son of Whitebeard, there is no reason to back down at this moment. This kind of situation can be said to be rare for decades, and it is simply the best opportunity to exercise spiritual will. Joz is right, we don't deserve to be Daddy's sons if we can't stop the pressure. Brahman looked serious and walked out. The other captains also raised their heads slightly, proud in their bones. Just because they are the sons of Edward Newgate the Whitebeard. Team leaders of the Whitebeard pirates, one after another, all gritted their teeth firmly, took that heavy step and kept moving forward. They all held their breath, and they must come to the nearest. "Brother Cracker!" Big Mom Camp suddenly shouted. Because Cracker also stepped forward, and even released his own momentum, walked out of the Biscuit Warrior, and walked towards the center step by step. There are also the Jelly Queen brought by the Golden Lion and others. As well as the navies such as Pol Salino and Flying Squirrel, none of them let go of this hard-won opportunity. It is not unreasonable that these people can become powerful and powerful people now and in the future. Perhaps stimulated, more and more people began to stand up. Even if their legs were trembling with fear, they gritted their teeth and walked towards the center of terror. Kalala. At the center, the Whitebeard laughed ostentatiously, and the actions of Marco and others made him very satisfied. Make him proud too. At first, Sengoku wanted to stop, but as the navies such as Pol Salino and Flying Squirrel entered the field, he dispelled his thoughts. At this moment, whether it is Whitebeard, Golden Lion, or Warring States, they are all deliberately maintaining this situation, and they all want to train people in their own camp, but Lonesome Red is different. He has been alone since his debut. Even if he wanted to let go now, it was too late. The three people in the Warring States period suppressed him together and forced him to cooperate, which can be said to be very insidious. You three guys. Lonely Red can't see it, but who is he? He is the Lonely Rider, the Red Earl, and the Lonely Red. As long as he doesn't want to, no one can force him. Jai ha ha ha. Belloric, you don't want to see how many people can withstand our pressure? Golden Lion's words aroused Lonely Zheng's thoughts about watching the show. He really wanted to see how many of these juniors could walk to the 100-meter position. Especially the Golden Emperor. He was very interested. In that case, isn't it too gentle? The evil and charming smile hung on his face, which seemed a bit stern, and the lonely red eyes glared suddenly, and the terror of the Overlord was unreserved, and he directly pressed against the Whitebeard, the Golden Lion and the Warring States. Kalala. Crack. The overlords of the Fair were all like a volcano erupting, and they began to go all out to collide with the sky and the earth. One after another, black and red thunders 10 meters thick spread, and the entire Chambord archipelago began to shake and split. The surrounding waters set off hurricanes and tsunamis, and the apocalyptic scene became more and more intense. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Chaos' mouth, and he almost fell to one knee on the ground. Pressure, unprecedented pressure. As if carrying a mountain on his shoulders, it became heavier and heavier, and at the same time, his head seemed to be stabbed by needles. I am the most arrogant man in the world. His eyes were congested and his sockets were almost torn apart. Chaos continued to bleed from his nose and mouth, and his face was as ferocious as a ghost. These 4 guys were just his stepping stones. Even if you die, you have to fight for the first place. The pain in the mind seemed to have some shackles opened, and the black cloud in the sky, which had been suppressed to the corner, suddenly swelled and attacked the four camps more arrogantly and domineering than before, without fear of letting me go. Chaos Overlord Color broke through after being extremely oppressed. How fierce is the pressure, how fierce is the rebound at this moment. Overlord Color is innate, it is a person's aura, will, spirit, and spirit. It cannot be acquired, it can only grow and become stronger with experience. But now facing the oppression of four super-powerful overlords, it is simply the best training. And it's hell-level training. Shah. Cranes in the distance flashed one after another, and finally came to the scene. Looking at the apocalyptic scene of the black and red thunder in the center, he glanced around and frowned. Eventually she set her sights on chaos. She can't talk about fairness in the face of pirates. Those who should be caught will definitely be caught at the least price. Talking about fairness or affection to pirates is the most stupid. Maybe only Carp would do that. Whether it is the Warring States period or the Crane, or the current Zephyr, they are not sympathetic to the pirates. The camp is clearly divided, and it will not be mixed with other emotions like Carp. A thief is a thief. What's more, the Golden Emperor is not another pirate and must be controlled by the Navy. X. Chapter 125 Don't bullshit me. Chapter 125 Don't bullshit me. What's the matter? On the distant sea level, a warship is constantly undulating in the sea, just like a flat boat that will be submerged by the waves at any time. The sea was turbulent, the sky was even more dimly lit with thunder and lightning, and storms kept sweeping, and the weather was very bad. Squeak! The cabin door was opened, and a tall man with purple hair dressed in a justice coat looked at the turbulent sky. His resolute face was full of solemnity. It's Zephyr who came back from the New World. Looking at the sea horizon, that is the direction of the Chambord Islands. Where the black and red thunder spreads, the entire sky is vaguely divided into four halves, and the smallest camp has been ignored. Kuzan, I'll go first. How could Zephyr not feel the powerful aura of the four collisions? They were all old rivals. I am afraid that the current situation of the Warring States is a little bad. Yes. Kuzan behind him had a serious face. He originally followed Garp to pursue the Roger pirates, but he received an order midway, so he returned from the New World together with Zephyr. Boom. As soon as Kuzan's words fell, Zephyr lifted off like a cannonball, and then there was the sound of an atmospheric explosion, and a halo of air pressure appeared behind Zephyr, and disappeared on the horizon like a long rainbow in the blink of an eye. Split to form a trench, you can imagine how fast Zephyr is. The combination of shaving and moon steps has been applied to a superb level. As Zephyr's body turned red and white mist rose, the sonic boom sounded like a bomb exploded, and the air squeezed to form a halo that spread in the air, and Zephyr's speed increased by another level. When the Chambord Islands formed the black spot, the white beard, the golden lion, the solitary red, and the Warring States who were colliding in a stalemate all turned in this direction, and then showed various smiles. Looks like the guy hasn't been beaten yet. Lonely Zhang was the first to speak. Since Zephyr's family was killed, Zephyr has rarely appeared in the sea except for the necessary tasks, but you can feel the breath, as strong as ever. Kalala. It's just Carp. The Golden Lion also laughed. It would be even more interesting if Carp was the two. However, the Golden Lion and the White Beard both looked in the other direction, and their faces gradually became condensed. Puff. Chaos opened his mouth to spurt blood, and his already pale face became pale again. After being hit hard, it turned into a cannonball and was pushed horizontally all the way, and finally lay in the ruins and vomited blood continuously. At the same time, the Overlord color also subsided. Crane appeared in the position where Chaos stood before, withdrew his right foot and left an afterimage to chase after him. She is decisive. Shoot directly at Chaos. Cough cough. The gravel and dust were scattered, and Chaos stood up from the pit, rolling on the spot without even thinking about it. In the next second, the ground ripped apart, and the crane's foot went deep into the ground and spread spider webs around it. At the same time, the entire pit continued to expand. Chaos used the air wave to distance himself, panting in anger. Now this opportunity is the time for him to exercise the Overlord, but he didn't expect that Heng would actually shoot at him. Boss. Crocodile and Stutchy wanted to help, but the distance was very close to the collision center. Their actions were completely suppressed by the four tyrannical colors, and their strength could be said to be inexhaustible. Action is hard. From this point, it can be seen that the crane's strength is not too strong in this environment. At this moment, Rumi Chaos dodged, and kicked out a foot in the air to form a crescent-shaped foot, sweeping the air full of sharpness. Even steel can be easily cut off. I don't have time to play with you. Chaos rolled around again, looking at the crane with rage. Reached out and grabbed the Navy station in the air. The Alweather sight, smell and color can already cover the Chambord Islands, and all people with gold powder in their bodies can perceive it. Since the awakening of the knowledge and color, in addition to sleeping, Chaos releases the knowledge and color all the time. How many days and nights have passed, and the scope of the knowledge and color is constantly expanding. Sometimes even sleep is released with a sense of knowledge. It is almost a habit. At present, there is only one direction for Chaos's cultivation experience, that is, the scope. Combined with the ability of the golden fruit, in the future, even if you are 100 miles away, you can use the treasure of the king to take people's heads. Such a bold idea. In order to be arrogant and high profile and pretend to be Chaos usually thinks about it a lot. In the future, he will control enough gold, and he wants to make a row of 9 dragons pulling a coffin when he appears. How to be bells and whistles. Is it? The crane did not understand Chaos's movements at first, but his expression changed after he recovered quickly. Shouldn't this guy? The sight and smell radiated out, and when he noticed that the comatose Saint Roswald and Idenria's palace were quickly approaching here, the crane's face was gloomy and rainy. When did you control them? The ground under the crane's feet exploded, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Chaos. The gloves on both hands had been taken off at an unknown time, and they wiped them off at Chaos in one fell swoop in an attempt to stop them. Chaos had been prepared for a long time, and he was still very embarrassed to avoid the past. At the same time, the goddess of God held the golden giant sword and fell from the sky, forming a shadow and slashing at the crane in one fell swoop. The surrounding hills stood up, and a lot of dust formed a violent impact. Chaos's mouth was bleeding and icy looking at the crane. You try again. It will take a while for St. Roswald and Idonria's palace to arrive, but as long as he wants to, he can make them explode like fireworks. Crane's eyes were full of sternness, and he was considering whether to pretend he didn't know, and still shot at Chaos. But after thinking for 3 seconds, he gave up. There are still many people who did not fall at the scene. If St. Roswald and Idenria's palace died here, they would not be able to stand up to scrutiny or investigation. If St. Roswald and Idonria's palace died because of her, the Draconians in the Holy Land would definitely be held accountable, and she might have a lot of trouble. Not worth the loss. The two held each other like this, and it didn't take long for St. Roswald and Idonria's palace, who were in a coma, to fly out of the ruins, and the crane did not move. She knew that it would be useless to cut it off. As long as the Golden Emperor was willing, the two of them could die on the spot. You should know what to do with the Tianlong people. Crane looked at Roswald Saint and Idonria's palace lying at the feet of Chaos, expressionless. Don't bullshit me, just stand there honestly. Chaos was too lazy to talk to the crane, raised his hand and spread out two golden tributaries from the goddess, tucked the throats of St. Roswald and lifted them in midair, a straightforward threat. Immediately ignoring the frost-faced crane, the overlord rose again into the sky to resist the will of the four giants, and at the same time walked towards the four white beards step by step. Crane just looked at chaos like this, shaking his hands and shaking them. This guy is too crazy. The reason why Chaos is so unscrupulous is because as long as the lives of Saint Roswald and Idonria's palace are in his hands, he can let the navies such as Crane and Sengoku cast the mouse. It is even possible to temporarily order two people through threats. At that time, the retreat can completely force the navy to stop. I have had this idea since I knew that the Draco were on the island of Chaos. Otherwise, he might have withdrawn. After all, the character staring at him is too powerful. This is also a happy trouble. X. Chapter 126 My Dad is Lee Gang S Rampant. Chapter 126 My Dad is Lee Gang S Rampant. Chaos thinks very well, but some people don't want him to feel better. Golden Emperor. The sound of gnashing teeth flew, and the Jelly Queen appeared in front of Chaos angrily, swept away without showing any mercy. Chaos only had time to raise his hand to block, and then he couldn't control his body and kept retreating. Perhaps it was due to the injury, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding again. Last time I was careless, this time you don't want to run away again. The Jelly Queen was murderous, and the strong man passed her. The charming idol Groot, Zhangfei Jessica, and Lone Wolf Spender all looked at Chaos with different expressions. Damn it. Chaos looked at this group of people with an ugly expression, and in his current situation, he might not even be able to do a Lone Wolf Spender. It's your navy's turn to take action. Chaos ignored the Jelly Queen and focused his attention on the strong man, the charming idol, and the concubine Zhang. After all, this was the first time the two met. As for the Jelly Queen and Lone Wolf, they are already acquaintances. Crane stood in the distance, looking at St. Roswald and Idonria's palace controlled by the goddess of God. When he heard Chaos's natural threat, his face was as ugly as it was ugly. Judging from the character that the Golden Emperor is currently showing, it is really possible to kill the Tianlong people. Damn it. Crane has never been so bad. I've tried several ways, but none of them have a great success rate. For example, control the King of the Desert and the Queen of Joy to threaten, or let Paul Salino make a quick shot. But the main thing is that the two of Roswald have gold powder in their bodies, and I am afraid that they will do it as soon as they get close to the guy. Don't be alone, I don't want anyone to disturb you. Seeing Crane dodging in front of the Jelly Queen, the corners of Chaos's mouth curled up in enjoyment. This kind of threatening feeling is a bit over the top. And the other party is a famous person. Negotiate a condition. Crane's face was expressionless, and he looked sideways at Chaos without the anger he imagined, and was very calm. Don't worry, as long as I'm safe, I'll let these two guys go. Chaos knew what the Crane wanted to say, and he waved his big hand with an expression of trivial matters on his face, which was very annoying. Seeing that the Crane was silent, Chaos was extremely frantic. My Golden Emperor came out to mix, and what I said was the word trust, not to mention that you have no choice. Crane still didn't speak, but turned to face the Jelly Queen and her party. Not far away, Paul Salino, Flying Squirrel and other navies also noticed the situation long ago. They took their eyes off St. Roswald, who was controlled by the goddess of God, and finally stood with Crane. Crocodile and Stucci were also very clever, and stood close to Chaos for the first time. Dignified Vice Admiral Crane, he is actually threatened by a pirate, interesting and interesting. The charming idol of the captain of the Fifth Fleet, Groot, with a handsome face full of drama, waist-length blonde hair, and fluttering in the wind very softly, I have to say that he is a first-class handsome man. The only person in the audience who could threaten Chaos' appearance was this guy. So the glamorous idol successfully caught the attention of Chaos. But now is a very moment, otherwise Chaos would have already started. Make up your mind to kill this guy in the future. The enmity between men is as simple as that. It is possible that just one more glance in the crowd will break out the revenge of killing the father, not to mention the threat of appearance. A man can't stand it. Boss, it's time for us to retreat. Stuffy looked solemn. Now this situation is actually very unfavorable for them. It can be said that the whole audience is their enemy. Although the control of the Draconians is temporarily balanced, it is too close to Mario and the naval headquarters. If you have to choose, it is not impossible for St. Roswald and Idonria's palace to be abandoned, because the value of the golden fruit is far more than the life of the two. Possibly the Holy Benedict of Roswald will give up. From the perspective of the grand strategy, it is not impossible for the people in the Holy Land to exchange Tianlong people for the Golden Emperor. Compared to the outside world, Stuffy knew the people in the Holy Land better. The longer it drags on, the worse it gets. And will exercise is almost the same. She had to remind the man. Chaos looked back at Stuffy, his expression a little uncertain. Stuffy's words were like a splash of cold water to wake up Chaos. He really hadn't considered Mario, and the current situation was not under his control at all. He took it for granted. Now he is not qualified to compete with Whitebeard, Golden Lion and others. When he calmed down, he realized that he was actually a clown jumping on the beam, and he almost crossed the bridge with both feet. Don't pretend too much, and don't get lost. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Chaos is arrogant and arrogant, never mindless. The first premise must come first. As expected of the good looks and wisdom in our team, Lao Sha, you should learn more from Stuffy. Chaos took a deep breath. He knew it was time to retreat. But he is convinced that one day the broken sky will have a place for him. Seeing that Chaos obeyed his own advice, Stuffy first breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the man speechlessly. It's okay to be responsible for your looks. When will you have the wisdom to take on this nickname? I don't know what's in this man's mind at all, and he always plays cards out of common sense. But enjoyed it. After all, what this man said was the truth. The empty heart seems to be filled. Very cool. Compared to Stussy's polite smile, Crocodile's face is full of exaggeration, and his eyes are full of contempt. Now there is only one woman in the team, Stuffy. Of course, she is responsible for her appearance. He is also responsible for the appearance of the men in the team. As for the responsibility of wisdom, it is pure gold on the face. Boss, are we really going to retreat? Crocodile regained his senses, and he didn't want to leave just like that. He is now in a state of blood-boiling, high fighting spirit, and my fate is in my hands. He feels that the whole world belongs to him. The mere Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and others are nothing more than that. He is Crocodile. Lao Sha, you are a little lost. Of course, Chaos could hear Crocodile's unwillingness, as well as the arrogance that my father was Li Gang who couldn't hide. He felt that as long as he gave this guy to watermelon knives, he could cut from the Chambord archipelago to the New World. There is a sense that Lao Tzu is the most boy in this street. Very expansive. Even more inflated than his state just now. He wasn't like this when we first met. How did it become like this now? Is it the rebellious period of youth? Crocodile isn't even 20 years old after all. Is there? Crocodile did not feel lost. Alas. Stuffy covered his forehead. The two became more mad than the other, and they couldn't escape the colorful life in the future. Let's retreat first. Chaos is also very decisive, retreating when it is time to retreat, never indecisive or hesitant. although he is also very unwilling, but now he really does not have the ability to be on an equal footing with those people. But this time it is not without harvest, the overlord is more refined and powerful. The most important thing is to determine the cultivation method. You only need to constantly fight against the strong and go through all kinds of life and death to enhance your aura. Only the true meaning of life on the edge of death can stimulate potential. X. Chapter 127 The backstage is finally here. Chapter 127 The backstage is finally here. Want to go? The retreat of chaos directly made the Jelly Queen angry. At the same time, strong men and charming idols all shot, while Crane, Paul Salino, Flying Squirrel and others could only block it. Chaos ignored everyone, deeply watched the collision of the overlord color of the landslide in the center, and then stepped on the moon step and lifted into the sky without hesitation. The goddess of God spread her palms flat, and after Chaos, Crocodile, and Stuffy stood firm, they turned around resolutely like change flying to the moon. But at this moment, the blue flames fell, and a legendary divine bird bathed in blue flames blocked the way of the goddess and released a powerful breath. Fini Marco. Looking at this divine bird, Stuffy frowned. Chaos' face also sank. On the ground below, Joz, Beaster and others are also eyeing them. For the sake of their future lives, they very much like the Golden Emperor to be their brother. But before the two sides could talk, a tyrannical aura suddenly appeared, and then a storm rushed over the mountains and the sea, and all the crust that had been raised around was shattered and disappeared. The billowing smoke and dust spread, and everyone's eyes turned to the past. Dong dong. The sound of sonorous and powerful footsteps spread throughout the audience with a sense of rhythm. Zephyr walked out of it with a red body, and the rising steam had an oppressive aura of its own. Blackest Zephyr. The strong man, the Jelly Queen, the Crane and the others were separated, and they all looked at the resolute man with fear. Kalala. At the same time, in the center, the four Whitebeards were separated, and their respective camps continued to collide with the overlord color. With the appearance of Zephyr, Sengoku first breathed a sigh of relief. Ski, Newgate, Belloric, Chambord is not a place for you to be arrogant. Zephyr frowned slightly, with a deep tone. Jai ha ha, you are still as unsmiling as ever. The Golden Lion put away the dead wood and the 12 long knives of Sekira, took out a cigar from his arms, lit it, and looked at Zephyr. If you want to fight for another place, please accompany you. Zephyr cherishes his words like gold. Quite a pair of words that he will do if he doesn't agree, not much BB meaning. Wait, it's really interesting. Lonely Gashong suddenly looked to the horizon, and the evil face showed an increasingly interesting expression. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Warring States all looked in the same direction. Perhaps because the arrival of Zephyr caused a chain reaction, some big figures began to appear one by one. Clap ka ka. The turbulent sea was raging with gusty winds, and the black clouds in the entire sky were billowing with thunder and lightning. A faint figure of a divine dragon hovered in the clouds, and it only took a dozen breaths to appear over the Chambord archipelago. A gigantic dragon head protruded from the clouds, and immediately changed into a human shape and smashed to the ground. Tall and burly, with thick black hair in a shawl, staring at a pair of huge curved horns, rising and naked with the dragon scale tattoo on his left arm, wearing dark green wide trousers on his lower body, a purple fluffy coat draped over his back, and holding a spiky fang-s mace. A ferocious aura like a wild beast rushed out towards everyone aggressively and arrogantly. Beast Kaido. Some pirates kept gulping, first Black Arm Zephyr, and now by Beast Kaido. Are all the monsters in the New World collected from the Chambord archipelago today? Things are getting out of hand. How can this kind of battle be without me? Kaido roared, holding a mace and even shot at the nearest Zephyr, more reckless than chaos. There is no distinction between enemies and friends. As long as they appear in front of them, they are all enemies. Thundering gossip. Kaido, you are courting death. Zephyr's eyes were cold, and the powerful aura collided with Kaido's overlord color, and he did not fall into a disadvantage. The two collided in an instant, and a ring-shaped shockwave spread in an instant, and once again, everyone who was close was thrown away. I saw Zephyr's punch in the center collided with the mace, and the vacuum between the two was turned upside down. The goddess of God was pushed horizontally by the air pressure, and the three of chaos stood on their palms, looking at the faces of Kaido and Zephyr who were separated. Kaido didn't take advantage, on the contrary, he fell behind in the collision. Sure enough, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Lonely Red, Zephyr, and Warring States are on the same level, and Kaido is relatively weak. Now these people are in their peak state, and none of them are easy to mess with. Haha. Cool. Kaido formed a fan-shaped gobi behind him, pulled out his feet from the soil, dragged his mace and watched Zephyr laugh wildly. Don't leave today. Zephyr was also violent, and directly planned to send Kaido into the Push City, but he turned his head to look at the sky again just as he was doing it. Boom. The sound of the sonic boom came from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, a handsome uncle in a black coat appeared in the air. The 10-pack of exposed abdominal muscles bulged, and a pair of red vertical pupils scanned the audience with a gentle and elegant atmosphere. The monarch, the color-changing King Nero Dahl and his group, who were originally uneasy on the edge, looked at this man with unbearable excitement. The backstage is finally here. Just now, I really had no confidence, and the big figures in the center were more terrifying than each other. Unlike Marco, Flying Squirrel, Queen Jelly, and others, because of the background of Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Warring States, etc., they naturally have a sense of confidence. The King of Color Change, Prospero and others are different. Now they are so careful that they don't even dare to breathe, and they don't even have the qualifications to speak in their identities. Unless Big Mom or the Blast Monarch come in person, then they will have the confidence. Now the Explosion Monarch is here, so the color-changing king and his group are hardened. The faces of Prospero and others are very ugly. At this time, I really hope that Big Mom can come. Haha, I thought who it was, it turned out to be you, Lemming Gossip. Kaido didn't say a word, and appeared in front of the Explosion Monarch Gotti in a frenzied and excited manner. The mace wrapped around the thunder and swept the army, and the meeting ceremony came first. Kaido. The Explosion Monarch narrowed his red vertical pupils, his short white hair was flowing. His right foot was burning with billowing gunpowder and flames, and the strong and domineering front collided with Kaido's mace. Ka ka ka. The black and red thunder spread, and the violent collision of the two overlords stirred the situation. Behind the Explosion Monarch, the black coat fluttered, and the right leg full of gunpowder smoke and flames suddenly appeared red and white. Not good. You to get out of the Chambord Islands. Warring States and Zephyr's eyes jumped, and they disappeared in place and appeared around the exploding monarch and Kaido. The next moment, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The sky-burning explosion led to the sea. If this mushroom cloud is allowed to sweep, the Chambord Islands are in danger. At least this area will disappear immediately. The devil fruit ability of the Explosion Monarch Gotti is no worse than that of Whitebeard and others. Haha. Maniacal laughter came from the black smoke. After everything disappeared, Kaido and the Explosion Monarch stood opposite each other. Sengoku and Zephyr on both sides were furious, and their eyes were full of threats. As long as the two dare to make another move, the two of them will take action to suppress it. Leaving the Chambord Islands to fight. The Warring States turned around and glanced at the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Lonely Red, Kaido and the Exploding Monarch one by one, with sharp eyes. To be honest, The current situation makes the warring states very difficult. The key is that the Tianlong people are still in the hands of the Golden Emperor. Terrible. Kaido's devil fruit turned out to be a fish, and fish fruit almost flashed to the waist, and almost got slapped in the face. In addition, it will be on the shelves on Friday this week, which is the 25th, and I don't know if it will hit the street. X. Chapter 128 _ This behavior is stress-free. Chapter 128 _ This behavior is stress-free. Red Earth Continent, Holy Land Mary Yo. Office of the Supreme Power. The 5 old men were sitting or standing, all listening to the report with serious expressions. The face is not very good looking. The situation in the Chambord Islands now threatens Mary Yo. Wearing a flat hat, the 5 old stars have a fluffy white beard, and because of the scar on the corner of the left face, he looks a bit daunting. White beard, golden lion, lonely red, Kaido, exploding monarch. They're all thugs. Do you want to clean up? 5 old stars with long straight white hair and a long beard frown cautiously. These guys are too unscrupulous. This time, they are all in the Chambord Islands. If they pay a huge price, they can be wiped out in one fell swoop, but the world government will definitely be hit hard. Even slumped because of it. Some are more than worth it. After all, these people are not small. In addition to their own strength, there are huge forces behind them. No, it's too expensive. 5 old stars with short blonde hair and a beard shook his head in thought. According to the information from the Chambord Archipelago, St. Roswald and Idonria's palace are controlled by the Golden Emperor, and may therefore threaten the warring states period. If they give up, those guys will definitely cause trouble. Do you want to give up the gold temporarily? God. The main goal now is not to capture the Golden Emperor, but to find a way to expel the Golden Lion, Whitebeard and others from the Chambord Islands. Don't forget that these guys were once on a boat. There is no guarantee that there will be a union. Wu Loxing, who was bald and had a birthmark on his forehead, had a gloomy face as if remembering something bad, and his eyes were terrifying. That is to say, if Sora or Garp are dispatched, they will be threatened and temporarily unite. This force is very powerful. But the Golden Emperor cannot fall into either of their hands. Especially the Golden Lion. Then notify the warring states period and let the Golden Emperor go. As long as the Golden Emperor leaves the Chambord Islands, it is possible to eliminate the threat of the current situation. 5 people with the highest authority in the world government, 2 or 3 words will determine the result. The Navy must give up the Golden Emperor first, only in this way will it not cause hostility. Even if it is caught, it must be after this incident. Most importantly, the dragons. All factors add up, and only this solution is feasible. Inform Sora first and let him go to the Chambord Islands in person. If these guys don't know whether to live or die, then consider paying a huge price to destroy them. It works. Agree. A minute later, the headquarters building of Marin Van Du. Office of the Marshal. Sora was sitting behind his desk with a serious expression. The phone bug in front of him was on, obviously on the phone. Yes. I understand. As the phone bug hung up, Sora picked up the Marshal's coat on the back of the chair and walked out of the office with a serious look. At the same time, the Navy headquarters began to mobilize, and a veteran lieutenant general began to act, and the final destination was the Chambord Islands. At this time, the Chambord Islands were still facing each other. The vague smell of gunpowder is full of gunpowder, especially Kaido, the shit stirrer, is already ready to move and can't stand it anymore. However, as a black cloud shot quickly from the horizon, a new character appeared. Just no cards. It's Kategori. This kind of scene is only possible if Big Mom comes in person, and if it is only Kategori, he is not qualified to intervene in the slightest. Not even the right to speak. Category brother. It can be seen from the faces of Prospero and others that the appearance of Category did not reassure them. Unlike the king of color change, with the appearance of the explosion monarch, he raised his head and raised his chest to have some confidence. And Category was also directly ignored by Whitebeard and others. What's going on now? Category looked serious, and Zeus, one of the three Mos, was suspended on his shoulders, feeling unprecedented pressure. The few pairs of eyes looked over just now, and his hair was blown up. He couldn't afford to offend any of these big men. Things are very troublesome, they are all eyeing the Golden Emperor. Cracker's voice was low, and they were not qualified to intervene in the current situation. After listening to the ins and outs, Category's face became heavier. Looking up at Chaos standing on the palm of the goddess of God, the two sides met for the first time. Chaos is also looking at Category at the moment. This guy has practiced knowledge and knowledge to predict the future, and he is very interested. Retreat. Category withdrew his gaze and did not stare at Chaos for too long. And very decisive. Retreat directly. There is a good chance that it will be dangerous to stay here. Prospero, Cricket, and the others also nodded, obviously seeing the situation clearly. Even if the mother came, it would not take advantage. Zeus. Yes. Zeus, who was floating in the air, suddenly became bigger. Prospero and others all stood on it, and then flew into the sky and quickly disappeared into the sky. No one can stop it. It was easy to leave. Just as Category and his party left, Kuzan appeared with a group of navies. Still did not attract much attention, it is too weak. Let's go too. Chaos's eyelids kept twitching again, and the goddess who manipulated God wanted to continue to leave, but the Jelly Queen, Marco and others would not let him leave. The reason why this situation will appear now should all depend on Chaos. It can be said that it is the center of the whirlpool and the sweet pastry. Category and others can leave easily, but he can't. With a gloomy face, Chaos just looked at the crane. At the same time, the comatose Saint Roswald and Idonria's palace moved to the side, and the threat could not be clearer. Crane's face sank, his eyes were cold. Golden Emperor, what do you want to do? Warring States and Zephyr also noticed it long ago. Are you the Golden Emperor? Before Chaos could answer Sengoku's question, Kaido carried his mace with contempt, as if he looked down on the despicable means of Chaos. However, Chaos didn't even look at Kaido. This ignorance is nothing but provocation. Very arrogant. The gust of wind swept through, Kaido's eyes widened and he shot in awe. There were a lot of arrogant people in front of him, but the grass on the tomb was cropped up again and again. The mace was wrapped around Thunder, tearing the eardrums and blasting towards Chaos in one fell swoop. Chaos was already prepared, and he stood Roswald in front of him, making it clear that he wanted to use it as a meat shield. This behavior is stress-free. But someone was in a hurry. Sengoku almost disappeared when Kaido disappeared. His palm collided with the mace, and after forcing Kaido back, he landed on the ground with a gloomy expression. He couldn't let the Tianlong people die in front of him. The aftermath will be handed over to you. When I'm safe, I'll let go of these two rubbish. What I'm talking about is credit. Chaos was very satisfied with the actions of the Warring States period, and left a sentence of the goddess flying in the sky. He had to praise his wit. Fortunately, he controlled the Tianlong people, otherwise it would not end well today. Don't think about leaving. The Jelly Queen would not let Chaos leave, but was stopped by the crane when she wanted to continue. At the same time, Zephyr, Paul Salino, Kuzan and others also acted. They have no way. Warring States, Zephyr, I think you should stop being a navy, come and be my right-hand man and overthrow the world government together. You are so embarrassed for two Tianlong people. The golden lion threw an olive branch and was angry with the warring states and Zephyrs with hunting weapon. These are the two men he recognizes. Starting point, Shenku, Mushu Bai, 1250 starting coins, book friends, Silent Thoughts, book friends, 500 starting coins, 50% goodnight, 413 starting coins, from now on love Shanghai, Three Brothers of National Football Team, 200 starting coins, 16041108532122, 201803301356242280, Wu Zheng, I am pretending with my life, Flying Birds and Fish H, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 129 How can he play without BGM? Chapter 129 How can he play without BGM? Whether it is the Warring States period or Zephyr, they are silent. He just stood there and looked at the golden lion calmly. They are all determined, and the justice they uphold cannot be shaken by the golden lion's 2 or 3 words. Especially Zephyr, because his family was killed by pirates, he already hates pirates. Humph. Seeing that Warring States and Zephyr were unmoved, Golden Lion was not surprised. After all, he had said this many times. But the Golden Emperor is set. This will be related to his tyranny. Pull out the deadwood and Segura's 12 long knives and wave them in one fell swoop, and will no longer hold back. In an instant, the 1,000-meter slash was like a broken bamboo, making Warring States and Zephyr slightly angry. Ski. The Warring States turned into a Buddha again, and the golden palm was pushed out in one fell swoop. The golden shock wave forcibly collided with the slash, and the sky, which had gradually subsided, flashed again with thunder and lightning. Boom. The Warring States turned into a golden rainbow, collided with the golden lion in one fell swoop, and the entire Chambord archipelago began to collapse. However, with the intentional involvement of the Warring States period, the two started to run away from the Chambord archipelago all the way. How can this kind of battle be without Lao Tzu? Kaido holds a mace. He's here to fight. Immediately squatted down and chased out like a cannonball. Soon 3 wills came from the sky, and there was an extremely powerful collision. Kalala. Whitebeard withdrew his gaze from the sky, looked at the goddess of the sky, and didn't know why he didn't do it. He already understood that it was impossible for that guy to promise to be his son. I lost interest in this all of a sudden. Baloric, it's been a long time since you fought, let me see if you've stepped back. Whitebeard held Kong Unki and watched Lonely Tsong, who was holding a black umbrella, slash out. Lone Gajong didn't answer, just raised the black umbrella and collided with Kong Unki, then the two disappeared in place, and there was a collision from a kilometer away in the next second, and then they got further and further away. Dad. Joz and others were a little helpless, and Dad really wanted to come out. What shall we do now? Several people looked at Marco. Forget it, Dad has lost interest in the Golden Emperor, so we will withdraw. Marco still knows Whitebeard very well. The reason why they came to the Great Root is just like a tour. Unlike the Golden Lion, they have to catch the Golden Emperor. For the Whitebeard pirates, treasure, power, and reputation are not very important, and the things they pursue are obviously different from ordinary pirates. After a brief contact, the Golden Emperor is ambitious. Such a person cannot surrender to others. The twisted melon is not sweet and has no meaning at all. Very sloppy, but this is the Whitebeard pirates. Come in a hurry and go in a hurry. Do things according to your heart. With Marco and the others retreating, only the monarch of the explosion, Gotti, was left at the scene. Looking at Zephyr, the monarch of the explosion looked at the goddess who had become a black spot, turned around and left with the color-changing king and his party. With Zephyr by his side, it is impossible for him to succeed. Therefore, Without any slack, retreat directly. Seeing the exploding monarch retreat, Zephyr and Crane looked at the Jelly Queen and others, and shot. For a time, the chaotic battle resumes. It's just that the Golden Emperor, who was the center of the whirlpool, successfully escaped again. Although it was because of the control of the Tianlong people that the navy was temporarily banned from the Rat, it had to be said that there was a trace of luck. For example, if Whitebeard, Red Lonely, Kaido or Exploding Monarch are as determined to win as the Golden Lion, Chaos really can't escape. There is also the navy. If you get down to it, Chaos can't escape. This is luck. Boss, where are we going? At this time, thousands of meters in the sky, Stuffy breathed a sigh of relief. Even Chaos breathed a sigh of relief, but didn't show it. He is the boss. He must be calm at all times, otherwise how can he lead the team to glory? As for Crocodile, there is still some discomfort. Maybe they didn't realize the danger this time. Sky Island. Chaos now really wants to eat a big meal and then take a nap. This time, the waves are full of rewards. He needs to organize and digest. The last time he left the empty island, he forgot the most important thing, that is, he didn't bring Yinbei with him. He said that every time he played there was always something. This time he remembered. BGM. How can he play without BGM? That is the soul of the lineup. At the same time, the shape should be changed. Sky Island? Stuart was a little stunned. Is it? It's the empty island you want. It actually exists. What are you talking about? Crocodile was perplexed. The next day, the whole sea was shaken by news. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Lonely Red, and Admiral warring states appeared in the Chambord Islands, and the strong collision caused the sky to collapse and disconnect. Immediately afterwards, big figures such as Blackrest Zephyr, Kaido the Beast, and Exploding Monarch appeared one after another. Golden Lion, Sengoku, and Kaido fought to destroy islands. Whitebeard and Lonely Red battled to destroy islands. Admiral Sora finally appeared. The Strong Man, Charming Idol, Zhang Jelly Queen and Lone Wolf of the Flying Sky Pirates were captured by Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, Lieutenant Admiral Crane, and Admiral Sora. The Golden Lion controlled more than 10 small islands and 3 medium-sized islands, and rescued all the injured men and escaped. The Beast Kaido was hit hard and disappeared. The result of the battle between Whitebeard and Lonely Red is unknown. The Golden Emperor managed to escape. The Golden Emperor captures the Tianlong people. One after another news shook the sea, and the Golden Emperor of the Whirlpool was once again famous in the sea. Being able to successfully escape from the hands of so many strong men is enough to demonstrate the ability of the Golden Emperor. Now the 3 characters of the Golden Emperor represent not only wealth, but also strength. Marin Vando, a warship docked in the port. Zephyr disembarked the ship with a blank expression, and there were 3 Kpos and several admirals waiting at the port. What about St. Roswald and Lord Idonria's palace? The masked Kpo looked at Zephyr, who got off the boat, with a vague question in his words. Key Zephyr just glanced at it, then ignored it and walked towards the headquarters building. While the Kpo can at some point order an admiral, or even a marshal, that depends on the situation or the person. 5 hours ago, the news of St. Roswald and Idonria's palace came from the island of Jest. Sora immediately sent Zephyr to pick him up. Maybe he was too frightened, so the 2 of them are still awake. Come over. I'm back. How are things going? Entering the headquarters building, Zephyr came to the empty office. Sengoku and Crane were sitting on the sofa, and the 3 of them looked at Zephyr, who pushed in the door. Zephyr nodded and said nothing. That guy actually kept his promise and let it go. Crane seems to be expected, but also seems to be unexpected, with a hint of surprise. Originally, They had always been worried that the Golden Emperor would not keep his promise to spare St. Roswald and Idonria's palace. The most likely reason was to keep them and continue to threaten them, but they didn't expect that guy not only spared the Tianlongren, but also did so. Quick! Know that the Holy Land has put pressure on them. If St. Roswald and Idonria's palace really died, then things would be in trouble. Marshal, the 3 Kpo lords have returned to Merio with the 2 celestial dragons. At this time, a major general came in to report. X. Chapter 130 then hurt each other. Chapter 130 then hurt each other. Got it. Sora nodded, then looked down at the wanted order on the desk, looked at the Warring States 3 and said, the so-called keeping promises is not credible, especially the pirates. Golden Emperor, we still have to control it. Sora wouldn't think differently just because the pirate district kept his promise once. A thief is a thief. Need to raise the bounty of the 3 Golden Emperor? Crane looked at the sky. It doesn't make a big difference if you mention it or not. Bounties don't have much effect on the Golden Emperor, after all, they represent wealth. Even if there is no reward, there are people who want to enslave him. So even if the Navy raises the bounty to 3 billion, 5 billion, or 10 billion, those pirates and pirate hunters who have caught the Golden Emperor will not be able to hand over the Golden Emperor to the Navy. No one will give up the world's wealth from 10 billion. The value of the Goddess of God controlled by the Golden Emperor alone has exceeded 10 billion Baileys. But what is certain is that the Golden Emperor is very dangerous. If this guy uses the power of money, he can easily establish a big power, but so far the Golden Emperor has only used gold to fight, and has never thought about using money to build power or manipulate the world. Holy Land Merio. 5 Old Star Office. Has it been determined yet? The 5 Old Star with a birthmark on his forehead looked at the Kpo who reported to him with a faint anger in his eyes. It's been established that Stuffy betrayed us. The masked Kpo's speech was flat, and the death of several Kpos such as Octopus could not stand the investigation. All indications are that Stuffy has completely betrayed. She knows too much and needs to be cleaned up. And the Red Light District she has mastered. Let CP9 handle the Red Light District first, and then select another Kpo to take over. The other 4-5 Old Stars had a cold tone. Any updates on Pure Gold? Geese Wulok Singh wore a bathrobe and looked at the reporting Kpo. Not yet. Kpo first shook his head, then continued. The explosion pirates are also looking for it. Understood, you go down first. The 5 Old Star in the flat had waved. The moon stars are rare, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The sea has not been calm for the past 3 days, and the incident in the Chambord Islands is still intensifying. 10,000 meters high, the island of the gods, Apayado. Stuffy was wearing a short pink dress with a veil on her back and her hands on her shoulders. She showed the 2 murder weapons and her waist with a grip, and looked down at the vast and uncultivated island and the white sea below. It's been a little shocking for the past 3 days. The legendary Sky Island really exists. It is recorded in the Kpo file, but it has not been confirmed. But also too dreamy and extravagant. Especially the square at the foot and the palace behind it are all gold. And here is their base camp. That man is the god here, the Most High. Blur. Just as Stuffy was enjoying the rare night view, the sound of a phone bug rang in his handbag. Hello. Lord Stussy, our business has taken a hit and many have been betrayed. There was a hurried female voice inside, which made Stuffy's originally good mood sank all of a sudden. Do you know who it is? Stuffy was not too surprised, or had expected it long ago. CP9. I see, you protect yourself first. Yes. Hanging up the phone bug, Stuffy turned around and walked towards the splendid palace. he needed to report to the man. After killing those Kpos and completely determined to betray the world government, she knew that the world government would sooner or later clean up her, and the red light district she was in charge of in the underground world. Not surprising. She also thought about being a double agent, but it was too dangerous to think about it. The high heels sounded very rhythmically, and as a huge door engraved with the dragon and phoenix pattern was pushed open, what appeared in Stuthy's dazzling eyes were two men who were naked and sweating. It was Chaos and Crocodile. Both of them wore seafloor stone bracelets on their left wrists. Crocodile was exercising with the golden barbell, and Chaos was sitting and doing push-ups with a huge golden mountain on his back. Both of them didn't lift their heads when Stuthy came in. If Stuthy escapes now, there will be a high success rate. After all, Chaos is now wearing a seafloor stone, which means that the golden fruit is sealed, and the gold powder in Stuthy's body is useless. Even if you do it, it is possible to kill Chaos. But Stuthy knew that this man's scheming was unfathomable, and she really wanted to change her way of life. Since she had already made a choice, she would have to finish walking even on her knees. She is proud too. Boss, my forces are starting to be cleaned up by the world government. Walking to the sofa not far away, Stuthy did not panic at all. Slowly, he took out the goblet from under the desk and poured himself a glass of the special red wine from the empty island. Very sweet and delicious, with a light fruity aroma, it is very suitable for ladies to enjoy. Red light district? Chaos was out of breath, but he didn't stop. Drops of sweat fell like raindrops on the golden floor, and the muscles on the body were full of strength and lines. After leaving the Chambord archipelago, he found a random island and left Roswald Sound and the two of them behind, then came to the empty island at the fastest speed, and then slept for a day and a night. In the past 2 days, he quickly digested the results through physical training. As for the injury, if there is life back, as long as you eat a big meal, you can quickly recover. Yes. Stuthy shook the red wine in his hand and watched Chaos and Crocodile practice. The red light district is not to be missed, 3 days off is enough. After unlocking the Halo stone, the golden mountain floated on his back and landed not far away. Chaos stood up and sweated. As long as Chaos is not stupid, he will not give up the red light district. After all, this force is not small. It is still in the underground world. The most important thing is the source of intelligence. Not only will he not give up, but he will strengthen this force. Or not just the red light district. He is also going to control the other underground world kings, so as to control the entire underground world and be the only Dark Emperor. Kindness. This idea only appeared in the last second. Boss, what should I do? The horizontal push is just right. Chaos grabbed the towel on the sofa and walked out the door while wiping his sweat, apparently planning to take a bubble bath. Get ready, go to Judiciary Island tomorrow. In fact, without Stuthy, Chaos is also planning to leave the empty island tomorrow, and the idea of integrating the underground world is also in the back. At present, the most important thing is to obtain pure gold that can prolong life. When the pure gold is obtained, then the underground world will be cleaned up properly. Yes. Stuthy frowned slightly, probably knowing Chaos' plan. Is this an intention to harm each other with the world government? You fucked me, I fuck you? If she guessed correctly, the world government will not regress, and that man will never regress. It is estimated that after the Judiciary Island is completed, other forces in the world government will be engaged. This kind of rogue response is really a bit for some powerful forces. Headache. The typical barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes. Stuthy really guessed right, that's what Chaos thought. Plain and simple. He doesn't have time to engage in those stupid waste of time. X. Chapter 131 _ The shape has changed greatly. and the mood is instantly unhappy. Chapter 131 The shape has changed greatly, and the mood is instantly unhappy. The sun rises in the east, thousands of meters in the sky. A piece of white clouds drifted slowly and purposefully. Above the clouds, the 3,000 golden threads and skirts of the goddess of God fluttered. As always, it was so sacred and inviolable. But if you take a closer look, you will find that the height of the goddess has jumped from 100 meters to 150 meters. The light wheel erected on the back has also become twice as large, and the slow rotation is full of vision. At the feet of the goddess of God, Chaos stood with his hands behind his back, and the amazingly handsome aura was spreading all the time. It seems to be reborn, and the shape has changed. The black vertical hair and eyes have not changed, and the upper body is still bare, revealing the 8-pack abdominal muscles, but in the area of the right chest and abdomen, the situation is golden to form a ferocious dragon tattoo, lifelike as if crawling out of hell. Because it is golden, it seems that this ferocious dragon also reveals a noble and domineering aura. The ears are wearing gold maple leaf earrings, the back is still the golden goose feather coat, and the gold rings on the 10 fingers are also in the style of mini dragons. The biggest difference is that the golden halo is also erected on the back, just like the halo behind the gods and Buddhas. Rotation has its own impact. The so-called people rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold clothes. This dress makes Chaos imposing, and his temperament is also full of arrogance, dignity, domineering, contempt, indifference and so on. Very handsome. Also very good _ The Stuffy and Crocodile behind him did not change much, but when they got up this morning and saw the honor of Chaos, they were all stunned for a few seconds. Crocodile was about to move, thinking from the time he left the Sky Island. According to Stucci's guess, it is estimated that he is also thinking about how to dress himself. Alas! Looking at Chaos who was full of pressure and Crocodile who was immersed in his own world, Stuffy sighed in his heart. Stussy, do you know where music is more prevalent? Behind the goddess, a twig stretched out and rolled a cigar. Chaos opened his mouth and put it into his mouth automatically, and looked at Stussy with a pinch of fingers lit. This time, he asked Ganfoa to collect some of the best sound shells, ready to record a few BGMs. It's a matter of appearing on the stage, and it's more important. It should be the island of music. Boss, are you interested in music? Stuffy thought for a while and said, with a question in his eyes. Then go to the island of music first, there is a very important thing to solve. Chaos blew out smoke rings, thinking about some BGM in his mind. Just like Yaji and May, he was thinking about those bums with domineering and magnificent scenes, not to mention how many songs there are. It's a pity that I only remember the melody. Hum can still hum. Notify the dragon and let him go to the island of music. Chaos didn't forget the transaction with the dragon. He had already written down the phone number of the other party when he was in the Chambord Islands, and this time he gave him the startup funds by the way. Oh. Stuffy was about to ask about something important, but seeing that Chaos changed the subject, he had to take out a phone bug from his handbag. Blue. After about 10 breaths, the phone worm was connected. Mr. Long, I'm Stussy, boss let you go to the music island. Stussy was still polite. Good. There was a slightly dull voice from the other end of the phone bug, but there was no mood swing. The island of music is an island that must be passed in one of the great routes. As you can tell from the name of the island, this is an island where music is popular. 80% of the famous musicians in the ocean have gone out here, or they have come here to study and compete. It can be said to be a holy place of music. Also because of the rhythm, the island is extremely prosperous. Many princes and nobles, or people with status, come to the island from time to time for vacations to cultivate their sentiments. It is said that there are heinous villains who were influenced by music here. There are also musicians who have been to the Holy Land Mario to play for the Tianlong people, and some are directly hired. You can see the musicians coming and going in the streets and alleys, not carrying violins or flutes and other musical instruments. Those senior musicians have their own elegance. From time to time there are concerts on the island, either solo performances on the street, or large-scale performances with hundreds or thousands of concerts. And the island has its own peaceful, secluded pool-like atmosphere. Some thugs pirates will become calmer when they come to the island. In the clear sky, a white cloud slowly fell. The extremely high-profile landing on the street is very eye-catching. Why do these three look familiar? Wait, it seems so. Really? Really the Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos? And the King of the Desert, Crocodile, and the Queen of Joy, Stussy? Needles could be heard on the street, and many residents or pirates looked shocked. It must be known that the heat of the incident in the Chambord Islands has not subsided. There is a stack of newspapers on the fruit stand next to it. Even some pirates or residents have news reports about the incident in the Chambord Islands. Several people looked at the newspapers in their hands, and their expressions stiffened after comparing them back and forth. Although the Golden Emperor has changed a lot, he is still recognizable. But it seems to be more arrogant and handsome than the pictures in the news. Especially the dragon tattoo and the golden halo spinning behind it, it is impossible not to be noticed. So dazzling. It's no different from a light bulb in the dark. Facing all kinds of greed, panic, jealousy, and shocked eyes, Chaos enjoyed his cigar, as if he was the center of the world, and everything was revolving around him. However, puff. Chaos took a frantic pace. Crocodile and Stuffy behind him were half a step behind, and walked towards the palace building halfway up the mountain. Wherever he went, both pirates and residents on both sides of the street all rolled their eyes. On the ground, Stuart pursed his lips. The red lips parted slightly to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything. This man's behavior cannot be normalized. The Overlord's color, which symbolizes the aptitude of the king, was just released blindly. Glancing at Crocodile next to him, this guy was not embarrassed at all. Instead he was smoking a cigar and holding his chest high, and the black fur coat on his back fluttered back and forth as he walked, completely enjoying the atmosphere of vanity just like Chaos. Overlord color. Chaos stopped in vain. The guy next to him who looked like a pirate was half kneeling on the ground, his face was pale and he was struggling to support, and there was a stack of newspapers on the ground. A dragon ring flew out of his finger, biting the newspaper and returning it to his hand. As Chaos continued to walk, the pirate finally fell to the ground unsupported. Well? Chaos looked at the news, and his face suddenly turned cold. The bounty for him and Crocodile did not go up, but Stuffy was offered a bounty of 360 million. It is an attitude to attach great importance to the bounty of Chaos. For something as big as the Chambord Archipelago, the Navy didn't even give him a bounty, but he kidnapped the Tianlong people, and that alone could add 400 million to 500 million. After all, if Tianlong people are offended, they may attract generals, but he is not only offended, but also taken as a hostage. Chaos was in a momentary mood. Again, what he wants is an attitude. X. Chapter 132_record BGM. Chapter 132_record BGM. After reading the news, he handed it to Crocodile. The latter's expression was the same as that of Chaos, and he quickly sank. His reward is still 560 million. When he was on the empty island, he had looked forward to offering a reward, and the best bottom line in his heart was 700 million. But now, with a dark face, he put the newspaper to Stucci, and Crocodile followed behind Chaos, exuding the breath of strangers. inside and out, Lao Tzu was in a bad mood. Stuffy was stunned for a moment. What happened to the two people? Why the complexion suddenly sank. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, it really was all about the Chambord Islands. Plus she's got a bounty. The Queen of Joy, Stucci, a person with the ability of nature and Dunyan fruit, has a reward of 360 million. This made Stuffy frown, and it seemed that the world government had really given up on her. At the same time, she also knew why the two guys in front had dark faces. If it's not bad, you should see that your bounty has not risen. Speechless. Maybe it was because he was in a bad mood. After walking a few steps, Chaos directly stepped on the moon and flew to the halfway up the mountain. Crocodile turned into fine sand and Stussy turned into broken clouds, and soon disappeared on the street. Wherever the three of them went, one person fell down like creeping wheat. As the three of Chaos fell on the mountainside, the news that the Golden Emperor appeared on the island of music spread rapidly, and even spread to the outside world. At this moment, a concert is being held in the building halfway up the mountain, and the specifications are not very large. But there were also hundreds of intellectuals or wealthy aristocrats gathered in the venue, all of them immersed in listening to the performances of the 20-odd musicians on the stage. Everything was so peaceful. It's a forceful and lofty one, but when the door burst open, the performance was suddenly interrupted, causing everyone to look back at the door, and many people frowned in disapproval. But when the sawdust and dust dissipated, the originally noisy venue suddenly became quiet. Those aristocratic wealthy businessmen who maintained a slight anger, all stiffened their faces with a hint of stunned, surprised and frightened. The Yellow Gold Emperor. Whoever has the most limelight in the ocean recently is none other than the Golden Emperor. More than a dozen guards in the corridor originally wanted to drive away aggressively, but at this time they stood in place and dared not move. Obviously also recognized the identity of the three of Chaos. Facing hundreds of pairs of sights from the audience, Chaos had a cold face, and his body hung in the air and moved out towards the high platform. The golden light wheel behind him turned, and he had a majesty and nobility of his own. Humph! He snorted coldly, neither heavy nor light. The overlord looked like a gust of wind, and for a while, except for the 20-odd musicians on the stage, all the people who came to listen to the performance lost consciousness and collapsed on their seats. Golden Emperor, what do you want to do? Among the 20-odd musicians, an old man with grey hair stood up without any fear. In his opinion, the Golden Emperor was simply an uneducated and rude pirate who could not tolerate such behavior. He is one of the top 10 musicians on Music Island. Whether it is on the island or outside, it is highly respected. Although this concert is not an official concert, being destroyed by the Golden Emperor like this is no different from hitting him in the face. Maybe used to it. So the tone was arrogant and questioning, like scolding, but also like a threat. You guys, play me 4 pieces. Chaos spoke commandingly, with a cold tone. Don't think about it, now you should be for your actions. BFFT. Before the white-haired old man could finish his words, it turned into an afterimage and flew out. The huge wind and waves knocked the remaining 23 musicians to the ground, and the calm expression on their face suddenly lost control. He tilted his head to look at the white-haired old man who had slipped from the wall of the cobweb crack. His head was bleeding and he couldn't live like that. I don't respect the old and love the young, especially the idiot who dares to point fingers at me. Chaos was in a bad mood, and the white-haired old man was arrogant and questioning, completely ignorant of the situation. Such a person has been lost in the hype. Go get some of the best musicians on the island. A golden throne fell from a height of several thousand meters, and finally smashed the roof and appeared behind him. After sitting on it, Chaos waved to Crocodile and Stuffy. Crocodile and Stuffy shrugged and disappeared one after another as flying sand and broken clouds. I will hum a few melody next, I hope you can match the tunes. Chaos crossed Alang's legs and subconsciously flicked the maple leaf earring with his left hand. 23 musicians got up from the ground, and no one dared to question them. Arrange the instruments properly, and they are professional when it comes to rhythm. Let's start with a simple one. Chaos snapped his fingers and began to hum the Tianlong Bubu interlude, which is the BGM when Kiao Feng appeared. Ding 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 ding. Thinking of the bum that Kiao Feng brought with him when he first watched Tianlong Bubu, it can be said that he was full of pride. As soon as the battle song rang, one slapped one, unrestrained and unrestrained, invincible, no one could take my slap. Well? After he finished humming, Chaos saw all 23 musicians looking at him with surprise and disbelief in their eyes. A slightly muffled sound of kindness made all the musicians come back to their senses, and then they began to talk to each other. At first, he was worried about Chaos, but when Chaos kept silent, the discussion became louder and louder, and then he even ignored Chaos directly. Although the melody was short, it was very different from the rhythm they had seen before. For musicians, it's a poppy. Great attraction. 10 minutes later, the first soundtrack begins. The effect is unsatisfactory. However, as Chaos continued to add those feelings, the song slowly began to improve. It can only be said that these musicians are indeed professional. The sights and sounds covered most of the island, and Crocodile and Stuthy captured more than a dozen musicians, both male and female, all over 60 years old. There have been many battles for this. After all, these musicians are treasure-like existences, and there are still many guards to protect them. With the participation of more than 10 people, the song was completed almost 2 hours later. There is no difference from the original song, it feels very familiar. After Zhena Beijing recorded it with Yin Bei, Chaos's mood began to cloudy and clear. With a wave of his hand, a rain of jingling gold coins rained down from the sky, which was considered a reward. Very good, worthy of being a professional musician. Next is the second song. Chaos exhaled the smoke ring, satisfied. You to go and get rid of those troubles, don't disturb the creation of the musicians. Just as Chaos was about to hum the second BGM, a large number of people came to crusade outside the venue, including pirates, guards from the Music Island, and even the Navy. Crocodile and Stuthy nodded and had to disappear into the venue again. Come on, let's continue. Chaos signaled to the musicians not to be nervous and began to hum the second BGM melody. League of Legends, Welcome to Planet Earth. This song can't stop, reminiscent of the passionate and unrestrained years. It is exciting and blood-boiling. Even if there is only a drop of blood left, it can fight for thousands of years. When I was playing games, this song was a must. More than 30 musicians all frowned, and began to discuss with themselves. And the eyes that looked at Chaos were obviously different. It was an excited look of discovering talents and treasures. X. Chapter 133 _ This man in front of him is a genius. Chapter 133 _ This man in front of him is a genius. The melody of this piece is noticeably more passionate than the first, and they all have an impulse. Be sure to play this song. At this moment, there is a passion for creation inside the venue, but there is a fight outside the venue. Crocodile and Stuthy were in control, and no one could break through the defense. After many corpses lay on the ground, everything was quiet. As dusk fell, a passionate tune suddenly came out from the venue, and the tune was unprecedented and novel. Chaos sat on the throne with his eyes closed, resting his chin with one hand and enjoying this familiar and memorable tune. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but outline. He still somewhat underestimated the professionalism of these musicians. I even finished the League of Legends Welcome to Planet Earth before dark. If it goes well, I can get the remaining 2 tunes out in one night. Clap clap clap. After the performance was over, Chaos clapped his hands and was very satisfied. And those musicians in their 70s and 80s were even more excited than Chaos. They feel broken. The perfect tune was so high and exhilarating that it reminded them of their youthful frivolity. How many years? They felt the passion again. The man in front of him is a genius. If you become a musician, you must go further than they do. Now everyone's eyes looking at Chaos are full of fiery passion. It is no longer the panic and worry at the beginning. Prepare for the third song. Chaos didn't waste time. Now these people are full of passion, and it's time for a bang. Battle cry BGM, Flight of the Silver Bird. This is the third bomb that Chaos has prepared. The feeling of this song is that it is magnificent and magnificent, like a surging river, and it contains a trace of tragic excitement. Even in the face of thousands of troops and horses, it is invincible. And the last song is the famous war BGM, Victory. This is a song with magnificent momentum and blood spirit. Even if you close your eyes, you can see all kinds of grand war scenes in your mind, which can make countless people excited and want to pick up weapons and rush to the battlefield. Its melody is high, tragic, shocking, bloody. The battle song sounded, and everything was invincible, as if everyone present was garbage, and the entire universe was mine. There is no doubt that these two BGMs are more meaningful than KOFing BGM and League of Legends BGM. At present, Chaos thinks of these 4 songs. When he gets tired of using these 4 BGMs, he is considering replacing them with new ones. Time flies by so quickly. As the sun rose, a ray of sunlight shone down from the hole in the roof, and the last note ended perfectly. Chaos put away the 4 sound shells, and his face was full of smiles. And the musicians were not tired at all, and their spirits were better than Chaos. Have been completely indulged in these 4 BGM tunes. I am very satisfied. Chaos snapped his fingers, and a series of gold coins rained down on the stage, and then the golden throne flew out in the air. An hour later, after dinner, an open-air coffee shop in Music Island. Chaos watched gossip magazines while drinking coffee. There are a lot of news from the fashion industry, entertainment industry, gossip and so on. Don't think that One Piece is only one piece of pirates or fights. All kinds of entertainment are not much different from the world of the previous life. Models, singers, and celebrities all exist, and the entertainment and cultural industry is also very prosperous. Crocodile leaned back on the chair next to him and closed his eyes, while Stuffy was very ladylike eating pastries. Now Chaos is waiting. About 10 minutes later, a gust of wind condensed and formed, and the dragon was still in the shape of a hooded head. It's a bit slow. Chaos put down the coffee cup. If it wasn't because the BGM recording made him feel good, Long Lai would definitely not be so slow. Something needs to be done. Long just explained it casually, and then sat down in the last empty seat. Crack. Chaos didn't waste any time either. With a snap of his fingers, a large lump of gold fell in vain from a height of several thousand meters. Under the sunlight, the golden light was like a treasure mountain. All around, watching the people here secretly and openly, looking at the golden mountain the size of the house. One by one breathing aggravated the blood surging. Birds die for food, people die for wealth, and people with insufficient concentration abound. Some pirates or thugs began to gather around. Each of them only has the golden mountain in their eyes, and even if God comes to stop them now, they will be slaughtered. Humph. Long snorted coldly, this lump of gold belongs to him. Some little ones dare to peep, and they are beyond their own power. His eyes stared slightly, and a wave of air radiated out, and there was no one standing in a radius of 100 meters. Chaos drank the coffee lightly, and Stussy and Crocodile didn't feel much. Not to mention that the dragon's overlord color didn't face them. Even if it did, it wouldn't fluctuate too much. Since the collision of the four superpowers in the Chambord archipelago, and the fact that Chaos usually releases the overlord, the two have become immune to the overlord. I still have something to do, that's all from now. The overlord color disappeared, and the dragon looked at Chaos and did not intend to make a drink. The tone has already been set in the Chambord archipelago, and nothing else needs to be said. Chaos just waved his hand. Immediately, the dragon disappeared with the Golden Mountain, and the three of Chaos also left the Music Island after drinking coffee. After the three of them left, many pirate groups landed, but they all came to nothing. Although Chaos was in the limelight in the Chambord Islands incident, there were still a lot of people who wanted to catch him. Justice Island, also known as the island that never sleeps. It is an institution set up by the world government, and there is a nominal court in it. As long as those who are detained on the Judiciary Island must have been identified as prisoners. The prisoners will only be escorted through the empty courts, and finally reach a huge cold steel door, the door of justice. The prisoners who pass through this door generally have no return, symbolizing the world. Absolute justice of the government. Because there are only two places that can be reached after going to sea from the Gate of Justice. One is the marine headquarters of the world government's main combat force, and the other is full of torture chambers and death platforms, imprisoning this world for all evils. Prisoners Deep Sea Prison advancing the city of Impleton. The Judicial Tower is the office and discussion hall of government officials. Above the tower is the flag of the world government. The current supreme leader is Spandane, and his future son, Spandam, will take over. Behind the Island of Justice, there is a large playground. It can be seen that many children are taking over the training, from the age of 4 to 17 or 18. And the one who taught them was Kpo. This Kpo was none other than the one who escorted the gold in the sky at the beginning. He was punished here to train CP9s because of his unfavorable work. As for the CP9s of this period, they were all sent out to perform tasks to clean up the red light district of Stuthy's forces. In other words, the Judiciary Island is actually very empty right now. From those trained children, 4 or 5 familiar little figures can be seen. It's still too small. At this moment, they are all sweating and practicing physical fitness. The sky is scorching hot, and many children have been dehydrated or have heat stroke, but the Kpo and several adjutants on the stage are unmoved. The daily practice time is fixed. If you die within the specified time, you will die if you die. There will be no mercy. Even if it's just some 4 or 5-year-olds. The future that can survive, or even stand out, is CP9. A step further is the Kpo. BGM is a copy of the book review. Everyone can say what you think, I will listen to it, and Losha, Huanji, Wuji, and Dunge also need BGM to set off. The next chapter of the new round of appearances will be announced. It will be a 3-in-1 combination of special effects, BGM, and background boards. At the same time, Lao Sha has officially embarked on the road of uploading The Great Emperor. It will be on the shelves at 12 noon tomorrow. You will know if it is a mule or a horse, it is all up to you. X. Chapter 134 thousands of words on the shelves, summed up in points. Chapter 134 thousands of words on the shelves, summed up in points. X. Chapter 135 new shocking appearances, please subscribe. Chapter 135 new shocking appearances, please subscribe. Click. Almost without warning, the weather that was originally scorching hot, black clouds rolled in vain, lightning and thunder flashed. The entire Judiciary Island was filled with blackness, and a gust of wind swept up, and the black and red lightning seemed to tear the sky apart. Immediately afterwards, a majestic and unstoppable war song filled with high, tragic, and shocking, like an invisible meteor shower, spread deafeningly throughout the judicial island. Almost immediately, the entire judiciary island, whether government officials or civilians, all looked up at the dim sky. As the soaring melody came to a climax, an epic war picture of thousands of troops fighting each other couldn't help but rise in everyone's mind. But even more shocking came. I saw that the dark cloud layer filled with black and red lightning began to rotate like a vortin vane, and the sacred sword tip that penetrated the sky and the ground in the center began to slowly fall. Everyone on Judicial Island was stunned. I could only stare at all this in amazement. They couldn't describe what they were seeing, because it is too shocking and subversive. The visual, impactful nature makes them unable to think. The atmosphere is constantly being squeezed, and the dense black and red thunderbolts are roaring constantly. Time seems to be slowing down at this moment, and the golden giant sword that penetrates the sky and the earth reveals the whole picture. This is a great sword full of sacredness and nobility. At this moment, it seems to have come from outside the sky, falling towards the Tower of Justice in one fell swoop. To match that song war BGM, victory. It's like it can pierce through the sky. Boom. The golden giant sword is unrivaled. At the moment of collision with the judicial tower, the latter began to collapse, and the ruins turned into meteorites and fell towards the surrounding cliffs and waterfalls. The billowing dust obscured all vision, and only the holy sword was stuck on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Government workers in the Tower of Justice suffered numerous casualties on the spot. But there are also good luck, but they have been dumbfounded. In the training plaza, the Kpo looked at the golden giant sword inserted into the ground up close, and the expression under the mask gradually stiffened. And those children, all sat on the ground with their mouths open for a long time, unable to return to their senses. The scene before them was too subversive for them. Maybe it will never be forgotten. The tragic and lofty BGM sound became louder and louder, and three figures slowly fell from the swirling vault of the sky. The domineering and awe-inspiring head, and the golden light wheel spinning behind him make this man full of holiness and dignity. On either side of it is an arrogant man in a fur coat, and a woman in a short dress full of elegance and maturity. The three of them landed on the hilt of the sword and looked down at the audience. This row is not just high profile. The impact of background special effects, BGM, and bells and whistles combined into one, smashed the worldview of those people on Judiciary Island. These three people are gods. Stuthy's skirt was flying, her right hand was holding a lady's bag in front of her chest, and her left hand was swiping her hair from her forehead to her ears, and she could feel shocking gazes one after another. Her eyesight is excellent. I don't know why there is some enjoyment in my heart, as if the whole world revolves around her. She is the light in the dark night, illuminating everything. She is unique. This seems to be the real life. Gradually, she became a little lost. Golden Emperor. From the time the sacred giant sword appeared, the Kpo had already guessed who it was. The reason why he is being punished here now is all thanks to this man. Lao Sha, let him kneel in front of me and give you 10 minutes. Chaos recognized the Kpo, and the breath was a little familiar. Apparently Crocodile did too, and the sand disappeared as soon as Chaos finished speaking. The last time he didn't get rid of this guy, he was deeply despised. Today is the time to wash away the shame. Stussy. Stussy. Chaos turned his head to look at Stussy and called out twice. This woman was in a daze at this time. Artilda. Boss, what's the matter? Stussy came back to his senses, and his face was a little wrong. He didn't dare to look at Chaos, his eyes dodged. What happened just now? Why do you feel like you are enjoying yourself? She has always felt that this kind of behavior is very childish, but just now, Stussy's head was a little messed up. Go and get rid of those two guys. Chaos didn't ask Stutchy, he was just in a daze. Very normal. After all, women always have a few days, he understands. So I didn't take it to heart, and the two giants who pointed to the second main gate were Oimo and Casey, who were deceived by the world government. They were bringing a large number of guards here with their weapons. Stuffy nodded, turning into a broken cloud and disappearing. At the same time, Mary Yu received the news for the first time. Bang! What does he want to do? Blatantly provoke the world government. In Wu Loxing's office, only Wu Loxing wearing a flat hat was there. At this moment, when he heard the report from the phone bug, the calm mood of handling government affairs suddenly became slightly angry. The Golden Emperor has openly attacked Judicial Island. This is simply slapping the world government in the face. Let the warring states go and catch him for me. You don't have to catch him alive when necessary. The behavior of the Golden Emperor this time has seriously provoked the world government. Before, the world government would only dispatch the navy because of the value of the Golden Emperor, but now it is different. No matter what, such blatant provocation of the world government must be severely punished. Angrily hung up the phone bug, and at the same time the Marine Headquarters Marine Fando and Warring States also received the notification. At this moment in Judicial Island, 10 minutes have passed. Crocodile was 1 point more and 1 point less and beat the Kpo in 10 minutes. But also injured. The sacred giant sword was transformed into the goddess of the gods, standing in the air with 3,000 gold silk and flying skirts, which could be seen by most of the Judiciary Island. This time, everyone who has read the news will know that the Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos is here. Crocodile dragged the Kpo to Chaos like a dead dog, with disdain in his eyes. Last time it was evenly matched, but this time he defeated it easily. He has become stronger during this time, but this Kpo is still standing still, and has no longer a company near him to become his opponent. Rubbish. Go back and tell the 5 old stars that the red light district is my power, and if I dare to reach out, I will cut off all the minions of the world government. Chaos stood on the ground, squinting his eyes as if looking at ants. The demeanor is more layered and connotative than the disdain expressed by Crocodile. Crocodile is the same as before. His arrogance are all of the nature of getting rich. He is different, and now he reveals cultural and gentle qualities from his bones. The realm has been raised by 1 level. The first layer you thought was actually already in the atmosphere. You are blatantly provoking the world government and it will not end well. Kpo Mask, looking up at Chaos with some difficulty, his eyes were sharp and calm. It's not the first provocation. Chaos is full of contempt. As early as when he robbed the gold in the sky, he was already provoking the world government. But so what? He is still alive and well. As for the chase, he wanted to be hunted down. Even if the world government does not provoke him, he will find a way to provoke the world government. It is only a matter of time. What he enjoys is the excitement, the heartbeat. Only by being infinitely close to death can one realize the embrace of love. X. Chapter 136 _ Go home and collect clothes, please subscribe. Chapter 136 _ Go home and collect clothes, please subscribe. Crack. Boom. _ In the distance, the black clouds rolled, and the thunderbolts continued to chop down. Below it, the 2 giants and many guards of Judicial Island all fell to the ground with black smoke. There is even a faint smell of meat. Stuffy stood in midair, using the ability of Union fruit to form thunderclouds continuous bombardment. These few days are enough for her to use Union fruit initially. And Chaos also gave a lot of opinions. However, with the thundercloud she has developed now, it is still impossible to completely knock down the 2 giants. But with Staxi's physical skills, these two giants are obviously still in the heat. So I was knocked out by a few kicks. Very violent. Boss, it has been solved. The broken clouds condensed into a body, and Stuffy appeared beside Chaos, looking at the Kpo, who fell to the ground without much expression. Let's go then. Chaos turned his head to look at the training ground, disappeared with a bang, and appeared in the palm of the Goddess of God, followed by Crocodile and Stuffy, and then the Goddess of God lifted off and disappeared into the clouds in the blink of an eye, accompanied by more and more distant BGM. It can be said to be full of anger. It's a pity that Rob Ludge is still too young. He doesn't have time to develop it. It takes too much time and energy. As the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and the warm and soft sunlight re-illuminated, Judiciary Island was left with only ruins, and famed or dead bodies were everywhere. The Golden Emperor is too rampant, and there must be news reports tomorrow. Blue. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, the voice of a phone bug rang in Miss Touchy's bag. After connecting, he said a word of kindness. It hung up immediately. Boss, my 3 men have arrived in the 7 Waters. As the boss of the Red Light District, Stuchy naturally has trusted subordinates, otherwise how can he manage such a huge industry? There were many subordinates whom he originally trusted, but after such a blow or win by the world government, only these 3 were left in the end. The most trusted hand. As early as when he left the empty island, Stuffy had already informed him. She needs to go meet up. For example, how to rectify the next step, or regain control of the industry. Of course, it could also be a conspiracy. For example, these 3 subordinates also betrayed Stuffy. The capital of the 7 Waters has a large number of world government powerhouses buried, and the purpose is to let the 3 of Chaos throw themselves into the net. Can be trusted? Chaos lit a cigar, exhaled a puff of smoke, and narrowed his eyes slightly. He will definitely not let go of the power in the Red Light District. However, how to operate or manage it specifically, it must be Stuffy. And all he had to do was get hold of Stuchy. Simple and clear. Not sure. Stuffy shook his head, obviously not too sure. After all, people's hearts are changeable. Even Chaos does not have 100% trust in Crocodile and Stussy now, and has always kept a hand in secret. Go and see. Chaos has never been afraid of things, on the contrary, he is just around the corner. If there was an ambush, he would have to see those bulls, ghosts and snakes. In addition, he will go to the 7 Waters sooner or later, and the drawings of Hades still have a lot of appeal. Yes. A white cloud began to change direction and quickly flew towards the 7 Waters. At the same time, the capital of 7 Waters. On the top floor of a tall hotel, the soft sea breeze was blowing the curtains. Sitting on a chair on the balcony was a man with short crimson hair. He was wearing a black suit and tie. He was drinking coffee with his legs crossed. The leather shoes, which were at least 40 yards wide, were quilted. Wipe the amount of oil. In the room behind the man, there were 3 very sexy women lying on the ground, but the situation looked very bad. The originally beautiful and charming face was now pale, and blood was still bleeding from the nose and mouth. In addition to the 3 women on the ground in the room, there were also 3 figures wearing masks and shrouded in white cloaks sitting on the sofa beside them. As well as several different characters, it can be seen from the temperament that they are secret agents. This kind of scene, at a glance, knows that it is KPO and CP9. The identities of the 3 women lying on the ground were also ready to be revealed. On the other side, Judiciary Island. The Warring States period stood on top of the ruins. His face was as ugly as it was ugly, and his eyes were still full of anger. Even if he came as fast as he could, it was still too late. The Golden Emperor has long since left. Now the ruins of the Tower of Justice have been turned into ruins, and the staff in it have suffered heavy losses. The Golden Emperor is simply slapping his face. After understanding the situation with the Kpo, warring states calmed down and dialed the phone bug. Blue blue. I am Sengoku. What's the result? A low voice came from the other end of the phone bug. It was the 5 old stars. It's too late, the Tower of Justice has been destroyed. As soon as the warring states' words fell, there was an uncontrollable anger on the other end of the phone. The Golden Emperor is courting death. Sengoku was expressionless, and after a moment of silence, he continued, the purpose of the Golden Emperor is to want the world government to give up fighting the Red Light District. If the world government does not stop, the Judicial Island is just the beginning. Warring states euphemistically told the 5 old stars what he learned from the Kpo. As for the Kpo has gone to treatment. The other end of the phone bug was silent, only the sound of breathing could be heard. Wu Laoxing did not continue to be angry, but calmed down, thinking about gains and losses. As a person in power in the world government, it is impossible to act on impulse. Although the Golden Emperor is threatening, it has to be said that it has some effects. Barefoot, always not afraid to wear shoes. When they hurt each other, the one who loses the most must be wearing shoes. Warring states, I will give you a month to capture the Golden Emperor, even if he is dead. No one is still alive after provoking the world government. Senran's killing intent came from the phone bug, and the 5 old stars did not intend to compromise, and it was impossible to compromise. The Golden Emperor should never openly slap the world government in the face. The current Golden Emperor does not have the size and power to make the world government take a step back. Unless there is enough interest. As long as there are enough interests, there is no grudge that cannot be resolved. Got it? Hanging up the phone bug, warring states frowned. I have dealt with the Golden Emperor twice. Although that guy is arrogant, he is not the kind of brainless guy. A little troublesome. Clap. As dusk approaches, the sky is swirling with red-hot clouds, which is a rare good weather. I don't know when the red burning cloud began to turn into a black cloud, and at the same time, the thunder and lightning flashed and the wind whistled. The clear sky can change. This is the weather the water capital has never seen. Because it was too weird. Patter. The bean-sized raindrops continued to fall, and the wind and clouds suddenly turned dark. What's the matter? Go home and collect your clothes. Are the water gods coming? The time is wrong. Residents living in the water capital looked at the sky with thunder and rain, all of them with doubts. As we all know, the water capital is hit by the huge tsunami of water gods every year, so there are quite a lot of waterways in the water capital. Waterway. It is completely a sea city. According to the normal time, the gods of water should be a few months away. Something is wrong. Because the sky with the thunder and lightning began to undergo great changes, that scene was terrifying. X. Chapter 137 Shocking background effects, please subscribe. Chapter 137 Shocking background effects, please subscribe. Click. Boom. One after another, the white thunder smashed down, and the violent storm swept the water capital freely. In vain, the boundless clouds began to rotate like a black hole, and finally tilted slowly to form a giant figure. Lifting up the huge boundless head, slowly stood up to connect the heavens and the earth. The smooth 3,000 hairs are like the Milky Way waterfall hanging upside down. The ribbons of the palace skirt dance wildly. This is an enlarged version of the goddess of God. Consists of the black clouds of the whole firmament. It is full of grandeur and grandeur like gods and demons, as if the sun, moon and stars can be plucked off easily. Everywhere you look is part of her. The entire city of 7 waters is under its shadow, and the black cloud billowing body is bathed in thunder and controls the wind and rain. Big. Big and boundless. The residents or pirates of the entire Seven Waters city all looked up and were dumbfounded, shocked by this scene to the point where it was hard to think. It seems that it only takes a slap to cover the entire Seven Waters. God. It's God. Countless residents knelt on the ground. Even some vicious pirates were kneeling on the ground and trembling at the moment. Then what is that? In the hundreds of miles and thousands of miles of sea area centered on the capital of Seven Waters, whether it was a pirate ship or a merchant ship, they all stared at the capital of Seven Waters with fear. Even if they were so far apart, they could see the goddess of the gods bathed in lightning. Which direction seems to be the capital of Seven Waters? Damn, change direction now. What kind of monster is this? Leave here and don't go to the Seven Waters. The timid has been frightened and collapsed to the ground, and the daring swallowed. Someone also filmed this scene. Is it coming? At this time, several couples on the top floor of the hotel stood together on the balcony, looking at the vast goddess standing above her head, and did not panic like ordinary people. They can see the essence at a glance. That huge body is entirely composed of black clouds, but it is undeniably very visual. Just her size and divine form can scare ordinary people half their lives. In addition to knowing that Styxy ate the natural fruit, and that she looks similar to the goddess of the Golden Emperor, it is not difficult to guess who they are waiting for. As several couples have guessed, this gimmicky scene was created by Stuart with the fruit of the cloud. As early as when the Union fruit was photographed in the Chambord archipelago, Chaos had already thought of this moment. Union fruit, used to dress up background special effects, don't be too cool. Use whatever shape you want. The goddess of the gods connecting the heavens and the earth in front of them is just an appetizer, and in the future, it can also be shaped into the vast scenes in the previous life novels such as the Tiangong and the Nine Dragons. In Chaos view, Union fruit is also a natural disaster fruit besides the background special effect cowhide. That's right, it is the ability that can be level with the large-scale natural disasters such as fluttering fruit, Jensen fruit, and frozen fruit. For example, the goddess of God created by Styxy now, slaps down with thunder and howling storms. The power contained is not as light as a feather, but heavier than Mount Tai. The clouds in front of you are not ordinary white clouds, but thunder clouds, cumulonimbus clouds, etc. If Stuffy develops the Union fruit deep enough, turning all the clouds at that time can completely change the world's climate. For example, if Stuffy dispels the layers of clouds in the capital of water now, the entire capital of Seven Waters will face the baking of the sun, and the temperature will rise in a straight line. Or turn the vast cloud layer like a tornado, and when it reaches a certain volume, no island or even force can stop it. These are the directions that Chaos gave Stussety to develop. Chaos always believed that the world would become more colorful because of his arrival. Call out. There was a sound of breaking through the sky in vain, and that the black dots gradually enlarged without giving people a chance to react. Along with the scattered gravel and dust, there was a sound of golden leather and the sound of high heels stepping on the ground. Unbiased just landed on the hotel street. Stuffy was carrying a pink lady's bag, still wearing that pink short dress, and her short golden curly hair fluttering in the wind. Her delicate face was just smeared with lipstick, her ears were wearing long gold earrings, and 2 murder weapons. Yining's waist and long snow-white legs are still full of temptation. The only difference was that Stuffy was holding a white ribbon in both hands, which was flowing elegantly behind his back. It is such a flowing white ribbon that makes Stuffy's temperament and charm soar. Cloth. Commonly used with ancient women. It was stolen by Chaos, as is the case with the goddess of God. Stussy also used it for some reason. It was obviously useless on Judiciary Island before, but in the blink of an eye, he changed his look. Bystanders were fascinated by the authorities, and Stucci gradually has begun to care about those bells and whistles. Of course, Crocodile is also pondering this question. If Stussy hadn't changed his look, he wouldn't have noticed. Chaos and Crocodile did not appear. Along with Stussy was a 3-meter high golden warrior, but his appearance was no different from that of Chaos himself. The earrings, the golden goose coat, and the golden halo that turns on the back are all the same. It can be said to be the golden version of Chaos. One person and one gold stood in front of the hotel, looking up at the balcony where the Kpo was located. The Kpo, who happened to be in a black suit and had short crimson hair, also looked down. Seeing this Kpo, Stuthy's face changed and became a little heavy. Apparently new. The golden warrior was filled with metallic coldness, and flew off the ground to the balcony. Stussy closed his mind and followed behind. Stussy, long time no see. As the golden warrior and Stussy landed on the balcony, the Kpo was still holding his coffee and just glanced at the golden warrior. Stussy was silent. Why, no introduction. The 3 Kpos in the house came out, all took off their masks and looked at Stussy coldly. 2 men and 1 woman. Boss, this is the same Kpo as me, saber-toothed tiger, squirrel, macaque, pangolin. Stuart spoke with an expressionless face. The Kpo with coffee, code-named saber-toothed tiger. The strength ranks second in the same period of Stussy's squad, and the ability of the opponent is known from the code name of the saber-toothed tiger, and the animal type, ancient species, saber-toothed tiger form ability. Proficient in C forms, life return and 2 colors domineering. And the female Kpo called squirrel is the same except that the devil fruit is in the form of a rat fruit and a squirrel. The macaque is a skinny man, and his abilities are in the form of fauna, monkey fruit, and macaque. And the burly pangolin Kpo. As for the 5 CP9s in the house, I don't know them at all. On the other hand, when Kesime, Lili, and Kokos, who were seriously injured and fell to the ground, saw Stussy appear, there was a hint of hope and excitement in the originally dull eyes. These 3 people are one of the people that Stussy trusts most. This is the man who made you betray? You don't even dare to show up. Squirrel Kpo is a very petite woman, looking at the golden warrior with cold eyes. Stucci, this time it was the number 10 to settle your matter, and he was furious. You can atone for your sins by capturing the Golden Emperor. Macaques and pangolins opened their mouths one after another. It can be found that when the macaque reported the code number 10, Stuthy's eyes shrank with a hint of panic. X. Chapter 138 This year, when you come out arrogant, you have to dress up properly. Please subscribe. Chapter 138 This year, when you come out arrogant, you have to dress up properly. Please subscribe. Can I understand that you are threatening the most beautiful person in my team? The coldness is full of metallic feeling, as if the voice of a tractor was stuck in his throat and spit out from the golden soldier's mouth. Those golden eyes looked at the squirrels without emotion. Stucci, who was a little flustered at first, was a little stunned when he heard the words of the golden warrior. She likes to hear it. Especially the most beautiful appearance. Although the man used to say it, Stussy thought it was just polite remarks. But now it seems to be the truth. And some guards should be happy or should be excellent. Stussy sighed in her heart, since she had already made a choice. She shouldn't have any thoughts of entanglement and regret, at least this man still respects her very much. It is not like other pirate groups to arbitrarily use and oppress their subordinates, and there are no restrictions on freedom. The only downside may be that it's too arrogant. And very out of place. In addition, being by this man's side, life is really not guaranteed, either on the road to death or on the road to death, walking on a tightrope all the time. and ignoring the truth about realizing the true meaning of life. A mere guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Squirrel Kpo, despite being a female, has an unusually short temper. It is not obvious that it is a squirrel fruit person. She shot directly, and her slender fingers covered the armed color and attacked the golden warrior's head like a lightning bolt. She couldn't see the attack trajectory at all. When the gust of wind dissipated, 2 finger holes appeared on the golden warrior's head. Sure enough, it's just a puppet. Looking at the hollow head of the golden warrior, the squirrel was even more dismissive. In her opinion, the golden emperor is a coward, not even his real body dare to come. Be careful. Just when the squirrel was contemptuous, the saber-toothed tiger, who was drinking coffee slowly, changed his face in vain, but it was too late. Puff. The sound of flesh being pierced by a sharp weapon, the squirrel's body froze, looking down at his heart, a golden spike running through is trickling with blood, and the sharp spike on the back is even 1 meter long. And this golden thorn was the right hand of the golden warrior. The golden warrior stood in the same place from beginning to end, but the right hand suddenly turned into a thorn and became longer in one fell swoop, piercing the squirrel's body with lightning speed. It's like a civilian player and a kryptonite player each holding a 1-meter weapon in a duel. At first, the civilian player jumped up and down to show all kinds of tricks, but who would have thought that the kryptonite player's 1-meter weapon would become 10 meters in vain? The battle is over in a single move. Boom. Saber-toothed tigers, macaques, and pangolins reacted quickly and shot at the first time. The golden warrior raised his knee to block the saber-toothed tiger's right foot, his left hand stood up to block the big foot of the macaque, and the pangolin's attack was blocked by Stuxy. The entire hotel was shaken, and the strong wind and waves tore the entire balcony. Following the splashing gravel, the golden warrior and Stuffy retreated toward the street in one fell swoop. Rescue the squirrels. The saber-toothed tiger looked ugly, leaving an afterimage and disappearing. There are also macaques. Only the pangolins remained, but at this moment, the ceiling of the hotel shattered, and golden warriors appeared in the room. See me, Lili, and Coco's disappeared in a flash. How cruel. A piece of fine sand condensed into his body. Crocodile was wearing a black fur coat, with a big back and a cigar, still his arrogant and contemptuous look. The biggest difference is a D symbol of sand behind it, twice the size of Crocodile, still flowing. It is similar to the golden halo of chaos, but the shape is different. And the D word is fluid. It looks more fancy than chaos, but it is undeniable that Crocodile's temperament has been raised a notch. This year, when you come out arrogant, you have to dress up properly, otherwise the grades will not be enough. Kindness. This outfit is also the opinion given by Chaos, the king of the desert. The pangolin put down the squirrel, and the latter's breath had already begun to weaken, and he almost swallowed it in one breath. Because when the golden thorn penetrated the heart just now, more than 10 golden thorns protruded from it, which means that the squirrel's internal organs were actually penetrated, rather than just the heart. Even the animal system can't hold it unless the devil fruit is awakened. Coupled with the appearance of Crocodile at this time, the result is already doomed. Boom. The frantic wind lifted Crocodile's fur coat, and the pangolin's right hand turned into a claw-covered armed color. It was only 1 centimeter away from Crocodile's eyes, but was blocked by Crocodile's hand. The pangolin quickly transformed, and the back began to climb gray-brown scales, as if wearing a piece of armor. Just looking at it, it was as hard as iron, and at the same time, a tail grew out of the tail. Whoa! Crocodile exhaled smoke rings from his nostrils, which burst into flying sand and appeared in midair. The D symbol on his back turned, and his eyes squinted with disdain. Animal department? Looking at the pangolins maintained in the human-beast shape, Crocodile really didn't recognize the animal species. Shave. The pangolin appeared in vain, its scaled right foot covered with armed color, and swept towards Crocodile's head with a smashing momentum, and the shot was quick and decisive. Crocodile was still the same contemptuous color. His right hand stopped in front of him and resisted, the next moment turned into a fine sand cannonball, smashed through the house in one fell swoop on the street and rolled continuously, and the rubble and debris flew along the way, and finally elementalization appeared on the ground. The original contemptuous color has disappeared. Obviously this kick has caused him a small loss. Otherwise, his face would not be stiff and ugly. The bee this time is a bit flawed. Call out. The air ripped apart, and 2 stray feet flew down from his head. Crocodile disappeared in place, and the next second, the street was easily torn out to gaps like tofu. A large number of residents around were screaming and fleeing. The afterimage kept exploding, and the pangolin appeared quickly with shaving, and the sharp claws flashed cold light and scratched at Crocodile's neck. Bumped together. The ground beneath the two of them was constantly cracking and tearing, and then at the same time they pulled away from each other and held each other. To be honest, the current environment is very unfavorable for Crocodile. Not to mention that it is raining in the sky due to self-inflicted problems. It is the waterways that are constantly splashing around, which makes Crocodile a little uncomfortable. And the weakness of shasha fruit is water. But Crocodile didn't panic, because aside from the rustling fruit, he was also very strong. This has to be attributed to chaos. Since following chaos, Crocodile has been forced to practice taijutsu. For example, wearing a Shanghai floor stone to practice. Crocodile didn't take it seriously at first, but as he practiced, he realized that something was wrong. Because the strength improvement is obvious to all. Slowly he stopped rejecting it. And it's delicious. Woo. Breathing out a puff of smoke, Crocodile disappeared in place. Use a shave. Looking at the posture, he didn't intend to use the rustling fruit, but also wanted to use the physical technique to compete with the pangolins. When he usually practiced against chaos, he was the one who was beaten, and was often despised by chaos and said that he was a scum without the rustling fruit. Crocodile disagreed. X. Chapter 139 may be only a small step away from the best actor, please subscribe. Chapter 139 may be only a small step away from the best actor, please subscribe. The airflow continued to pass, and a golden warrior with 3 ladies flew towards the top of the cloud. But when the 3 girls of Cocos looked at the heaven and the earth, the whole body was bathed in lightning, the goddess of the gods with a huge and sacred body. The faces that were originally pale due to serious injuries became even paler. The mind was hit by an unprecedented shock, and the head was blank. The sight in front of them had made them give up thinking, because it was too shocking and fantastic. It might be 1 minute, or 10 minutes. Under the leadership of the Golden Warriors, the 3 of them passed through the thundering clouds. With a ray of sunlight, the vast sea of clouds stretched out as far as the eye could see. The 3 of them squinted their eyes subconsciously, and when their sight gradually recovered, their blood-stained lips were all slightly open. In front of them is a 150-meter mini-goddess of gods, with 3,000 gold threads and skirts flying, and the huge light wheel behind them rotates to make the sound of golden leather. At this time, the goddess of the golden god, the hands are stacked on top of the chest, and in that palm is a golden throne, on which sits a man with Wulang's legs crossed and his chin resting on one hand. The expressionless face is like a god looking down on all living beings, which makes the 3 of Cocos unable to return to their senses for a while. This scene will be deeply imprinted in the hearts of the 3 girls, and they will never be forgotten for the rest of their lives. Too soul-stirring. Also too earth-shattering. Shah. The golden ribbon held by the goddess's hands waved and stood in front of it to form a platform. The Golden Warrior took the three girls to stand on it, and then knelt on one knee and lowered his head. And the three girls of Coco's collapsed on the golden platform and could only look up at the divine radiance. "Are you three of Stutz's men?" Chaos was very satisfied with the expressions of the three girls, as if seeing faith. "Don't waste yourself pretending to be so deep. It seems that his acting skills have already entered the hall. Maybe only a small step away from the actor." "Well?" Seeing that the three women's eyes were empty and did not answer for a long time, Chaos's eyes became slightly sharper, and the three women suddenly lowered their heads. "Yes." The air didn't dare to breathe heavily, and the three girls couldn't think. "Introduce yourself." Chaos fiddled with the gold snowflake earrings and made an extremely ethereal sound. His earrings can be described as fickle, just so proud. "My lord, I'm Casimir." Casimir on the left spoke first, a woman with pale yellow amber eyes, long blue wavy hair, wearing a fuchsia short skirt, black stockings, and long tube shoes, full of temptation. Coupled with the pale face, the lethality is 88%. Good looks and stature. I'm Lili. In the middle is a woman with green eyes and willow eyebrows, wearing a floral princess dress, blue high heels, and waist-length lavender hair. The appearance, figure, and lethality are also maintained at around 88%. I'm Coco's. On the right is a woman with short red wavy hair, black water hyacinth, wearing shorts and a shirt, the youngest of the three. The score is around 89%. All three are beautiful women, and they are very seductive just by looking at them. The most important thing is that these three people are very loyal. The situation at the hotel just now has shown that the three people have not betrayed Stuffy, which can be said to be an extra point. Very good. Chaos snapped his fingers, and the goddess of God and the golden platform suddenly fell weightlessly and quickly, causing the three of them to scream. On the ground, the battle was already fierce. Call out. A series of buildings were penetrated, and the head of the golden armor was deformed and rolled continuously. Finally, he grabbed the gravel with one hand and walked out of the dust, and the sunken head healed automatically. The figure is still full of sacred and cold feeling. The saber-toothed tiger on the other side fell from the sky, and the shape of the loosed eye began to change. The size of the body continued to expand, and patches of patterned hair appeared from head to toe. It was only a few breaths. Standing in front of the Golden Warrior was a human-shaped saber-toothed tiger. Fauna, ancient species, saber-toothed tiger form. Aside from this devil fruit, it is still the owner of the Cistyles, the return of life, and the domineering owner of two colors. This Kpo was different from the ones he had encountered before, so it's no wonder that Stucci was a little panicked at first. Hey! The ground beneath his feet was sunken, and the saber-toothed tiger appeared in one fell swoop as an afterimage. The strong and powerful animal feet tore the eardrums, forming a storm that swept toward the Golden Warrior's head. The Golden Warrior didn't panic, and also raised his right foot and swept in one fell swoop. In an instant, a storm swept through, and the surrounding ruins were pushed horizontally, revealing the most central spider web crack. Almost at the same moment, the two of them pumped their feet and slammed their knees together. Finger gun. The saber-toothed tiger pierced the air with its right hand and stabbed the Golden Warrior's forehead in one fell swoop, but the latter ignored it at all, and the right hand deformed into a golden thorn, stabbing the saber-toothed tiger's heart in one fell swoop. This piece of play that perished as soon as it came up really made the saber-toothed tiger a little scared. The sonic boom of bright sparks and metal collided, and the Golden Warrior's forehead penetrated to see the scenery behind his head, while the saber-toothed tiger's right hand covered the armed collar and firmly grasped the golden spikes, preventing it from taking a step. But at this moment, the light wheel erected behind the Golden Warrior slammed into his back, and then more than a dozen spikes appeared in his chest, stabbing at the saber-toothed tiger like a hedgehog. The black and gold pieces are all covered with armed colors. Iron block. The saber-toothed tiger's movements were very fast. The chest swelled up and used the iron block and covered the armed color for the first time. With the st-like impact, the saber-toothed tiger slid across the ground with its feet deep in the ground, and its face was a little ugly. His chest was overflowing with blood, and some blood holes could be clearly seen, but they were only minor injuries. It looks scary, but it doesn't really matter. Because the trickling blood stopped immediately, the wound healed in 2 or 3 breaths. With the return of life and the resilience of the devil fruit, this injury is nothing to worry about. Clang. The golden warrior exploded, turning into a handful of small 18 weapons, with the pointed tips aligned with the saber-toothed tiger, turning black and gold when visible to the naked eye, and shooting out with sonic booms like bullets. Time. All the slates around were blasted and shot, and the saber-toothed tiger would do backflips from time to time or use its tail and sharp claws to push it away. Hide your head and show your tail. A black gold weapon was inserted on the ground, and the saber-toothed tiger looked up at the roaring sky. He knew that the Golden Emperor was there. Shasha. It was like the sound of quicksand flowing, and the weapon stuck on the ground turned into gold powder and floated in the air, all surrounding the saber-toothed tiger. Like a golden haze. Although it looks beautiful, the saber-toothed tiger immediately tightened its body and used life return to control all parts of the body. At the same time, it also covered the armed color. Even the nostrils and ears were not spared. They were all closed so that no gold powder could enter the body. As an awakened of the animal system and still in control of the return of life, the saber-toothed tiger can hold its breath for more than 20 minutes without any problem. He knew some of the methods of the Golden Emperor in advance. Knowing that the Golden Emperor can use gold dust to control people, he must not let these gold dust enter his body. Whether active or passive. X. Chapter 140 _ Your acting is too clumsy. Please subscribe. Chapter 140 _ Your acting is too clumsy, please subscribe. I have to say that the saber-toothed tiger did the right thing. These gold powders don't have much effect in the fully enclosed situation, but it is not the way to go on like this all the time. It is impossible for him to not breathe all the time. The most important thing is that the enemy will not give him a chance. Buzz. The dull sound of the air being squeezed, as if something heavy was falling at an extreme speed. As soon as he looked up, the golden goddess of the gods crashed down, the surface of the 10,00 wide surface burst, and the surrounding pieces of the Earth's crust lifted up to form hills, and large buildings were pushed horizontally by the shock wave to form the Gobi. Just the appearance is full of shock. Saber-toothed tiger closed his eyes, which did not hinder his perception. Facing the goddess, she showed her tyranny and ferocity. The Golden Emperor still did not appear, he was clearly ignoring him. Do you think you can defeat him just by manipulating the goddess of God? Not self-sufficient. This is the goddess of the Golden Emperor. It's the Golden Emperor. At this moment, the people of the 7 water capitals will understand who the goddess is when they see the goddess. After all, the world is the only one. Clang. The collision of golden horses and iron horses sounded, and the 150-meter-high goddess of God all turned into 18 swords, spears, swords and halberds and locks of the sky. They all fell into the sky like a net of heaven and earth. Or civilians are terrified. Run. Withdraw. Abominable Golden Emperor. I don't leave. As long as I catch the Golden Emperor, I can become the richest person in the world. So much gold, I only need to move one piece. Greed, panic, fanaticism, all kinds of life are constantly being staged at this moment. Some wanted money but not life. Not only did they not flee, they also tried their best to squeeze into the center. All of them had lost their minds with red eyes. Shhhhhhhh. The sound of a swarm of bees breaking through the air. All the weapons are only covered with armed colors on the tip, and the rest of the parts are still in gold. These attacks look powerful, but they can be consumed. Humph! The saber-toothed tiger snorted coldly, keeping its life returned and covered with armament, kicking out a few feet in succession to form 100 meters of feet, attacking like a broken bamboo, and quickly flying in one direction. In the perception of seeing and hearing, the Golden Emperor's real body is in that direction. The other party did not mean to cover up. Boom boom. One after another explosions continued to set off, as if the missile swarm was bombing, and the surrounding area of flying sand and stone was shaking. The figure of the saber-toothed tiger flashed quickly, and from time to time, the weapon was shot up or avoided. Although he was not injured, he was confined to one area again and again. Jingle bell. The locks of the sky shot in a row like sharp arrows, inserted into the ground and stretched straight and began to form a formation. Instead of attacking the saber-toothed tiger, they gathered together to form a bird cage. But when it was half-formed, the saber-toothed tiger found the sign and quickly evacuated very decisively. Although it paid some price, it quickly healed. The birdcage failed to fight, and began to circle the saber-toothed tiger like a poisonous snake, trying to tie it in one fell swoop. Damn! The saber-toothed tiger's face was ashen as it kept flying in the broken wall. The opponent's attack is too difficult. I haven't even seen the opponent's silhouette until now. But he doesn't panic. If time permits, he can spend half a month with the Golden Emperor. 5 minutes later, all the blasting swords, spears, swords and halberds or the locks of the sky were lifted into the sky, and they were reunited into one and turned into the goddess of gods, which was still so sacred and noble. Humph! The saber-toothed tiger breathed steadily, looking at the goddess in midair with a cold face. He wanted to see what the Golden Emperor wanted to do. The screen shifts, in Doc No. 1. At this moment, a big fat man with horns was wearing dirty work clothes, holding a wrench in both hands and looking at Chaos dignifiedly. Next to him was a boy holding parts. Probably around the age of 13 or 14. Chaos was smoking a cigar in his mouth, and he came here after falling from the sky. As for the 3 girls of Karkazi, they did not follow. Chaos came to the capital of 7 waters not only to solve the Stuthy business, but also to have a heart-to-heart with the Murloc in front of him. Mr. Tom, won't you invite me in and have a seat? Chaos breathed a smoke ring, glanced at the dilapidated houses in the dock, and then looked at Tom and Espegu, Iceberg. Mr. Golden Emperor, please come in. Tom was calm, glancing in the direction of the constant vibrations in the distance. The 3 entered the room. Chaos sat on the patched sofa, Espegu made 2 cups of coffee, and was also very calm. Although also recognized the identity of Chaos. Very good. Chaos took a sip of coffee, very leisurely. I don't know why Mr. Golden Emperor came to my place. Tom doesn't have the heart to drink coffee. What happened in the 7 waters today shook his heart. The man in front of him was famous on the sea. The battle that is taking place in the 7 waters capital is inseparable from this man. Little guy, please go out for a while. Chaos put down the coffee cup, leaned back against the sofa with Valang's legs crossed, and habitually flicked the gold earrings with his fingers, making a clear and loud sound like a wind chime. The lingering sound lingered for a long time. Although Espegu remained calm, his heart was turbulent. Subconsciously looked at Tom, the backbone. You go out first. In Tom's view, the Golden Emperor may have asked him to build a pirate ship. After all, his craftsmanship is also well known throughout the Great Route. Yes. As Espegu exited the room, only the calm Tom and the indifferent Chaos were left. Interesting. A playful expression appeared on Chaos's face, and the goddess who was fighting with her mind changed again. Sorry, not for you. Seeing Tom was a little puzzled, Chaos smiled. He is now fighting and drinking coffee. Shasha. As Chaos's words fell, the golden halo behind him exploded without warning and turned into gold powder, covering Tom like a golden haze. Just 2 breaths of golden haze recondensed behind the back to form a halo. Tom was taken aback by the sudden situation. Mr. Golden Emperor. Even a fool knows that something is wrong. Don't panic, just in case you kill yourself. Chaos picked up the coffee again, took a sip and turned indifferent, and began to enter the main topic. I want a drawing of Hades. The atmosphere in the whole room condensed. Tom's pupils shrank suddenly, but it quickly returned to normal. The same is true of the tensed body and the accelerated heartbeat. This acting is the perfect Oscar. Next is the show. Mr. Golden Emperor, what blueprint of Hades? Tom seemed to have heard it for the first time, and frowned as he didn't understand it very well. Good acting. Chaos looked at Tom with a half smile, and then said with great certainty, what I want is the blueprint of the ancient weapon Hades. I know it's on you. Don't be in a hurry to refute, your acting skills are too poor compared to mine. Everyone is happy to negotiate this business calmly. I never like to force people, usually kill his whole family first and then torture him. Sometimes I feel like a pervert myself. Without giving Tom a chance to speak, Chaos seemed to be talking to himself without any fluctuations in his words. It was as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing, and there was no eloquence or fierce threat on his face. Everything is bland. Starting point, deep deduction presumed, 5,000 starting coins, fried Tian Bang PP shrimp, OU is O often 1,500 starting coins, hairy shrimp, destroyer of the sky, 50% goodnight, passing by and signing in with soy sauce, 1,083 starting coins, silent thoughts, 300 starting coins, Rhine without knowing where to go, 600 starting coins, Night Lantern Festival, no human distortion, 100 starting coins. X. Report your results and sum up a few points. Report your results and sum up a few points. Without a doubt, it's gone. 27,000 collections, I suspect are fake collections. So sad. My heart hurts. This is a collection of 27,000, and I call it a dog. Alas. Fine. Can't force anything. Everyone who watches pirated versions, they are all prostitutes anyway. Can you vote for the genuine version or something? It can be regarded as supporting me. It's heartbreaking. I can't catch the collection, and I always watch the collection slip away. There are people who push books everywhere in the world, why can't they push me one? The more frustrated the collection, the more courageous. The recommendation must be persistent. Every person who writes a book must see through it, and don't be afraid of pain when writing a book. Find a group of people who are recommended and praised by the collection to bid farewell to the street. An abusive, arrogant, incomprehensible, blind-eyed man, come to scar me. There are so many people who have flung into the street, and many have succeeded. Don't give up and give up, leaving me in despair, typing on the keyboard alone. Adding more rules is probably useless. Every 300 monthly passes, plus 1 update, push down in turn. Each time you give 2W starting coins, plus 1 change, 3W plus 2 change, 4W plus 3 change. Push down in turn, 10W plus 10 change. Subscribe every 400, plus 1 more, and push down in turn. For every 6,000 recommended tickets, plus 1 is updated and pushed down in turn. X. Chapter 141 _ that expression is very moist, new plus 1 for Chairman Meng to roll up the world. Chapter 141 _ that expression is very moist, new plus 1 for Chairman Meng to roll up the world. In the face of Chaos's affirmative words, Tom still pretended not to know, intending to continue the performance. But my heart sank. The blueprint of Hades is on him, and only he knows it. He couldn't have leaked this secret himself. Judging from the look on the Golden Emperor's face, he was unswervingly sure that the blueprint of Hades was on him. Damn it. Did you say it in a dream? That's not possible. Mr. Golden Emperor is joking. I don't even know what the 3 ancient weapons are. Tom laughed heartily, but his laughter became smaller and smaller after meeting Chaos' playful eyes. Crack. Chaos snapped his fingers, and the nimbus behind him split into a gorgeous long sword, which shot out of the house in one fell swoop. Before Tom could return to his senses, accompanied by a painful groan, Esbega smashed through the wooden wall and was nailed to the wall of the house, because pain caused his face to turn pale, and his left shoulder was bleeding. But it is very tough, except for the scream at the beginning. Now I have to endure it. You. Tom was furious, grabbed the desk next to him and blasted at Chaos. As a Murloc, Tom is more than just a boatman. Just being able to lift a boat with one hand shows Tom's strength. To be able to come out from Fishman Island and live in the Seven Waters City without any problems, there are no toothbrushes that can't go on. The key is the boatman. Pirates in this sea are unreasonable. They build or repair pirate ships for these people. If they have no fighting power, don't even think about getting the money back. In all cases, Tom is not simple. The strong wind swayed Chaos's hair, and the desk was only 1 centimeter away from his head, during which Chaos didn't even blink. Boom. The ground sunk under his feet, and Tom fell to the ground without warning, his fat face stuck to the ground, unable to move. As Chaos raised his hand gently, Tom was suspended in midair. The sharp teeth were full of blood, and even 2 front teeth were lost. Esbega on the wall fell to the ground, his face became paler due to excessive blood loss, and the gorgeous long sword stained with blood stood on the back of his head as if it would be chopped off at any time. I know the blueprint is on you, you can continue to be tough, I don't care. Chaos did not panic at all, he set down a cigar and smoked. That expression is so smooth. I don't know what you're talking about. Tom looked at the weak and pale Esbega, his face was angry and still refused to admit it. It seems that you don't care about his life, so I'll have to send him on the road. The gorgeous long sword was raised high, and then fell in one fell swoop. Time seemed to slow down at this moment, and Tom had tears streaming down his face in pain, but he refused to speak. Chaos frowned, then returned to normal. The gorgeous long sword was only 1 centimeter away from Esbega's stamina, and finally turned into gold powder and reintegrated into the halo behind Chaos. Just kidding. Chaos smacked his cigar and stood up from the sofa, while Tom smashed to the ground to regain control of his body. Thanks for the hospitality. Leaving a word, Chaos just disappeared. Completely inexplicable. Esbega. Tom rushed to Esbega for the first time, and quickly found the medical buff from a pile of garbage, and began to bandage Esbega. Fortunately, the relief was timely, and in the end Esbega saved his life. Just passed out. The room fell silent except for Tom's heavy breathing. Now he is very embarrassed, and his face is constantly changing. He didn't know where the Golden Emperor knew that Hades' blueprint was on him, and he was very sure from the beginning. Even at the last moment, he was quite sure that the blueprint was on him. But why give up? Or is it just a test? In fact, the reason why Chaos gave up was because Tom was too tough. Just now, I would rather Esbega die without opening his mouth. Chaos guessed that the relationship between the two sides was not that deep. After all, Frankie should have been abandoned by his parents and adopted by Tom. To put it bluntly, Tom has no obvious weakness yet. Looks like it will take a few years. Don't push too hard. In the future, there is a chance to get the blueprint of Hades. Don't panic. Even if he got the blueprint of Hades now, he couldn't make it. So after thinking about it, Chaos plans to wait. Call out. A street was bombed, and all kinds of debris were shot flying. Stuffy condensed into a body, looked at the macaque walking out of the ruins in front of her, and took a deep breath. At this moment, the macaque remains in a human beast shape, and it is full of long hairs while flapping its long tail. Stussy, you should be very clear that you can't resist the world government. Come back with us before the 10th. The macaque's voice was a little sharp, and the eyes were full of ferocity. I just chose the life I wanted. Stuffy tucked her hair to her ears, and said something insincere. In the beginning, she was forced to live this kind of life, but now she feels that it is not bad. What's more, she has no turning back. If that's the case, then I have to force you back. As soon as the words fell, the macaque appeared in front of Stuxy across a distance of more than 10 meters. The fluffy right leg was covered with armed colors, and it was like a broken bamboo without any intention of holding back. Boom. A large piece of gravel was rolled up, forming a fan-shaped impact and swept out. What the macaque kicked was just the broken clouds, and at this time Stuffy had already condensed and formed in midair. Crescent moon. The air was torn apart, and two crescent-shaped feet fell from the sky. With the huge explosion, Stuffy looked solemn, and she also attacked the afterimage of the opponent. The macaque's fight. An indifferent voice appeared behind him, and the macaque turned into more than 10 hands with his hands, and he couldn't see how it attacked. However, Stuffy's action was very fast, and the direct elementalization disappeared. Boom. I don't know when a thundercloud appeared in the sky, and a thunderous thunder slammed into the ground, and the macaque smashed to the ground in one fell swoop. When the thick smoke dissipated, the macaque's whole body was covered with frizzy hair, and there was also a trace of black smoke. It looks a little embarrassing, but the truth is of no use. Looks like this devil fruit is a good fit for you. The macaque just shook, and the hair on its body returned to normal. Looking at Stuart, his face was expressionless, and then his feet exploded and disappeared. Click. Clap. Stuffy was covered in white fog, suddenly turned into black and struck with lightning, and his hands pressed down with himself as the center, and the black thundercloud spread out, forming a tide that pushed out in all directions. From a distance, it looks like a black sea of thunder. The macaque appeared where Stuffy stood before, and swept through the black cloud with 1 foot, but Stuffy had long since disappeared. There was a lot of lightning around, and all of them were densely slammed into the macaques. This made him have to cover his entire body with armed color to resist. Black clouds billowing and thundering, Stuffy is everywhere, and the enemy will be limited in it. Boom. Stuffy just maintained his lower body and kicked the macaque with a kick covering the armed color. The latter turned around to block between the lightning and flint, but Stuffy suddenly disappeared and appeared behind the macaque. One finger shot left a blood on the macaque. Hole. Damn. Faciu went out to stand firm. The macaque had a gloomy face, and then flew into the sky trying to get out of the black cloud. But as the macaque soared, the black cloud with thunder and lightning also soared, covering the macaques all the time. X. Chapter 142 Look at my hands. Chapter 142 Look at my hands. Boom. Pieces of soil and stone slabs were lifted, and the surrounding area was reduced to ruins. Because of the battle between Stussy and the macaque, the goddess of the gods with the black clouds rolling in the sky has disappeared, the storms and raindrops have also disappeared, the soft sunlight has been cast, and even beautiful rainbows have appeared. The view was pleasant, but the riots did not stop. The battles between crocodile and pangolins, Stuffy and macaques, and 5 golden warriors and 5 CP9s are not over yet. Clap. In the originally clear sky, Lightning flashed again without warning, but this time the lightning was black and red, making half of the area darkened and suppressed. At the same time, a loud and proud BGM spreads the entire seven waters in one fell swoop, symbolizing that some big man is about to debut. Ha! There was no sign of the air wave, and the creatures wherever they went were all rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. A domineering, arrogant overlord of mountains and rivers, like a wild beast swept across the entire land, with the loud and proud BGM. It is difficult to calm people. I don't know when, on the head of the goddess, a man with a golden goose feather coat, an open chest showing 8-pack abs, flowing vertical hair and gold earrings appeared with a sinister and arrogant smile. On the tattered ground, the saber-toothed tiger maintained its human beast shape, with its tail flapping behind its back, showing a violent look. Are you finally willing to show up? The saber-toothed tiger stared at Chaos, gasping for air from the tip of his nose. And Chaos folded his hands on his shoulders, and the saber-toothed tiger was not in his eyes at all with a look of contempt. In his opinion, this Kpo is nothing more than that. Just now, he was controlling the goddess of God from a distance, but this guy has not broken through the defense line of the goddess of God for so long to find him. What a waste! Facing the contemptuous eyes of Chaos, the saber-toothed tiger rose up with anger, and as the ground exploded under his feet, the whole person flew into the sky with a sonic boom, and finally appeared in the air and the whole person swirled. Saber-toothed storm. In an instant, the saber-toothed tiger's hands, feet and tail shot out 10 meters of feet like a deadly weapon, forming a dense torrent that rushed towards Chaos. A single blow can easily cut through steel. Once he used this trick to destroy a city, and even slaughtered tens of thousands of people. Tips for carving bugs. Look at my thousands of hands. The light wheel on the back of the goddess of God was close to the body, and at the same time, the body became a little smaller. The left hand was placed on the abdomen, and the right thumb pinched the middle finger to make a flower finger, and suddenly 30 golden arms stretched out from behind, like 1,000 arms. The guardian of the hand is generally full of sacredness and majesty. The 30 arms are flexible and changeable, and the palms are all covered with armed colors, which look like black and gold gloves from a distance. Because except for the 30 arms and palms of the goddess, all the others are golden. Not to mention that Chaos's armament is not the top, even if it can't cover the entire goddess of God, it is a waste. At this moment, the goddess of God's thousand-handed Avalokitesvara state once made it difficult for the people in the seven waters to calm down, because this scene was too dreamy and subversive. I don't know when even the BGM has changed. Kiao Feng's BGM at the beginning has now become a battle cry BGM, with the current appearance of the goddess of God, and the special effect background border with black clouds and red thunder, all of which interpret the splendor and majesty, such as the unstoppable river. The general trend, even in the face of the gods and Buddhas in the sky, is invincible. There was a huge roar in the entire sky, and the 30 arms entered the storm of Lanjiao without stopping. They were strong and unstoppable. Even if the arms were cut open, they would heal in an instant. The 10th level storm blew up in one fell swoop, and the saber-toothed tiger continued to rotate, but the 30 arms were pressed down from all sides in one fell swoop, and the gold powder sparks continued to explode for a while. Just 10 breaths of stalemate, the saber-toothed tiger turned into a meteor and fell diagonally, pushing the streets horizontally wherever it went, flying sand and stones for a long time. 30 arms also kept falling and smashed to the ground, forming potholes. In the end, only 5 arms remained intact. But in the next second, the gold that was broken and shot out, all flew into the sky and merged with the goddess of God, and soon recovered as before without any influence. SHHHHHH Third Eye's arms were ejected like poisonous snakes. With the huge explosion, half of the Seven Waters city seemed to tremble. The saber-toothed tiger flew out from the billowing smoke and dust, showing brutality. Boom! The ground exploded in a radius of 100 meters, and a golden slender hand pressed down, and what it attacked was only the afterimage of the saber-toothed tiger. After leaving a palm print, the golden slender hand raised it and continued to chase the saber-toothed tiger. In the next second, half of the house was caught by the golden slender hand, and it eventually turned into debris and scattered in all directions. Still empty. The explosion sounded continuously, and Third Eye's arms or palms were pressed down, or pinched with one hand, or the fingers were raised to form finger guns, which were constantly intertwined and quickly suppressed the saber-toothed tiger. Puff. In the face of Third Eye's attacks, the saber-toothed tiger kept dodging, but it still received a blow. It was turned into a cannonball by a palm and fan, and collapsed successive buildings. After leaving a huge dilapidated gully, it was too late to breathe. Disappeared quickly. Immediately after the three slender hands pressed down, they lifted up and continued to pursue after leaving a huge pit. Damn, go to hell. After being attacked several times in a row, the saber-toothed tiger appeared behind the goddess with a mouthful of blood, and shot up and bombarded Chaos. Stupid. Chaos did not turn around, still looking into the distance with his hands behind his back, his face full of arrogance and contempt. It's like an emperor who is high above the sky, facing the clown who jumps from the beam. Thinking that he can attack from behind is too small to underestimate his golden emperor. See Form's profound truth. Saber-tooth killing. The saber-toothed tiger appeared at the height of the back of the head of the goddess of God. Seeing that Chaos still turned his back to him, his fierce face was full of cruelty. But in the next second, he was all blown up. I saw that the back of the head of the goddess of God suddenly turned into a face, and those cold eyes that did not contain the slightest emotion were staring at him silently, and at the same time, the back also wriggled into the front, and the two huge weapons were full of sight. The saber-toothed tiger only felt that the sight was black, and the third eye palms on its head were present in all directions, and they were pushed out without leaving the slightest gap. Damn. A roar resounded through the sky, and the saber-toothed tiger did not hesitate, and still made a strong attempt to solve Chaos. At the same time, the iron blocker and the armed color cover the whole body, which is intended to resist hard. There is no second way now. The brave who meet in a narrow road wins. Boo. There is no huge roar as imagined, some are just dull and depressing muffled sound. Chaos still turned his back, but tilted his head. A sharp airstream brushed past his ears, rushed to the sky and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The missing half of the golden earrings were constantly flying. You can see 5 overlapping palms, the center of which is penetrated to form a round hole, and there is also a trace of white smoke. This was penetrated by the saber-toothed tiger's attack. Damn. The saber-toothed tiger's unwilling roar tore his eardrums, and stared at Chaos's back fiercely through the round hole. His body was bound by gold, and only one head remained. The sight is slowly getting smaller, and the round hole is beginning to heal. He will be buried and swallowed by gold. Death is embracing him. X. Chapter 143_Chaos will exclaim, Sissy roll the world for Chairman Meng, new +3. Chapter 143_Chaos will exclaim, Sissy roll the world for Chairman Meng, new +3. PFFT tilde. The terrifying and suffocating sound was like using the rusty coffin nails and hammering them into the bone step by step in the cold and dark cemetery. In the completely sealed gold, the saber-toothed tiger body was buried alive, and the vigorous vitality of the ancient species was like torture at the moment. He struggled with all his might, but was eventually buried. Chaos still turned his back to him outside. possessing an invincible domineering arrogance. It was difficult to solve before, but once it was bound, the result was divided in an instant. The golden ball began to wriggle, all the arms returned to the cage, and the bloody, inhuman body of the saber-toothed tiger fell from the air and became a corpse. The goddess of God also returned to her sacred and indestructible appearance. S-H-H-H-H-H-H. The sound of breaking the air tore the eardrums. With the snap of chaos fingers, the huge light wheel spinning behind the goddess of God all stood on the top of her head and turned into 18 weapons, and finally turned into a golden meteor shower, fighting with the golden warriors in one fell swoop. The CP9 kills. As for the battle between Crocodile and Stussy, Chaos did not intend to intervene. Sometimes you have to give your subordinates a chance to perform. Boom boom boom. The streets were constantly bombed, all kinds of ruins were shot, and the golden weapons fell in shock. The 5 CP9s who had been with the Golden Warrior originally were nailed to the ground or in the ruins after just holding on for 5 or 6 minutes, and finally lost their breath after a moment of perseverance. It's not just one weapon that is staring at them, but many. As horrible as a hedgehog. The sound of breaking the sky flew into the sky, and all the 18 weapons were integrated into the body, and then the goddess of God disappeared in the air, and there were background special effects of rolling black clouds and lightning flashes. Chaos put away the Overlord color and BGM and disappeared in place. When he appeared, he was already in a coffee shop at the back of the Seven Waters. Enjoy a post-fight cup of coffee and wait for the end of the battle between Crocodile and Stussy. About 20 minutes later, the slightly embarrassed 2 people and 3 of Kasimi's men came to the coffee shop. Boss. After some battle, Crocodile seemed to be in a good mood. In addition to the messy back of the head, it is still the black leather coat and the D-shaped dress, which is very fancy. Stu's dress is a little broken, and the snow-white skin is looming, even more seductive and enchanting, and the white cloud ribbon flowing on the back of the wrist adds a touch of fairy air to his temperament. As for Kasimi's 3 subordinates, they also have their own characteristics, but they are still much worse than Stussy. Well done. Chaos ignored Crocodile and looked at Stussy. Stussy didn't leave the macaques alive. It's not an exaggeration to say it's hot. But Chaos was satisfied. Now you can also trust a little bit of Stussy. Stussy didn't answer, just tidying up her appearance, her polite smile still blooming. The 3 of you also sit down and order what you want to drink. Chaos pressed his hand to motion for the 3 of Kasimi to sit down, and the latter 3 were somewhat restrained. Before Chaos put them on the ground and disappeared, because of the injury, the pretty face is still a little pale and weak. In the hearts of the 3 women, Chaos is a god. The subversiveness of their first meeting had made them lost. The next thing is simple. The 3 women reported the current situation in the red light district to Stussy. Chaos didn't interrupt, just listened. In the end Stussy made a decision. Boss, I think I need to deal with it myself. Stussy took a sip of coffee gracefully, and looked at Chaos with her wet and sexy red lips slightly parted. Chaos didn't answer the first time, but was thinking something while knocking on the table with one hand. It would certainly be in danger for Stussy to be separated from him here. It was originally intended to harm each other with the world government, but now it seems that some small strategies need to be changed. He also doesn't want to end up with a tattered red light district power. The best way is for Stussy to rectify himself, while he continues to hurt each other with the world government outside, which is the most beneficial. Yes. What Chaos can think of, Stussy can think of too. Now Stussy completely trusts Chaos. Might be a temptation. She left Chaos to rectify the red light district, and she would definitely be targeted by the world government, and she might be caught at that time, and then it would depend on what Chaos did. Both of them knew it. As expected of our team's good looks, I'm very pleased. Thank you. Stuffy brushed the hair from his forehead to his ears, hoping that he had not mistaken the man. It didn't take long for Stuart to leave with Kazumi, Lili, and Coco's. Walk confidently. Chaos and Crocodile also left after filling the temple. An hour later, a warship docked in port. Sengoku looked at several corpses on the ground with a sullen face. He was late. At the same time, the Holy Land Mario also received the news. The New World, the seas of Marigold. Kilometer high. The icy airflow was torn apart, and a huge shadow flew out of the clouds, gradually reducing the altitude and sliding. The picture kept getting closer, and it turned out to be a long extinct pterodactyl with outstretched wings 14 meters wide, with a very delicate and weak man standing on its back. Let's assume it's a man. The main reason is that this man's face is too delicate, with a white and tender face, slender eyebrows, painted eyeliner, and a dress that looks a bit feminine. If Chaos is here, he will exclaim, "Sister." Blue blue. The phone worm rang from under the tender collarbone, very rhythmic. Hello. The sissy stretched out her crystal-like slender palm, and frowned slightly when she answered the phone, so that she looked even more girly. On the 10th, how's the investigation on Pure Gold going? An emotionless voice came from the phone bug, a little numb. I didn't find anything, and the lanternfish is probably no longer in the Marigold waters. The girl called no. 10 yawned when she heard the voice from the phone bug. Tell you a piece of news, your team member Stucci has confirmed his mutiny, and saber-toothed tigers, squirrels, macaques, and pangolins also died in the capital of 7 waters. I was originally sent to solve your team member, it's up to you and me. As a matter of fact, I recommend you to go. Although the voice on the other end of the phone bug was cold and numb, there was a faint hint of schadenfreude. Really? No. 10, who was originally a mother-in-law, became expressionless in vain, and those crystal-like eyes released a cold light like a knife. Of course you only have 5 days to clean up and the government is not happy with you. As soon as he finished speaking, no. 10 hung up the phone abruptly with a gloomy expression on his face. How could Stucci betray saber-toothed tigers? The pterodactyl at the foot of no. 10 spoke with a hint of disbelief. Go to the capital of 7 waters. A dead voice came out of no. 10's mouth, and layers of water chestnut crystals began to climb on that delicate face, even in the eyes. Got it. The pterodactyl fanned its giant wings, shifting its direction through the clouds and quickly disappeared. There is no doubt that this no. 10 is the strongest Kpo in the team in the conversation between Squirrel and Stuffy, and it is also what Stuffy fears and even fears. X. Chapter 144 _ bare feet afraid of wearing flip-flops. New +4 for Mr. Moe's roll over the world. Chapter 144 _ bare feet afraid of wearing flip-flops. New +4 for Mr. Moe's roll over the world. The Great Passage, Naval Division 38. Weather. Clear. It was a rare good weather with the blossoming white clouds floating on the head. Suddenly, there was a roar in the sky, and the black spot became bigger and bigger, even more and more dazzling. Especially under the sunlight, it is full of golden brilliance. What sound? The sailors on patrol in the Navy Division looked around when they heard the sound, and when they were sure that it was coming from above, they all raised their heads and opened their mouths in shock. In just a moment, the entire branch sounded an alarm. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Get out. Damn. It's too late. Like a meteor from the sky, in the pupils of all the sailors, a 100-meter square halberd that penetrated the sky and the earth, and the golden halberd fell in one fell swoop. Boom. The golden square painted halberd fell in the center of the branch, and at that moment, the entire surface of the square kilometer rose up, and then a shock wave turned into a tsunami, forming an overwhelming trend, destroying everything. All kinds of screams and fear spread. Flying sand and rocks and smoke billowing, and by the time everything subsided, half of the branch had been reduced to ruins. Cough cough, who is it? How dare you attack the naval branch? A major general crawled out of the rubble, and the previous shockwave made him a little uncomfortable. It just so happened that he was the highest commander of this branch. This sudden attack caught him off guard. Looking up along the Fang Tianhe halberd, two figures landed on the handle of the halberd from the sky, looking down at the audience as if they were looking at ants. Golden Emperor. The King of the Desert. The Major General's face froze, looking at the two figures full of arrogance and bells and whistles. His breathing was suppressed all of a sudden. Crack. With a cigar in his mouth, his golden goose feather coat fluttered behind him. He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and the Fang Tianhe halberd under his feet made the sound of the collision of gold and iron horses, forming a dense array of 18 weapons that fell in the air. Gudong. Many embarrassed sailors swallowed their saliva, all staring at the raised right hand of chaos. SHHHHHH. The sonic boom kept coming, and all the weapons were fired like bullets. For a time, the entire branch seemed to be bombed by missiles. The broken walls pierced through the air, and the ground exploded. From a distance, it looked like it was raining, and the smoke and dust rolled around everywhere it went. After 5 minutes, everything stopped. In the ruins, a sea soldier was nailed to the ground, or lay in the ruins and lost his life. It was simply a one-sided massacre full of dehumanization. Chaos looked at all this coldly. There was no intolerance or burden in my heart. He knows exactly what the truth of this world is and what he wants. It can only be blamed on the fact that the camp is different. For Chaos, the Marines are not innocent people, but enemies. For the Marines, Chaos is also an enemy, and if there is a chance, he will surely be caught. Coupled with the fact that he is now hurting each other with the world government, Chaos can be said to be neat and tidy. Just like a certain sentence in the Three Body, I destroy you, what does it have to do with you? It's not a match for this world of the weak. What's more, there is still a dispute of interests between Chaos and the world government. Dare to touch the cheese in my red light district, it won't kill you. It was a red light district, and he might not be so concerned with other forces. Red light district, red light district, red light district, say it 3 times. Men, know it all. Clanking. All the weapons were lifted into the air, fused together in the collision, and finally formed the goddess of the gods to levitate. Here's the phone bug number for Marin Vando. A golden long sword was shot next to the Major General, with a series of numbers on the sword. Leaving a sentence, the goddess turned around like change flying to the moon, with 3,000 golden silk and palace skirts fluttering, so sacred and inviolable. Even just a turnaround can be beautiful enough to make the world bubble up. The Major General watched helplessly as the goddess of God disappeared. The blood had dyed his entire body red. A spear had pierced his left shoulder earlier, and he thought he was dead. I didn't expect it. With difficulty, he got up and took out the phone bug, and quickly reported it up. Marin Vando, headquarters building. The marshal's office at the top. MT is working. Looking at the melancholy look, it is obvious that the work is not going well. Boom. The office door was slammed open, and a Major General rushed in with a phone bug in his hand. Marshal, Division 38 was destroyed by the Golden Emperor. What? Sora's resolute face became even more resolute. Even his eyes widened slightly. The Major General did not speak, but handed the phone bug to Kong. This is Division 38, I am Major General. As soon as the phone bug was picked up, a hurried report came from the other end of the phone bug. Kong did not interfere, but let the Major General finish the report. Sent someone to branch 38 immediately. Yes. As the Major General in the office left, Sora hung up the phone bug. The ins and outs are clear. But Sora was not as angry as he imagined, but rather calm. Immediately follow the phone number left by Chaos to dial. Blue blue. The phone worm was connected after only 10 seconds of ringing, and as soon as it was connected, there was a sound of howling wind, as if it was moving fast in the high air. Sora didn't speak for the first time. And the other side didn't mean to speak. After 5 breaths, the phone bug was hung up, which made Sora narrow his eyes. Called again, this time it took a minute to get connected, and the other side still didn't speak. Empty did not speak. As if whoever speaks first will lose face. 5 more breaths and the phone bug hangs up. Sora still showed no sign of anger, and remained calm as always. Called again, but this time it rang for 2 minutes and was not connected. I called 3 times and still no response. 3 hours later, Naval Division 32 on the Great Pass. Kilometer high. Boss, let me come this time. Standing in the hands of the Goddess of God, Crocodile looked at the island on the blue sea below, took a sharp cigar and exhaled a smoke ring, showing the temperament of an underworld boss. Whatever. Chaos looked at the phone bug in his hand with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Want to let Lao Tzu speak first, want to eat fart. That being the case, it depends on who can hold his breath first. I'm barefoot, so afraid of you wearing flip-flops. Crocodile turned into flying sand, flew toward the island below in diameter, and formed into a shape at a height of 100 meters, and 2 mini sandstorms appeared with his hands spread out. Salon. One after another, the mini-storms were thrown out against the island, and the mini-storms were like wild horses running away. They started to turn bigger and bigger, like tornadoes. No, there is an enemy attack. There is an enemy attack. It's a dust storm. How could there be a sandstorm, or 2? The Navy branch on the island began to sound the alarm. When they saw the sandstorm that was rising and gradually connecting the sky and the earth, many Navy faces were full of panic. In the face of natural disasters, you can feel the insignificance of human beings just by facing them. 2 ever-increasing dust storms, under the control of Crocodile, swept across the naval division. It's like a drunken man brutally ravaging a weak girl, and everywhere he goes, there are bad marks. Retreat. Look for cover. It is the king of the desert, the subordinate of the Golden Emperor. Damn. The 2 sandstorms swept for 10 minutes, and finally disappeared slowly under the control of Crocodile. If the sandstorm continues to grow, even Crocodile can't control it. X. Chapter 145 _ The Golden Emperor is a clown. Chapter 145 _ The Golden Emperor is a clown. Blue blue. Some impatient phone bugs rang for 3 minutes. At an altitude of several thousand meters, Chaos answered the phone, but still did not speak. Golden Emperor, you are courting death. Extremely suppressed anger, as if a volcano could erupt at any time, full of threats and coldness. Who are you? Chaos digs out his ears, the Goddess of God's palm squirms to form a golden throne, and Chaos sits down with his legs crossed. The golden tributary next to him forms a high bar, and a bottle of red wine appears on it. If you open up the full chest of the Goddess of the Gods, you will find that there is a storage space inside, with a lot of daily supplies. It's almost like a moving storage ring. When the Goddess of God becomes bigger in the future, the internal space will be wider. These materials are still obtained in the capital of 7 waters, and it is also a whim. I didn't expect it to be so convenient. Ding. After clinking glasses with Crocodile, Chaos took a sip without panic. Far away in the empty space of Marin Fando, he had a gloomy face in the office. The news of the destruction of Naval Division 32 came 10 minutes ago, and after several calls, he was only connected this time. I'm Admiral Cyborg Sora. Sora regained his composure, as if the threat of rage just now was not what he said. Marshal Cyborg Sora, I have long admired the name. Chaos yawned and sipped a cigar, finding that the northwesterly wind at a height of several thousand meters was a little cool. What do you want to do? Sora didn't beat around the bush. The few phone calls just now showed how arrogant the man on the other end of the phone was. I just want to inform you that the red light district belongs to my Golden Emperor. The world government dares to give me eye drops, and I can't kill you. When you can't take it anymore, call me again. I'm a little busy right now, heading to other branches of the Navy. The phone worm hung up, and Chaos was also neat and tidy, without the slightest hint of fuss. Just a notification. If he wants to give the world government a headache, he has a way. What is the greatest value of the golden fruit? It's never a fight, it's a value. Boom. Looking at the phone bug that hung up in his hand, Sora slapped the desk on the desk, and his sharp eyes were full of sensuality. He really thinks he is someone who dares to threaten the world government. HMPH, it's too much. Kong snorted coldly, never putting the Golden Emperor in his eyes too much from beginning to end. The only thing that caught his attention was the golden fruit. Since the Golden Emperor is courting death, then fulfill him. Let Zephyr come to the office. With a shout to the door, a major general saluted and left. At present, Zephyr is not going out, but is cultivating elite seedlings for the Navy in the Academy. Sora's idea this time is very simple. At the same time, if Sengoku and Zephyr are dispatched, he can't believe that he can't catch each other. If the Golden Emperor could not fly, he would have been in prison long ago. Kong did not report this matter to Mary Yo. He was also a marshal after all, and he still had the power to deal with such trivial matters. No one has dared to be so arrogant since he became the Admiral of the Navy. Even openly threatened him. Just wanting to confront the world government with just 2 or 3 people, and making the world government take the initiative to step back, is simply beyond its own power. Even the Golden Lion and Whitebeard would not dare to be so arrogant. Someone once dared to do this, so he was buried in the Valley of the Gods. Compared to the strength and power of that man, what is the Golden Emperor? To be honest, the Golden Emperor has always been a clown in the eyes of Kong and the 5 old stars, and has never really paid attention to it. Now the reason why the Golden Emperor is still jumping up and down is nothing more than the advantage of his flying ability. The Golden Lion is much stronger than the Golden Emperor, who can fly in the air for a long time. In terms of bare feet, the solitary red can also throw a few streets away from the Golden Emperor. So where did the Golden Emperor get the courage? What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? Taken together, the Golden Emperor is just a clown in Kong's eyes, and he just needs to be a little more serious to be killed, which is nothing more than a waste of time. Momigat Island, in the Sea of Marigold. It is a fairly prosperous island. It sounds strange. But the location of the island is actually quite unusual. Because this island was once a neighbor of the legendary Alchemy Island, it can be said that it is not far away. According to the information investigated by the world government, Lanternfish and Messina Olga had appeared in the surrounding waters and islands. In a hotel on the island. Any news? On the luxurious and soft sofa, a man with a long beard, his hands longer than his legs, wearing headphones and black glasses, was listening to the music in the headphones. Sitting on the opposite sofa was none other than the color-changing King Nero Dahl, the 5th rudder master of the Explosion Pirates. After leaving the Chambord Islands, they came here to investigate the matter of pure gold. The one who listened to the music with headphones was the 2nd helmsman of the Explosion Pirates, Mantis King Subic, a long-handed man. Exploding monarch is not there. Although I got news from the world government, the main people related to pure gold have appeared here, but the specific situation is not known. So still need to investigate. When the result is clear, maybe the explosion monarch will come in person. No. The color-changing King Nero shook his head. Now that he knew the power of pure gold, they also exploded the pirates in the world government. But the world government is many steps ahead of them. More than 20 years ago, people had been sent to lurk on Momigat Island and some surrounding islands. On the back of the island was a naval fortress. There is a lieutenant general. Among them, there are many other organizations of the world government, such as CP1, CP2, CP9 and other government personnel. Perhaps the world government has been secretly investigating since learning that pure gold can prolong life. Time can even go back more than 100 years ago. By the way, I just got the news that Wang Zhi has also landed on the island. Who are you talking about? Mantis King Subby gripped off his earphones. Even wearing black glasses, he could see the cautiousness and fear. It's Wang Zhi of the Rocks Pirates. The color-changing king also had a heavy face, not much different from the expression of the Mantis King. How could he be here? The Mantis King cannot be careless. Even if the Rocks Pirates have been disintegrated for so many years, the influence still exists. Once on the sea, the Rocks Pirates were the worthy overlord, the only super overlord. Leaving aside the mystery of Captain Rocks D. Jaibeck, just count the crew of the Rocks Pirates who are still alive. Beast Kaido, Charlotte Lingerling, Edward Newgate the Whitebeard, including the Golden Lion Shiki of the Flying Sky Pirates, were all once a member of the Rocks Pirates. Which of these now is not a maritime hegemon? Just right, Wang Zhi is also one of them. This identity alone shows how powerful Wang Zhi is. Not only are these people still alive, there are other members of the Rocks Pirates, each of which is not easy to mess with. Without hesitation, it was said that the former Rocks Pirates had initially had the ability to overthrow the world government, but it was too hasty. Coupled with the intrigue in the group, it is doomed that as long as Lox dies, the entire pirate group will fall apart. X. Chapter 146 As expected of a shit stick, rolling the world for Chairman Meng, new +6. Chapter 146 As expected of a shit stick, rolling the world for Chairman Meng, new +6. The sun sets in the west, and the sky is full of red clouds. A beautiful goddess, fluttering 3,000 gold silk and a long skirt, the fairy air fluttering towards the sky and flying out. What was left was a rubble. This is Naval Division 34. About half an hour later, a golden light appeared in the air, looking at the branch where only the ruins were left. The wretched face was slightly wrinkled. A step late. Blue. Pulling out a phone bug from his sleeve, Paul Salino dialed slowly. Salino, what happened to Division 34? A slightly angry voice came from the phone bug. Sora had already spoken to him on the phone, and learned that the Golden Emperor had destroyed branches 38 and 32, and he was rushing this way, along with Zephyr. It's just that Zephyr went to branch 31. It's not too far away anyway. Sengoku had already made a plan when he received Sora's order. That is to let Paul Salino hold the Golden Emperor. At that time, whether it is him or Zephyr, as long as they are close, they can rush over in the shortest time. At that time, the Golden Emperor will be catching turtles in the urn. Otherwise, Paul Salino would not have appeared here. A step too late. Paul Salino lit a cigarette and reported truthfully. Damn things. The voice of anger in the warring states came, very angry. You go to branch 35 immediately. If that guy continues to work, it should be the nearest branch. No problem. Paul Salino puffed out a smoke ring, not as angry as the Warring States period. He just seemed to have nothing to do with him. He still has some opinions about the Golden Emperor. It's just that the guy is a bit mean and cunning, and it's a bit tricky. Great route, Volcano Island. Islands on a certain route. Because the whole island is caused by various volcanoes, the hot springs here are very famous. Tourism and commerce are very developed here, and it can be said to be a resort. Even though night has fallen, the city on the island is still brightly lit. Among them, various taverns and hot springs are the most lively. In the dark night, two figures fell from the sky, and finally walked out of the alley and stood on the street with people coming and going. "Boss, what are we doing so far?" Crocodile was puzzled. After they destroyed Navy Division 34, they flew all the way to the island. There were also many naval branches in the middle, but the boss did not do anything. Work more with your brain, and combine work and rest. The 3 branches are almost done today, and we will continue tomorrow. Chaos thwarted a cigar without explaining much. Because he found that Crocodile didn't seem to like to use his brain very much since he followed him. Now that they are hurting each other with the world government, they must have sent big figures to guard them, and they may fall into the pit if they are not careful. Therefore, if you want to destroy some bases of the world government and the Navy, there cannot be rules, and they must be unpredictable. Destroy a little here today, destroy a little somewhere tomorrow, and grasp the distance in between. This is called a sense of distance. In this way, there is no fear that the world government will stand guard. Even if Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp were to chase and kill him at the same time, as long as he wasn't too stupid, there would be a way to make the world government a headache. There is a saying that the little devil is difficult to deal with. Just not too loud. Even a high profile cannot stay in one place for too long, otherwise it will be very dangerous. But these are all excuses. The high profile is still high profile, but it depends on the venue. After all, B also needs to be set off by the audience. If it is only high profile in front of ordinary people, it will completely lose the connotation of B and fall into a clique. Chaos believes that he is out of low taste, and now he is at the stage of the atmosphere, not the so-called first and second layers. However, now Chaos still maintains a high profile. After all, the golden goose feather coat and the golden light wheel erected on the back, these dress symbols are like light bulbs even in the dark, which is really unique and individual. Apart from the Golden Emperor, who else would be so fancy? Crocodile is similar, with a black fur coat, a D-Quicksand symbol spinning behind his back, a big back and a cigar, a proper underworld boss. The two walked on the street, and the rate of turning back was more than 90%. Low-key? The two of them don't even know what it means to be low-key. In other words, Chaos feels very low-key now. After all, he has not added BGM and Overlord special effects. Hey! I read that right? That seems to be the Golden Emperor and the Desert King. Why do I feel like that? Nonsense, that's the Golden Emperor and the Desert King. It's so arrogant. It's so high profile and swaggering on the street. Apart from the Golden Emperor, there is no one in the sea, so bells and whistles, for fear of not attracting the attention of others. As Chaos and Crocodile walked down the street, the atmosphere was different wherever they went. Many pirates swallow their saliva, or fear, or greed, or just around the corner. At the same time, he was also pissed off by Chaos and Crocodile. Whether it was walking or expressions, or this fancy dress, these two people were extremely angry, and an aimless fire rose up inexplicably. But no one started. The current Golden Emperor is no longer the previous Golden Emperor. After Chaos killed several times, the Golden Emperor represented not only wealth, but also strength. Of course, there is never a shortage of stupid pirates in the ocean. More than 30 pirates couldn't bear it any longer, and they jumped out and looked at Chaos greedily. As long as you capture this man, you will capture the whole world. Puff puff. Before waiting for the pirates in the lead to speak wildly, they flew down swords, guns, swords and halberds in the dark sky, directly pinning more than 30 pirates to the ground. For a while, screams and cries spread throughout the audience. The pungent bloody smell wafts in the air, full of glycol and sweetness. Some pirates and residents around, all held their breaths and dared not make any movement. A handful of golden weapons are so tempting, but underneath is a body that is constantly struggling. The ruthlessness of the Golden Emperor was somewhat unexpected. One word of disobedience will crucify people to the ground. Brutal. Chaos and Crocodile did not blink, smoking cigars and walking in disrespectful steps, their golden goose feather coats and black fur coats swaying, the nimbus and D behind their backs turning, inside and outside were filled with defy all. Snapped. The sound of big feet stepping on the pool of blood. After leaving bloody footprints, Chaos and Crocodile gradually walked towards the Half-Mountain Hotel. Chaos came here naturally to prepare to relax. Got to work tomorrow morning. In this way, in the sight of greed and jealousy, Chaos and Crocodile gradually drifted away. 18 kinds of weapons flew into the sky one after another, and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. You can meet this guy anywhere. On a hotel balcony, Reaper sees sullen. They have a lot of grudges in Moggytown. Who would have thought that the Golden Emperor would become so powerful in such a short period of time? And he dumped him for several streets in terms of fame. Abominable. The more you think, the more angry you are. And the news that the Golden Emperor appeared on the island naturally spread quickly. The originally calm atmosphere suddenly swelled up. It can only be said that it is a shit stick. X. Chapter 147 _18th line small supporting actor, volume The World for Chairman Meng, our new +7. Chapter 147 _18th line small supporting actor, volume The World for Chairman Meng, our new +7. It is not just the volcanic island that is surging under currents. In just an hour or two, many outside forces also knew that the Golden Emperor had appeared on Volcano Island. Such as the Navy. A golden light flew in the distant sky, and two warships in different directions were rushing towards the Volcano Island. Another example is the Flying Pirates. From the beginning to the end, the Golden Lion never gave up on capturing the Golden Emperor, and the captains of its fleet were all concerned about the whereabouts of the Golden Emperor. It was just right that the 19th Fleet Captain Sharpshooter Halbertson and the 17th Fleet Captain Mummy Alga were relatively close to the volcanic island due to their missions. No matter what the situation in the outside world is, it can't disturb Chaos' comfortable mood at this time. The most luxurious hotel, the most extravagant hot spring, Chaos and Crocodile were topless, with their backs against the natural hot spring pool, with a white towel on their shoulders, smoking a cigar, and squinting their eyes. That's called life. Chaos tilted his head to pick up the red wine by the pool and took a sip very comfortably. He also touched Crocodile from a distance. Heart elder. Crocodile yawned, feeling sleepy while soaking in the hot springs. The two vigorous men didn't say anything. In short, one was drowsy, and the other closed his eyes and took a sip of red wine from time to time. Both of them were lazy. Little did they know that halfway up the mountainside, or around the hotel, a pair of peeping sights had already surrounded this place. I don't know how long it has been soaking, but about 30 minutes. Chaos, who was also in a drowsy state, opened his eyes and frowned slightly at the hot spring pool water that had already turned red. The temperature was no different from boiling water. The temperature is getting higher and higher. Is this a big pot? It's almost a pot of oil, salt, sauce and vinegar to simmer. Boss, the situation is not right. Crocodile was also awakened, and the temperature of the hot spring pool was very wrong. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Chaos stood up from the bathtub, the hot pool water flowed down his body, and the golden goose feather coat, golden pants, golden dragon tattoos, golden flip-flops, and golden halo all returned to their correct positions on the reclining chair not far away. Looking sideways at the head of the volcano, he found something, with interest in his eyes. Crocodile also walked out of the bath and followed Chaos's gaze to the volcano, but found nothing. Apparently, he has not yet cultivated home. Chaos rose off the ground and quickly flew to the largest volcano. Crocodile also burst into flying sand. At this time, the temperature inside the volcanic head was terrifyingly high. Few people can come here. If you climb up and look at it, you will find that this volcanic head is very large, and there is a cave in it, just like a basin. The hot magma in the center is bubbling and flowing continuously, and the surrounding surface is grayish-black. Obviously, the ground is extremely solid and thick because it has been baked by the temperature for many years. Although the environment is harsh, vegetation still grows in some places. The hot spring that Chaos and Crocodile soaked in. The spring was under a mountain wall. It is reasonable to say that the volcano is silent now, but the current temperature is much higher than ordinary times, and it has obviously increased by several levels. This causes the spring water flowing out of the spring to be extremely hot. As for why the spring is in the volcano and there are still vegetation, it can only be said that this world is amazing. But the most peculiar thing is the swimming figure in the magma. That's right. Someone is swimming in lava. Flesh and blood swimming in lava, sometimes snorkeling, dog growl. Chaos and Crocodile appeared above the magma, enduring the scorching heat, looking at the cheerful guy swimming in the magma, with different expressions. Crocodile was a little surprised, but he immediately thought of devil fruit. And Chaos is remembering. In the world of One Piece, Chaos knew 3 people who could roll so freely in the lava. The first is Sakazuki, the second is Charlotte Owen, and the third is the 18th line minor supporting role, the hot man. I can't remember the exact name. First exclude Sakazuki and Owen, then this guy who is swimming happily should be the little supporting role as expected. A superhuman type with hot fruit ability. It can raise the body temperature from 1°C to 10,000°C. Chaos remembered the devil fruit of this small supporting role, which was somewhat similar to Charlotte Owen. Some posts say that Owen's devil fruit is actually a heated fruit, like the one in the roast, or that the scorching person died, and then Owen got the heated fruit. The specific circumstances of course do not know. The current scorching hot man is still young and obviously single. You must know that he will have 3 sons and 2 daughters in the future, and he is also a guy who uses up powerful devil fruits. In Chaos' view, the hot fruit has the same potential as any other devil fruit. Full potential of a humanoid son. Even rock berries are not as powerful as this devil fruit. In the original book, this guy can raise his body temperature to 10,000°C. According to the actual situation, 10,000°C has already burned through the earth. You must know that the surface temperature of the sun is only 5,500°C, and the central temperature is only 20,000°C. This Nima's body temperature is as high as 10,000°C. What a difference! Everything will be destroyed wherever it goes. So it can't really be compared with reality. The development of this devil fruit does not require too many whimsy, just raise the temperature, and then any punch and kick will have the power to destroy the ancients. Who? Aquino turned over to prepare for a backstroke, and in vain found Chaos and Crocodile in midair, looking very alert. He has been on the volcanic island recently, and from time to time he will take a bath in the magma. So far, no one has come to this area to check. After all, not everyone can endure the high temperature. I had planned to stay for a few days before heading to the New World. Aquino is the same as Crocodile and Moonlight Moriah. He was arrogant when he was young, but he went astray after being frustrated. Since then, he has lost his chance to become a top powerhouse, and intends to rely on external forces to achieve his goals. However, Crocodile was fortunate to meet Chaos. Although he gradually went astray, he did not intend to rely on external forces like the original. This is the biggest difference. But things seem to get worse. Chaos and Crocodile descended gradually, and finally stood above the bubbling magma, only 3 feet away, and they could feel the scorching heat. The two are also non-humans, so this temperature can still be tolerated. Aquino is very vigilant. It is because the two people's dresses are too shocking and arrogant, and I don't know why they are not pleasing to the eye the more they look at them. In short, they are very bells and whistles. Very bad. However, it looks a little familiar. It seems that I have seen it somewhere, but I can't remember it for a while. Interesting. Chaos set down the cigar and blew out a smoke ring after a sip, and his original expression of interest gradually faded. Judging from the other party's expression, it seemed that he did not know him. For that alone, guilty. The expression he wanted to see was shock, fear and panic, not this. Snapped. With a snap of his fingers, there was a roar in the pitch-black sky. As a wind pressure swept through, the surrounding magma splashed out, and a behemoth stood on Aquino's head. That divine appearance immediately let Aquino know who it was. For this reason, his expression changed rapidly, and he was a little unbelievable and excited. The Golden Emperor turned out to be the Golden Emperor. Looking at Aquino's changing face, Chaos felt relieved. But still guilty. X. Chapter 148 A group of calm and calm groups, rolling the world for Chairman Meng, new +8. Chapter 148 A group of calm and calm groups rolling the world for Chairman Meng, new +8. Golden Emperor. There was vigilance in Aquino's eyes, but there was also greed. Call out. As soon as Aquino's words fell, Chaos waved his index-finger lightly, and the slender right hand of the goddess of God stuck out, forming a shadow and grabbing it towards Aquino. Didn't mean to talk. Chaos was very interested in this guy, strictly speaking, this hot fruit. Humans can also be crafted. Temperature punch. Aquino's body tightened, and he did not expect that the Golden Emperor would take action as soon as he disagreed. But he was not afraid. If you catch the Golden Emperor, you can become the richest person in the world. This temptation, not everyone can control. The whole was red like a red-hot soldering iron, and the temperature was suddenly raised. The surrounding magma began to roll like boiling water, and there was a high-temperature heat wave. Boom. The huge dull sound sounded, the temperature fist collided with the slender right hand, and the goddess of God actually suffered. It can be seen that the palm is penetrated, and the surrounding gold is burned to form a liquid. Using the science of the previous life to explain, 1064.43 C can melt gold, but the gold in this world is different, not to mention the fact that Chaos has improved the density and hardness. With this punch, it was easy to penetrate the palm of the goddess of God. It's enough to show how lethal Aquino's punch is and how high the temperature is. It can only be said that the world cannot be explained by common sense or science. Chaos puffed out a smoke ring, looked at the goddess who had withdrawn his hand, and then looked at Aquino, barely passing. The right palm of the goddess of God healed quickly, and grabbed it towards Aquino again. It's just that the slender palms that were originally golden have now turned into black gold. Chaos used the armed color. Temperature punch. Aquino has raised his body temperature to the extreme, and once again punched out a rolling heat wave, and you can see that the airflow ripples. But this attack was a complete failure. The slender hand grasped the magma without any hindrance, and held him in one fell swoop. This time Aquino's face changed. The temperature on his body has risen to the highest level, but the black gold slender hand is motionless and has no intention of melting. At the current high temperature, even steel can easily melt. Humph! Aquino groaned. His body was squeezed so much that his bones made a sound of being overwhelmed. The feeling of suffocation came, and the whole face was twisted together because of the pain, and even the eyes began to congeal and became hideous, and he was about to be held to death. Is this your maximum temperature? Chaos could feel the consumption of the armed color, which was a little faster. It's just that this guy is surprisingly weak. As long as you can endure this high temperature, you can easily defeat it. Damn. Aquino's face was hideous, and he was almost unable to support it. Chaos waved his hand, the goddess of God swung it, and Aquino turned into a cannonball and smashed it on the volcano wall, causing a lot of gravel to vomit blood and hit the ground. The figure moved horizontally to the ground, and Chaos looked down at Aquino, who got up, puffed out a smoke ring and said, "Now you have two choices, either become your own person or become a corpse." Boss, this guy is too weak. Crocodile is a little disdainful. Such a weak guy, boss, should be subdued. Forget the woman Stuthy, at least her strength is decent. But this guy is such a spicy chicken, and joining in is completely lowering the level of the entire team. He is the king of the desert, Crocodile, a man with a reward of 560 million. How can he be teammates with the weak? Obviously, Crocodile despised Aquino. Aren't you weak back then? Chaos tilted his head and looked at Crocodile inexplicably. This guy became so fast. Excluded before it even started? No, there are many more people in the sea than him. Crocodile felt stabbed. It hurts. It hurts too. Lao Sha, your pattern has become smaller again. When I choose people, I never look at others, only if they are pleasing to the eye, just like when I first saw you. Chaos interrupted Crocodile. He looks at people, there is no reason. Just look at whether it is pleasing to the eye or not. Do you have the feeling of wanting to subdue it? No mood, everything is bullshit. There are also many good seedlings along the way, such as the Jelly Queen, the Reaper, and the Zebra Killer, but Chaos never thought of conquering them. This is the best example. HMPH. What else could Crocodile say? He could only smoke a cigar sullenly on the side. Call out. Chaos and Crocodile were talking, and Aquino would not sit still. Run away immediately? I never thought of catching the Golden Emperor. Obviously. He knew that he was not the opponent of the Golden Emperor, so he ran away decisively. From this, it can be seen that Aquino is not stupid, but rather rational and shrewd. Don't get carried away by money. There is also no self-control. Want to run? Crocodile squinted, turned into a blast of sand and shot out, appearing in front of Aquino in one fell swoop, and kicked hard with his right foot trapped in armed color. Puff. Aquino's chubby body bowed, and the blood sprayed from his mouth turned into cannonballs and hit the mountain again, and a lot of dust was rolled around by falling rocks. It's really weak. Crocodile was even more disdainful. Being arrogant is like looking down at an ant, very arrogant and arrogant. Suddenly, the airflow ripples, a hot wind blows up in the dust, and the surrounding temperature rises in a straight line. Aquino's body burned red like a human-shaped sun came out, the surrounding hard surface began to melt, and the magma began to boil. The temperature actually broke through at this time. You deceive people too much. Aquino's eyes were red, and he even took the initiative to attack. Since the other party won't let him go easily, let it go. But the pick is the soft persimmon. Because Crocodile's disdainful face is too dazzling. The nameless fire suddenly got up. Temperature punch. It turned into a cannonball flying, and Aquino approached Crocodile and punched out, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to be burning. Crocodile still remained disdainful, and did not even intend to use the shasha fruit, clenching his right fist directly covering the armed collar and colliding with it. The surrounding area swayed for a while, and the powerful heat wave was full of destructive power. Crocodile couldn't help but take a few steps back, raised his red right fist, and was rising into a white mist. Feeling the stinging pain from his fist, Crocodile's face sank all of a sudden. The other party seems to have some skills. Perhaps Chaos just solved it too easily, so that Crocodile had a slight illusion of honey. I don't think that's the case with Aquino. The strength is okay. Crocodile shook his right hand, a group of calm and calm. Chaos looked at Crocodile with some contempt. The guy's right hand was red and still trembling. Obviously suffered a small loss. Damn. There were two traces under Aquino's feet, and the ground as hard as iron also melted to form magma at this moment. The whole body is now hot, and the wisps of high-temperature steam continue to rise, turning into cannonballs and rushing towards Crocodile again. Boom. Crocodile also disappeared in place, and when he appeared, he covered his arms with his arms, and slammed with Aquino in the front. Going to teach this guy a lesson in hard power. It's just that the opponent's fist is really not that hard, but even so, it is pressed hard. The armament color is consumed a little faster. X. Chapter 149 Lao Sha, going further and further on the road of no return. Chapter 149 Lao Sha, going further and further on the road of no return. After half an hour. Mid-Mountain Hotel, the most luxurious room. Chaos sat on the sofa topless, with Lang's legs crossed, drinking red wine and reading the news. Not far away, Crocodile is eating and supplementing his consumption a little. On the ground opposite Chaos, Aquino had a bruised nose and a swollen face, and his plump, shirtless body was covered in bruises and bruises, as if he had been ravaged by some kind of humiliation. It's pathetic just looking at it. After almost half an hour of duel, Crocodile succeeded in beating Aquino into this appearance, and it was without the ability to use the shasha fruit. So after some venting, Crocodile is happy now. Huh. Chaos put down the newspaper, set down a cigar and glanced up and down at Aquino. This guy's nothing but a decent devil fruit. He doesn't know how to see sex, don't know how to armed sex, let alone the physical skills within the styles. All in all, it's a piece of crap. Now Aquino doesn't dare to be hard-hearted. He just lowered his head and gasped. There were only two paths in front of him, and finally, under the threat of death, he chose to become his own person in humiliation. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. As Chaos spoke, the hotel manager came in with a doctor who was here to treat Aquino. 10 minutes later, the manager and the doctor left, coming and going in a hurry. It's just that when he left, his mouth was grinning to the bottom of his ears, and the gold coins in his pocket were a little heavy. Now Aquino looks serious, but that's not the case. At least not to the point where he was on the verge of death, and Aquino pretended to be more or less deliberately a little clever. Lao Sha, I'll leave it to you tonight. Chaos got up from the sofa and walked into another bedroom to prepare to rest. Now there are many people on the island staring at it secretly, and it is estimated that there will be some who can't help but want to do it. It depends on whether the people from the Warring States period can arrive overnight, and now they still have to avoid their edge a little, and Chaos also plans to go to the New World. However, before that, he still needs to stay on the Great Route for 10 days and a half months, and he needs to make the world government feel the heartache. As for going to the New World, of course, it is for pure gold. Recently, he has been recalling information about pure gold, with a little certainty. There was no phone call from Stuthy's side either, so it should have gone smoothly. No problem. Crocodile knew what chaos meant, and there was still some tacit understanding. By the way, Explain the team's purpose and culture to him, and let him experience the experience, as long as he doesn't die. How could Chaos not see Akino's little Jujiu? Deliberately pretending to be seriously injured and dying is nothing more than paralyzing him, trying to find an opportunity to escape. Although Crocodile was a little unhappy, he still nodded. After Chaos entered the room, Crocodile disposed of the things in front of him, then threw down the cigar, and walked to the sofa where Chaos sat before, looking at Akino with a contemptuous expression. Akino was displeased with this expression. Can confirm the eyes, is the person he can't beat. It's so frustrating. I said, listen. Write it down in the shortest time. How much you comprehend depends on your comprehension. Crocodile's contemptuous expression began to become fanatical and excited, and he stood up directly and explained the team's purpose culture to Akino. It was the same as what was explained to Stucci at the beginning, only this time it was more proficient and more passionate. The purpose and culture of our team is very simple. First of all, we must understand a little bit about what people live for. Akino didn't care at first, but slowly opened his mouth and stared blankly at Crocodile, who was talking about the hype. It's ours, it must be ours. Release your nature and live as you wish. The true meaning of life is with stimulation and heartbeat. The destiny can be completely in one's own hands. No one in this world can be more rampant and arrogant than me, and no one can bully us. Crocodile spattered, and the more he talked, the more he felt. Akino stared at Crocodile in such a stunned manner for an hour. The purpose culture this time, Crocodile also added a lot of his own ideas, which is a little more arrogant and domineering than the version given by Chaos, which can be described as the essence. Clearly Crocodile has been innovating. If things go on like this, maybe it will be better to shoot Chaos on the beach. Because Crocodile's speech this time is more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, it adds a lot of tenderness, contrast, etc. than the crude and straightforward version given by Chaos. The expression clearly speaks to the heart. After careful consideration, Akino felt that what Crocodile said was called life. He is a walking dead now, not alive at all. But why doesn't it feel right there? Although this guy is right. Akino's face was stunned, and he began to think about the collision. The more I think about it, the more I feel that I have lived on a dog for so many years, and I am too lazy. No goals, no dreams, no pursuits. If you are no worse than others, why can't you be the powerhouse that everyone fears? Do whatever you want, do whatever you want. The current life seems to be too boring. I am unknown in the sea, this should not be me. His name should be resounded across the sea and recorded in the annals of history. Crocodile said something dry, and poured himself a glass of red wine without disturbing Akino. Looking out of the window, Crocodile's eyes were full of stories. After explaining it to Akino, he felt that his soul had also been sublimated and comforted. It turned out that I didn't know when I started, but I had already seen the profound meaning of life and the essence of the world, but the world was still in ignorance, and it seemed that I needed to spread my ideas. This dire world should also be purified and saved. The hall suddenly fell silent. One person's eyes are full of expressions that see through the truth, while the other person is confused and doubting life. As everyone knows, Chaos in the room is also stunned at this time. Shaking smartly, Chaos sipped his cigar, subconsciously moved the gold earrings, and looked at the wall with strange eyes. He heard every word of Crocodile's eloquent explanation just now. In fact, Crocodile became more and more excited as he talked, and it was hard not to hear it. If it wasn't for the big dive that he passed through the internet in his previous life, he also felt that what Crocodile said was the truth. Not right. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that Crocodile was doing a pass. Please. He's a decent guy. The team is also decent. How can I hear Crocodile say this, It seems like a transfer organization. If you continue like this, isn't that the way to pass down the boss? Where is the discrepancy? However, Crocodile is right. After his addition and understanding, the team's purpose culture is like having a soul, and it doesn't feel so dry and boring. I can't see that Crocodile still has this talent. He can even teach himself without a teacher. He is a talent. However, he did not know that the culprit of all this was himself, and he also thought that Crocodile was self-taught without a teacher, and there was no force at all. However, Chaos was still satisfied and did not intend to correct anything. X. Chapter 150 _ For the sake of B, you can be tough on yourself, roll the world for Chairman Meng, new +10. Chapter 150 _ For the sake of B, you can be tough on yourself, roll the world for Chairman Meng, new +10. The night gradually deepened. The crescent moon hides in the clouds, like a thief, only to appear from time to time. Halfway up the mountainside hotel, there are many people squatting and guarding some dark places. In several of them, and I couldn't live anymore. The Golden Emperor is in the hotel, do it. Yes. Just when everyone started, in the hotel room, Crocodile was sitting by the window, smoking a cigar and exhaling smoke rings. The sight and hearing had covered the surrounding area of the hotel. Except for some particularly powerful ones, almost all of them had a panoramic view. It's time to test you. Don't let me down. Crocodile looked back at Aquino, who was still a little confused, and his attitude was actually a lot gentler. Now Aquino's response has initially met his requirements. Children can be taught. Don't waste so much saliva teaching yourself. Ah. Oh. Aquino came back to his senses. But he was more stupid than before. Now he has not exhausted the team purpose culture expressed by Crocodile, and there has been a voice in his heart telling him that he can't believe it, but the more he thinks about it, the more it makes sense. Everything the other said was to his taste. But Aquino was in a tangle, as if schizophrenic. But not completely brainwashed, just disturbed. Or run away? Just took this opportunity. Aquino took a deep breath, suppressed his chaotic heart, opened the window and jumped down. Crocodile was holding a cigar with one hand, with an expression of victory. He wouldn't be stupid enough to get Aquino to accept the team's purpose culture once, but this time he didn't get impatient, and instead found the goal. Even if Aquino wanted to escape this time, he wouldn't be rough. He believed that he could convince Aquino with the truth. Fighting, killing and coercion was too rude. Even if he succeeded in the end, Aquino would still be unconvinced, which was not conducive to the harmony of the team. What's more, he is Crocodile and disdains to use tough methods. Unless you can't help it. Kill. Ah. Temperature punch. Shoot and shoot. A burst of shouting and killing broke through the night, blood mixed with screams, adding a touch of pleasant music to the night. Aquino's husband was the one who was in charge, and his whole body was as red as a red-hot branding iron. The heat wave was rolling in with one punch and one kick, and he even blocked the attacking people. Crocodile stood in front of the window and could smell the meat slightly. It was wonderful. In the bedroom, Chaos had fallen into a light sleep. Even so, the sight and sound cover an area of 100 meters. As long as there is a threatening aura, he will open his eyes immediately, but it is not as powerful and meticulous as awake. Since the awakening of the knowledge and color, Chaos has released the knowledge and color all the time, trying to cultivate to the level of Fujitora. At the beginning, when you are tired or sleep, you can't release your sight, smell and color. But now that it has accumulated over time, Chaos has become a habit. It is just that the release is strong or weak around the clock, but it keeps releasing every minute and every second. Don't think this is easy. Strictly speaking, seeing and hearing is a kind of mental exhaustion, and it is a very serious burden. This is also why sometimes when chaos really rests and sleeps, he will sleep for several days at a time. There is looseness and relaxation, and this point is still understood by chaos. At the same time, the goddess of the gods at a height of thousands of meters closed her eyes and stood still like a statue. This also means that chaos is cultivating every moment, no matter if it's a sight or a golden fruit. This situation is no longer diligent to make up for one's own shortcomings, but to practice in the dead. It can be expected that when all this becomes a real instinct and habit, chaos will not be strong. A very simple and crude way of training. But a little harsh on myself. For chaos can pay any price, very cruel. Artilda. My hand. Help. Outside Aquino slaughtered the quartet, and slowly began to take the initiative to attack instead of defending. Just kill farther and farther. Crocodile, who was standing by the window, was puffing with mist, and his eyes were full of playfulness. Slowly, Aquino gradually disappeared into the night, leaving only many pirates looking at each other. Some pirates began to cheer, thinking that they and others scared Aquino away, and then turned around and stared at the hotel full of greed. It seems that it is still too anxious and not profound enough. It will take a while. Looking at the pirates who came around again, Crocodile flicked the soot, and Aquino's action was what he expected. Turned into flying sand and appeared outside, looking at the pirate crocodile in all directions with disdain. It looks like he is looking down at the ants. The D characters flow on the back, the black fur coat is flying, and the big back is meticulously combed. It's Crocodile, the king of the desert with a reward of 560 million. Just kill him to catch the Golden Emperor. Come on, brothers. Some pirates may have been dazed by the stumps, broken arms and blood on the ground, waving long knives with high blood, and did not pay attention to Crocodile at all. Kill. Catch the Golden Emperor. The greatest wealth in the world. Facing the menacing pirate thugs, Crocodile's face was calm. He landed on the ground and lifted his right foot, his black leather coat dancing wildly behind him. The cycle of erosion. The shasha fruit ability was used, and the surface began to dry and crack, centered on Crocodile, and everything was deprived of life. Ah! What is this? The pirates who rushed forward looked horrified, and fell to the ground one by one, and in an instant they were skinny and turned into mummified corpses. There is no one who can resist, just a few people who are no longer standing within 100 meters of breathing. Some pirates who were far away or hadn't rushed to kill, all swallowed their saliva and their hairs exploded. A bunch of scumbags. It was easy to clear the 100-meter range, and Crocodile was rampant, and he glanced at some of the characters occupying the high point, such as the Reaper, the decent powerful pirates. These are smart people. Unlike those who just rushed to kill, they are completely cannon fodder. Like the mentally retarded, they don't know where they got the courage to think that they can catch the Golden Emperor. Whoa! Crocodile turned into flying sand, and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. He needed to get Aquino back for another lesson. As for those people around the hotel, it was easy for Boss, and Crocodile never took it to heart. He is most interested in teaching Aquino now. On the other side, Aquino galloped fast, but for some reason he was not as happy as he imagined, but rather worried about gains and losses. All in my mind is the team purpose culture that Crocodile talks about. Wake up, those goals can be achieved alone. Aquino patted his face to wake himself up quite a bit. When he came to the port, Aquino planned to grab a pirate ship, as far as possible from here. However, a piece of flying sand condensed in midair. Crocodile bit his cigar and looked at Aquino blankly. Where do you want to escape to? Aquino's face changed, and he clenched his fists in anger. Temperature punch. Now that the decision has been made, there is no regret. Aquino also had his own arrogance and acted immediately. Crocodile didn't he have any extra moves either. His right hand clenched his fist to cover his armed color, and the second education of love began to unfold. X.